What's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and my guest, who I almost murdered with a very loud intro.
Yeah, in-ear headphones, not the greatest with that. I was trying to figure out the program to mute, but yeah.
Sorry, I should have warned you that that was loud because it does come in hot. This is my guest, Duncan MacLeod, over on Twitch. You can follow him. Oh, I got to add your link to the description.
Don't worry about it. I think our audiences are different enough that it might not be the best. Well, it might be for the best to just be like, nah, maybe we don't cross-link and we just have the conversation and move on.
Well, that's up to you. I'd happy to do it. But so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Duncan MacLeod, and we're gonna get to know each other first. That's the first thing. But let me just briefly open a couple announcements. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time, I will be doing a painting stream, Warhammer painting with Az, Heel versus Babyface, and Sargon of Akkad. We will just sit around, tell jokes, have fun conversation, and while we paint minis and be super nerdy and stupid. So that'll be fun. Thursday, I believe, let me double check my calendar here. I believe I will be interviewing Mr. Steve Gosney, which is, let's see, Thursday. Yes, Steve Gosney. He is a public defender in Florida. He just had some big developments in a major case. I'm going to talk to him about the nature of public defense in the United States, the critical aspects of it, the pitfalls of it, the frustrations of being a public defender. He has been on the show before for some commentary during the Curtis Reeves shooting, I believe. That trial, and so he will be welcome back, and we're going to do a full interview with him on Thursday. So some interviews to look forward to, and then Friday I won't be on for a night stream at all, because that is the time I take my family to camp, and we go and have fun, family time doing that. So Friday I will probably not be streaming. I may, depending on how the day works out, get some sort of daytime stream in, but we'll see how that goes. Without further ado, though, Duncan, welcome.
What's up?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to try and establish something first. Is I've been accused in previous, well, you don't like debates, so conversations. I have been accused of misrepresenting the people I'm talking to or misquoting them. So
right, I think that happens all the time on the internet, and usually unintentionally.
Yeah. So I think this time I'm going to err on the side of caution and ask a few questions. So the first thing first, you had Noel from Kiwi Farms on the other day, and I caught a few moments of that live stream. It was, again, quite late for me. So
sweet deal. It was a good stream.
Yeah. So your position on Kiwi Farms is that it is a site that should be protected?
It's a site that is protected.
Okay, it is protected by free speech, etc.
By the First Amendment and Section 230 of the U.S. Code. But yeah.
So your argument is because of that, we shouldn't take down Kiwi Farms because they're not doing anything illegal. That's your position on Kiwi Farms, or do you support what Kiwi Farms is doing in a moral capacity as well? Do you believe that what they're doing is moral?
What they're doing is
what they do. What happens on the forum? I mean, let's be completely clear here. What their forum is centered around is harassing people, right? Like that's.
I disagree with that completely.
Okay. Do you believe that they harass people?
I believe that some users on the forum may, from time to time, harass people. Yes.
Do you believe that that Null or Josh or whatever you want to call him supports that harassment or thinks that harassment is good or okay?
According to how the farms is run, that harassment is punished by banning. So no, I don't think he thinks that's okay.
Okay, so when he pins the threads of people who have recently been harassed and, highlights when his site was taken down and it was a highlight and a pin of a copy of Keffals' thread, you don't think that was sort of encouraging the behavior that's been occurring?
What behavior?
The harassment, the doxing, the swatting, that kind of stuff.
Who swatted Keffals?
Kiwi Farms user of, I mean,
which one?
Even if
Who?
Right. I
How
don't
do you know? How do you know it was Kiwi Farms? How do you know anybody on that site swatted Keffals?
Okay. I think that is it's an interesting
it's a pretty
question.
good fucking question, isn't it?
You've
leveled the accusation. You're like, Kiwi Farms swatted Keffals. You said that with perfect assertion. So let's see where it's from Kiwi Farms.
On the balance of probabilities based on Kiwi Farms' history and the fact that people that they create threads on tend to get swatted, tend to get harassed, tend to get doxxed. The fact that in the Kiwi Farms now Telegram, they are publicly talking about doxing Keffals. They are they literally on the forums figured out what Keffals' hotel was based on the bed sheets. And that went on the Keffals thread on Kiwi Farms. And then she was harassed again at the hotel. So, you know, on the balance of probabilities, I'm not saying, you know, a court of law beyond reasonable doubt, all of that. I'm saying on the balance of probabilities, you know, based on genuine, like just looking at the situation and reasoning logically, we can reason that it's probably some form of Kiwi Farms is being used to push this harassment and doxing. And
so some form of Kiwi Farms is being used
too. Like no, some form of behavior on Kiwi Farms. Like it is on Kiwi Farms that these people are congregating, gathering, and planning. Right? Planning. They don't deny it. They literally brag about it in their planning to dox somebody.
Planning to dox. Okay, let's talk about what doxing is. What's doxing?
Releasing people's information, private information.
What private information was released about Keffals?
Her address, the hotel.
Why is that? Wait, when did an address become private?
When did an address become private? If you don't want your address to be public information, it's private information. That's just,
how. Okay, so do you receive mail at the address?
From my perspective, as somebody who's
I'm asking your opinion.
If you receive mail at an address, that does not mean that it is not private from, for example, the internet. It's not like saying, this is where I live to the internet, and releasing where someone lives on the internet by American law is illegal, right?
No, completely untrue. Completely untrue. Yeah.
So doxing somebody in America is legal.
100% free speech. Now, when you type in doxing someone in America, there have been different definitions of doxing throughout the years. So, releasing actual private information that is obtained illegally can be... So
the fact that they released her social security number...
That's actually free speech
Telegram. Too. No, because reading here from the Rodriguez Law Group, AER Law Group in the United States, doxing is using the internet to gather your personal information. Examples of sensitive information include, but is not limited to, social security number, street address, workplace details, financial information, and family members. That is all covered under doxing in the United States.
I mean, releasing of sensitive information.
Yeah.
When it's
releasing someone's social security number is
not illegal. No. I know it's really uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. Like, and I don't want social security numbers released, and I don't want addresses released. Not a big fan of it.
I find it interesting when people have been prosecuted for this, and it is.
What's the prosecution for? This is a fun trap question with law.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lowly geneticist, so this is not my specialty, right? But penal code, that weird symbol, I don't know what it actually stands for. 653.2.
What state?
Up to a year in jail. I believe that this particular blog's about California.
Okay, California Penal Code 6.352.
653.2.
653.2. Okay, give me a second. I'll pull it up. See, this is a part with American law, Penal Code 653.2. Let's see if we can grab this.
Here we go.
This is a fun part of how American law works.
State law versus it's
no, not state versus federal. No, so we have this cool thing called the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And it is extremely broad and extremely powerful. It's one of the most protected things that has persisted in American law. It's shockingly under the leadership of Chief Justice Roberts, free speech has actually been protected and probably expanded. And this is the part that makes people really uncomfortable, because it's really easy to go read a law from California that says it's illegal to do this thing. But when this thing that you're doing involves speech, what the courts tend to have to do afterwards, and I haven't read on this particular statute yet, but we can pull it up. But on the other statute in California that comes up with Kiwi Farms, which is encouraging suicide, for example. It says it is unlawful to encourage suicide. All right. So that's the statute. But when you actually read what the court has defined as the 5-element test for the unlawfulness, one of the critical elements is that the encourager has to do something more than mere words, has to participate in some way in the action, such as by providing the means for the suicide to occur. So if I say, kill yourself, you incel, like that's not a crime in California, even though it says it is. Like, you should kill yourself, you incel. That would be, by the word of the law, that's a criminal act. However, what I would have to do is something further, like say, you should kill yourself, you incel. Here's a bullet and a gun. Why don't you put it in your mouth and pull the trigger? That would be the next step that's required for the actual test. And I know that's not written in the statute, but that's how the courts have to apply it when they balance that statute against the First Amendment. Otherwise, the whole statute gets struck as unconstitutional, either overbroad or vague for void, or void for vagueness.
So what about depraved heart murder? Is that not a thing in the US?
Depraved heart murder is a thing in the US, yes.
Right. So if you create a situation, for example, if you harass somebody, and I'm not saying that this has happened on Kiwi Farms, because
again, you're saying this word, you're saying this word harassment, right. and there's like two versions of harassment. There's colloquial common use harassment, which is like me calling your house and saying you're a butt face or something, right? Like that's harassment. I'm in the store, and I'm like yelling
if somebody
at you.
can get a restraining order against you for something, and it's legally defined as harassment, you've got a restraining order for harassment. Right. That would be harassment. Yes. Okay. So if you harass somebody, right, and you make their life difficult enough to the point where they say they're going to kill themselves, and then they kill themselves, right, and they have warned you that because of your actions, they're going to kill themselves. You
have a restraining order at this point?
No, they don't have to. They don't have to, right? Like, that's not part of it. If the person informs you that they are going to kill themselves because of your actions, and you continue with malicious actions, with malicious intent, including telling them to kill themselves, go on, do it. If you then
where are you telling them to kill themselves?
Is that not? It doesn't matter, does it?
Oh yes, it very much matters.
Form of communication
a billion% yes.
For depraved hearts, and nobody's ever been. You don't believe in the United States anybody has ever been tried for depraved heart murder for behavior over the internet?
Yeah, she got convicted of manslaughter. The chick that I think you're referring to.
Well, that's depraved heart murder, no?
No,
like that's murder normally comes down as a second-degree murder or manslaughter. Varying degrees of manslaughter
and depraved heart murder are different.
But no, manslaughter. What I'm saying is depraved heart murder gets pled down, and it says here on the page I'm reading, regularly gets pled down from second-degree murder to either third-degree murder or manslaughter.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it does. This case wasn't a plea deal. This was a conviction by jury. This was a girl who encouraged her boyfriend to kill himself. Now, what she did was sit on the phone with him while he was sitting in a car in a garage, filling with fumes, right? So he would suffocate and die. And she's like, you need to kill yourself. You're a piece of shit. You're garbage. You're just worthless. And then he eventually was like, I can't do it. I'm out. And she's like, get back in there, you pussy. Nobody ever loved you. Nobody ever did. Like, the amount of messages she sent was massive. And it's still an extremely controversial conviction.
So there are but there are threads with hundreds. Yeah, but the thing is that it happens, right? So we can get into the legal minutia, and you can argue that. Okay, so your argument is really everything that they do is legal.
No,
right?
No,
is it that critical though?
Because there are illegal acts that have occurred on Kiwi Farms, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, but that's not my point.
There's illegal acts that have occurred on Twitter.
Are people, is this going to court? Are we trying, is anybody trying to get Joshua Moon arrested right now, other than maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Why the fuck would anybody try to get Joshua Moon arrested?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That people are trying to get Cloudflare to drop them. Is that anything to do with the law? Why is it not free speech to be able to say, hey, Cloudflare, you should drop these people?
Who said that they shouldn't say that Cloudflare should drop them?
But that's where I'm trying to establish your position. You believe that Kiwi Farms should be protected, should be kept online, yes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And you believe that that's because of the First Amendment, and that's why you were, yucking it up with Josh. Well, okay. Why do you believe that Kiwi Farms should be kept online then?
Okay, so the First Amendment is critical because it protects you from the government shutting you down from speech that the government doesn't like.
I understand it's about government. It's First Amendment's freedom of speech, not freedom from consequences, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I get that.
But there's a core principle that the First Amendment was based on, and it's not binding because the founders couldn't bind someone else's speech to protect my speech. I mean, they kind of can in very limited circumstances, but they couldn't fully do that. They knew that they could only bind government because that's what the Constitution was doing.
Yeah.
The Constitution was a list of restrictive liberties, especially the Bill of Rights. So when they did that, they said this, but it's based on this principle that everybody, even someone you don't like, you find vehemently repulsive, even me, for example, gets to say what they want to say. And I think my personal position is that as a society, we should tolerate all legal speech to the maximum extent allowable by law. That we should just collectively decide to say, well,
is that not the tolerance? Is that not the tolerance paradox, though? That we should tolerate the intolerant? But that's literally the tolerance paradox, though.
No, it's not a tolerance paradox because it's not.
No, that's it's defined as the tolerance paradox, saying that we should be tolerant of everybody, including the intolerant, because everybody should be allowed to have their say. No,
I mean, well, yes, we should be inclusive of the intolerant, of course, because everybody should have their say. But I'm saying based on the principles of free speech and the limits of the First Amendment, we shouldn't be limited to, well, we can only stop government from doing this. But I'm also not saying that the government needs to intervene and save Kiwi Farms. The government can only intervene and save Kiwi Farms from itself. But should we allow Kiwi Farms to exist just collectively as a society? Yeah. And if everybody would just fuck off from talking about Kiwi Farms all the time, the number of people who would know about it would plummet dramatically.
I mean, sure. I agree that Kiwi Farms has been driven by the people who are upset that Kiwi Farms is harassing them almost as much as it's been driven by
Kiwi Farms harassing them.
Jesus, look, we can go around that circle over and over and over again.
We should go around that circle because we haven't done it yet.
I believe these threads on Kiwi Farm are harassment. I believe that they are. I believe that targeting people and having a repository of information about them for the sole purpose of making their lives as difficult as possible, I believe that that is harassment.
How does the person find out about their Kiwi Farms thread?
Does that matter? I don't think that's important.
Critically fucking important.
I don't think it's important. People have talked about
under American law, right? It's critically important. But because we're talking about harassment.
We're talking about morality at this point, right? Like, okay, I believe that what is done on Kiwi Farms is pretty immoral. It's really shitty, right?
Sure. I think that some things done on. Yeah, I think that plenty of things done on Kiwi Farms is pretty shitty. People talk a lot of shit about me, my wife, and my family on Kiwi Farms. For example,
I'm sure
they say some of the worst shit. It's completely untrue. And oh, well.
Have you ever been swatted?
Yes.
You have. You've been swatted. People have shown up at your door with a gun.
5 times in a row.
Wow, that sucks. And I feel bad for you. But why are you then defending the people that almost certainly put that together?
They did not swat me. Like, if you think Kiwi Farms swatted me, you're silly.
Okay, I don't know who swatted you. I'm just saying.
I don't know who swatted me either. And that's a critical point. You know who Keffals doesn't know swatted Keffals?
I think it's a safe assumption. Right? I think it's a safe assumption, right? Like, I get
safe assumptions don't work. Like, we don't get to base whether we punish someone on an assumption.
Safe assumptions work when you're calling for a service to drop a website.
Oh my God, but what if they didn't do it?
Who gives a shit? It's a shitty website. I don't care. I actually don't care.
So you are the arbiter of what gets to be online based on your personal fucking opinion?
Well, are you not? Do you not think Keffals, did you not state that you thought that Keffals should be offline and that she shouldn't be allowed to have the platform she has?
No.
No?
No, I did not state that.
What did you mean specifically then when you said that she should go up against the wall? What were you talking about there when you said that?
What was I talking about there? It's an idiomatic and hyperbolic description of an ideal place where these people would not be allowed access to children without their parents' consent.
What were you specifically referring to when you said the wall? But what is the wall? Where does that idiom come from? Where does it come from? What's the origin of it?
I said it on my show. That's the origin of the idiom.
So nobody's ever said you should be up against the wall before? You don't think that?
I'm sure somebody has said you should be up against the wall before. I've seen twerking videos, for example.
When other people have said that in the past, do you think that maybe they've been talking about something specific?
I don't care what other people have said in the past.
So this is plausible deniability. You're basically trying to say, I didn't mean it that way because I've never heard somebody, I just came up with it on my stream out of nowhere.
No, I've heard plenty of people say it. I already said that. I've already said that I've heard plenty of people say get on the wall in different contexts.
Okay, and you just didn't know the origin of that. So you were just
I don't care what the origin of it is. Do you know the origin of it? You know the first time someone said get on the wall?
I know the origin of that as a phrase, yes. It was
what is the origin of it?
Specifically,
who's the first
that
person
phrase,
to say it?
It's specifically talking about the execution of people in concentration camps. Actually, that phrase, it is there was a very well-known war. Yeah.
That's the first time someone said get up on the wall is execution of people in concentration
when talking
camps.
About in this particular context of saying
what
that you
particular
want the
context?
person removed, when you're saying that you want the person removed from society or from access to kids, as you put it.
Yeah, I don't want people who harm children to have access to children.
How does Keffals harm children?
Ask Keffals.
No. I'm asking you. That's the conversation we're having. You said that Keffals harms children. I'm asking you.
No, I said if Keffals was doing what Keffals said.
You said she did.
Right? I said if Keffals was doing what she did. Keffals said that she was providing HRT to minors without their parents' consent.
Did she
Keffals
say that?
said that. Yes, 100%.
HRT. You sure she said HRT? Because to be very clear, puberty blockers are not HRT. You understand the difference, right?
Do you want me to look up?
This is where I specialize. This is where I specialize, right? So
yeah, but I'm not arguing genetics.
But she was talking, no, biology, but she was talking about a charity that she supports. That's the tweet you're talking about, yes? Well, genetics, I mean,
there were a couple
biology,
different
right?
ones.
No?
Well, I don't know. You're making the disambiguation between genetics and biology. I'm not arguing genetics or biology.
Genetics is just my specialty. It's like saying that, you know, a psychiatrist isn't a doctor. They are still a doctor. They specialized in psychiatry, that kind of thing.
I'm not making the disambiguation you were. So, like, I don't care.
Okay. All right. So, the difference is that HRT is not the same thing as a puberty blocker. They're not the same thing, right?
I don't want kids to have puberty blockers without their parents' consent either.
Why not?
Because I don't want children making permanent life-changing medical decisions without their parents' consent.
Are puberty blockers permanent life-changing medical decisions?
Yes.
There's no evidence of that.
There's plenty of it.
In fact, puberty blockers have been used for nearly 200 years. They're a medication that's been developed, and they've been used in kids
prescribed by doctors, right?
And they've been used in kids who have been undergoing early puberty.
Consent?
They've been prescribed in kids, can I finish? Who have been undergoing early puberty for hundreds of years, yes? So they have been determined by much testing and also years of use that they are safe and reversible. There are no studies that show that they are not safe and reversible. They do have temporary side effects while they are being used. For example, they do reduce bone density while they're being used by about 4% in cases, right? Like,
how many puberty blockers have you taken as a child?
Do I have to take puberty blockers to be able to read the scientific literature?
Did I say you had to take puberty blockers to be able to read the scientific literature?
Well, you're asking if I've taken them, so I have to have my own experience with them in order to say that they're safe and reversible.
You have this habit. I don't know if it's like a Keffals infused thing, but there's this habit of adding like a second part to a thing.
Okay, I have never taken any puberty blockers.
Okay, next question. Would you give your child puberty blockers?
If they wanted them, yes.
Really? Just, I don't know. Dad, I want puberty blockers. You're going to give them to your kid?
Dad, I believe I might be trans. I don't want to go through a puberty that I might not want permanently, and therefore I would like to have puberty blockers until I can make that decision. Yeah, have puberty blockers. We'll go see a doctor.
No doctor. You're like, here you go. Have all the puberty blockers you want.
I mean, if it was legal, yeah. I mean, I come from a family
so it's not legal to give kids puberty blockers without a doctor or a parent?
It's not legal for me to prescribe anything without a doctor.
Oh, well, gee, weird. I wonder why I would hold the position that this is not an okay thing for someone to be doing without parental consent.
You think legal and okay are the same thing? You think legal and good are the same thing?
No, absolutely not. I'm a lawyer.
From the law. Okay. All right. So I think it's okay. I just don't think it's legal. And I would not need my kids to go on puberty blockers without a doctor, because I would get them to a doctor, get them prescribed, and they'd go on puberty blockers, because I'm a decent person who wouldn't prevent my child from having puberty blockers if they thought they needed them. Right?
Yeah.
So,
and some people might disagree that makes you a decent person, by the way.
I don't care.
Oh, weird. Good. I'm glad you don't. Like, literally, I'm very glad that you don't care.
I don't care about the opinions of bigots. Yeah, it's not something that bothers me.
Me too.
So awesome. So my position is, if a child needs puberty blockers or wants puberty blockers, right, and they believe that they're trans, and if the parent is preventing that from happening, I don't believe that children are the property of parents, and I don't believe parents should be able to withhold any medical treatment from children based on their beliefs. Just like I do not believe a parent, Jehovah's Witness parent, should be able to prevent their child from having a blood transfusion, even if the child wants it to save their life. I don't think that that's okay. Unfortunately, it is the law that they can do that, but I don't think it's okay. And if I was a doctor, okay, I would risk my medical degree to give a child blood transfusion if they needed it, just like I think it is okay if a child is being prevented from having puberty blockers by their parent to provide that child with means to get it. And I think that it should be the law that doctors can prescribe it and parents can't stop it. That should be the law, but we don't live in that situation. So do I think charities that give children access to puberty blockers so that they can get old enough to make the decision for themselves? Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think that's completely ridiculous.
Oh, that's... You're the one who's like making statements that they're somehow permanently damaging. I just, there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
I disagree.
Could you provide it for me?
With what? Provide what?
Evidence that puberty blockers are permanently damaging.
No, I disagree with the evidence.
You disagree with the evidence. The scientific studies, the decades of scientific studies, you disagree with them.
Yeah, I disagree with all of them forever. However many there are. Based on my own intuition.
Based on intuition. So intuition, feelings over facts, feelings over science.
Oh, we're talking feelings over facts now. We couldn't talk about that a few minutes ago, but now we can, right?
Did we not? Well,
you wanted to disambiguate like law and all this stuff on harassment. You wanted to say, well, it doesn't really matter where it's posted.
Clarified, though. I clarified. You said
hold the fuck on, buddy. You said, remember.
Don't get upset. Don't get upset. It's just a conversation. It's not a debate. Hey, whoa,
listen
calm down.
to me. Listen to me.
Calm down. What did I? Okay.
2 days ago.
You okay?
2 days ago. 3 days ago.
Do you want a moment? Do you want a moment first?
3 days ago, you were calling for me to be removed from this platform. Today, you asked me to come on.
Yeah. No, because I do believe that you should be removed from YouTube. I do believe that you should, but I'm not platforming you, right? Your audience has come in here and made it very clear, right? You've got a much bigger platform than me. I'm not platforming you. You're platforming me. Exactly. So I'm not contradicting myself there. I believe you should lose your platform.
You are contradicting yourself.
Well,
you have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to come on here. I'm giving it to you.
Awesome.
To say whatever you want about me, about Kiwi Farms, which, by the way, I'm not on Kiwi Farms. I don't have an account on Kiwi Farms. I have I have a thread on Kiwi Farms where people bitch about me all the time, which is fine because, well, people bitch about people, right? Like, that there's a bunch of people who bitch about you somewhere. Somewhere they exist.
Oh, dude. Okay. Dude, I've gone to war with the lolicons. There are people who bitch about me everywhere.
Good. Right? That's a noble and valiant endeavor, and I applaud you for it. But that being said, like, so what that people bitch about you on a forum? But remember that, like, I am platforming you. You have the ability to come on here and completely shred my position, argument, whatever you think it is. You get to say whatever you want.
Your position is unassailable, isn't it? Because your position is my intuition disagrees with decades of scientific research.
Literally your intuition is that your intuition disagrees with everything that says we should go ahead and
but I admitted that I was using harassment colloquially when you said, oh, but it's not legally harassment, and you hit me with the legal arguments.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you said that based on your personal perception of the quality of Kiwi Farms website, you said it's a trash website, it should be removed from the internet because you think so.
Yep.
Right? So that's the exact same facts over feelings argument.
But it's not, though, is it? Because the facts over feelings. No, because the thing is, right, that with Kiwi Farms being on the internet, that is purely subjective, right? There's no objective facts of whether Kiwi Farms is a benefit to society or a detriment to society.
No, there are actually objective facts about it, but, you probably disagree with that.
Right, but the objective facts, like, law is basically subjective, right? Like, legal arguments and all of that and the way that you argue around law is basically subjective. At the end of the day, we have subjectively created laws based on moral codes. It's not that law is not based in measurable scientific fact, no? Or measurable fact.
It is.
Okay,
law is based in measurable fact literally constantly.
Okay, so freedom of speech, your protection for Kiwi Farms, your main argument for why Kiwi Farms should be protected. What's the measurable, fact behind freedom of speech being always a good thing?
That more speech is always better because one, it lets you know who the bigots are.
Have you measured that? How do you prove that? Could you give me objective proof of that?
Yeah, objectively, if you stop the ability for bigots to speak, you cannot know who they are. Right? Like, that's just a basic concept.
But you can't know who the people on Kiwi Farms are. That protection doesn't work for Kiwi Farms because it's all anonymous and none of the data is released. I believe Kiwi Farms would be absolutely fine if every single person who used it had to use their real name and a real picture of themselves. Why? Then I would be 100%, because then it, as you said, we'd know who the bigots are. We
do know who the bigots are.
The people on Kiwi Farms. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I mean, there's one on this stream too.
I'm a bigot. Who am I bigoted against?
Do you know the definition of bigotry?
Bigotry is, well, it depends how you want to define it. But
just go ahead and pull it up.
Well, okay. Shall we go for the Oxford English Dictionary?
Yeah, that sounds like a good one. You're in the UK, right?
Yes, an obstinate or unbelievable, unreasonable, sorry, and 5 a.m., very tired, attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular, prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular immutable group.
There you go.
So what immutable group am I bigoted against?
I don't know. Which one? Do you like racists?
Well, being racist isn't immutable.
Why not?
Because you're not born racist. You choose to be racist. That's a decision.
Whoa, that's very offensive.
Are you okay? Do you need a moment to make a better argument? I mean, I'm asking genuinely.
How do you know that racism
you believe that people are born racist? That, like, yeah, it's not nurture, it's nature. That people are just.
I've seen articles about racist babies, like a white baby next to a black baby hates the black baby. Haven't you seen that article? Do you legitimately are going to say in 2022 that white people in America are not born racist?
I believe that they're brought up to be racist. I don't believe that
you don't think it's their whiteness that makes them racist? They have inherent privilege, right? Like the
inherent privilege and being racist are not the same thing.
Are you sure about that?
And I have inherent privilege, right?
No, I don't think you have any privilege at all.
Fine. That's fine. I believe that I have the privilege because I believe that by being white, I have had some advantages in life that my black friends have not had. For example, I have never just randomly been stopped by the police when walking down the street.
You haven't? Oh my God, you are lucky.
Whereas a lot of black people that I know have been, right?
A lot of white people I know have been too.
Okay. So
don't get me wrong. I think it happens to black people more than white people. We have data that shows that it does.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't think that that is an advantage, like a natural advantage? Right, like in society, within society.
Oh my God, natural advantages are very, very, very sketchy situations here. We're talking about with natural advantages.
Well, within white society, you don't think it is an advantage to be white? Like in a
what is
in
white
a predominantly
society?
Well, in a predominantly white dominated society, which is what we live in. If you live in the UK, look at the politicians that we have. Look at the.
I don't want to look at them. I've seen their teeth, very ugly.
Yeah, mine too. I've got a really bad one here.
You do?
I do. Taekwondo.
When I took off my bottom teeth retainer, my teeth have been shifting for years. It's fucking irritating.
Yeah. No, I've got perfect teeth, top and bottom. And then I was in a Taekwondo competition, got kicked, and they cracked the root.
What belt did you get into in Taekwondo?
Second Dan. I didn't go beyond.
Nice. That. Congrats. I never got to black belt because I ran out of time. Like I did it in college and I was like, eh.
Yeah, it's rough.
And once I got out.
I did it. I just cared about the competition. I didn't care about the grading system. So I got my black belt so that I could compete. And then I got honorary upgraded to second Dan because I went and trained in Korea for a bit. And
oh, sweet.
Like, yeah, it was a good time.
That's cool. Sounds like you're kind of a badass.
No, not anymore. My health is garbage now. I've been having seizures.
Shit.
I got COVID and then I got long COVID symptoms and I've been having seizures and my muscle mass has decreased by like 40%. And I've been having gut issues and sleep issues and all kinds of shit. It sucks.
That genuinely sucks because like I have a different story. Mine, I developed a heat allergy 5 years ago randomly.
Jesus.
And so like working out's a big pain in the ass because it makes me wildly uncomfortable. So like I got lazier and lazier and got fatter.
Yeah, I was working out every day. My whole life, I've worked out like every day. I was benching. We do kilos here, but I was benching 140 kilos. I was doing muscle ups and stuff. I've always kept myself in great shape. I had a
I wasn't doing that. I was always kind of lazy.
You know, six-pack all the way up until I was 30, and then just completely, like, COVID just wiped me out, and now I'm sticky. I'm in the worst shape of my life. It's great.
That was weird. You should loop what you just did into a GIF, and you can just hypnotize people into giving you bits. Yeah. That's what I would do.
Yeah. So, but look, the way I look at it is, yeah, we're in a society that has been. I think it's not as bad now as it was, 100 years ago. I'm not going to argue that we've never made any progress on this, but I do believe that right now, if you are white, you have advantages in life. You are, big and small. And I do believe that we're in a society that perpetuates that. I believe that the police are incredibly racist in general. I believe that judges tend to be.
Yeah, no, I agree. By the way, so that there are laws built around that reality, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, so you can agree that we do make laws based on rational, discernible facts.
Well, I agree that some laws, yes. Okay.
Oh, hashtag not all laws.
Yeah, hashtag. I believe that law, but even then, those laws, the way that they're worded, right? The way that they are constructed, the people who put them in, there's still always going to be subjectivity there, right?
Yeah.
I believe.
I guess.
I personally believe that most things in life have some degree of subjectivity in them.
Would you say it's subjectively detrimental to children to have puberty delayed artificially?
Oh, socially?
I said subjectively detrimental.
Well, I'd say subjectively, the most glaring problem I can see for kids who have their puberty delayed, and the only problem, because there aren't any really medical issues, if you are experiencing some of the side effects, which can happen, they take you off the puberty blockers. That's how it works.
Oh, they take you off like a doctor would, right?
Again, the side effects
I'm just asking.
Yes. I think that I think in an ideal situation, every child would have access to puberty blockers because doctors would be able to override parents, right? But I think that it is the lesser of two evils to give them puberty blockers behind their parents' back.
Did you just say that giving puberty blockers behind parents' back is evil?
I said it's the lesser of two evils, which is, again,
what
do you like to say? It's an idiom? It's an idiom?
I don't know.
I think
I'm asking you. Did you just call it an evil?
The problem with giving puberty blockers behind a parent's back is that there would not be a doctor involved. So the issue there is the lack of medical involvement.
We're pretty close to what I said.
Behind the parent's back. Not that it's behind the parent's back. I don't think parents should have the right to stop their children from seeing a doctor and getting puberty blockers. I do not think parents should have that control.
You don't think that a parent has any say in a child saying, you know what, Dad, I was at school today and I watched a video and I think I'm a chick, like a son. It says, I think I'm a chick because I watched the video at school. And the parent's like, well, fuck me. I guess you are. Let me take you to the doctor immediately and give you puberty blockers. That's what should happen.
Well, the doctor, they'd have a psychiatric assessment, which is
they'd have a psychiatric assessment.
Yeah, why? Because
is that important in the process of determining whether puberty blockers should be administered?
I think it's I think it's prudent. I think that most of the time when kids
Is it hard to say that it's wrong to give children puberty blockers without their parents? Is this so fucking difficult?
The parents' consent. Well, no, I think the parents' consent is completely unimportant. I think that a medical assessment. I think a medical assessment is a good thing. Yes, I will agree with you on that. But I think the parents. What the fuck do the parents know? Are they doctors?
Literally, yes, they know their child. Yeah.
Oh, parents know their child, and therefore.
Yes,
parents, all parents know their kids and know what's best for them. That's
literally yes. All parents know their
right. So
any parent.
My friend Patty Trills, my friend Patty Trills, right? Grew up on the streets of Vegas because his mom did not know how to parent. Right.
So his mom didn't know him. You're saying?
No. She tried to bring him up, and he ended up homeless on the streets of Vegas. Right.
Gotcha.
And because she disappeared on a drug bender. She knew what was best for her child when she came back and she was like, no, I want him back. She knew what's best for her child because she tried to raise him, right?
And she tried, right?
Yeah, but you said that she knows what's best for him.
Yeah, I said parents know their children.
No, you said parents know what's best for their children.
I think parents think they know what's best for their children, sure.
Okay, but thinking something and it being the case is
Who
not
gets
true.
to
Just like
determine
you
that
think puberty blockers aren't safe.
Yeah, but like, for example, based on what you've said to me, right? Like, I think that you probably don't know what's best for your child. If you would just, when your child comes home and says, Dad, I'm a woman or a man or whatever, and I need to get puberty blockers because I saw this thing or I read this thing, and I'm pretty sure I'm the opposite gender. And you're like, well, shit, let's take you to a doctor immediately. Like, I think that maybe there should be a little pushback based on your experience with your child.
But why?
Why?
Like, why? No,
why?
Why? From a
like legitimately,
the parents,
why is the question?
The parent. What is the argument the parents who are anti-trans usually have if their kid goes, "I'm trans"?
I don't care about anti-trans parents or pro-trans parents.
So you've got kids, right? You've got kids. You've got kids.
I got a shitload of them. Too many.
Okay. So one of your kids comes home and is like, "I think I'm trans."
Yeah.
And you say,
"What? What do I say?"
What I'm asking you. Your kid goes, "Daddy, I think I might be trans."
And I say, "Well, that's interesting. Why do you think that?"
Okay, and you have the conversation, and the kid still insists they think they're trans because
how do they insist?
They feel like they feel like they're trapped in the wrong body. They've never felt right. They don't want to. They don't feel like the other boys. They don't want to be around the other boys. Let's say just before puberty, so like anywhere between 11 and 13, maybe like 11 years old. They're not quite going through puberty yet, but they're getting there. And they go, I don't feel like the other boys. I feel like one of the girls. I really, I want puberty blockers. And you say,
I shoot him in the head.
You'd shoot them in the head.
Yeah, 100%. That's what you do, right? Like, that's the bigoted position.
Well, I'm not saying that's the bigoted position. The bigoted position might be to say, no, you're not. Is it not?
The bigoted position is saying, no, you're not?
You're not trans. You don't get a say in this. You're not trans. We're not going to a doctor. We're not going to see a specialist. We're not going to see anybody who's actually an expert in the field. I say that you are not trans, and therefore you are not allowed to have puberty blockers. End of story.
Why is that the bigoted
position? Is that not your position? Is that not your position, though? Would that not be your position?
I don't know. You made it up. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, so what would your position be then?
I don't fucking
Other than
know.
shoot him in the head, right?
See, I can tell you don't have kids.
Okay.
Like yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
Cool.
Do you have kids?
I don't disclose that to the internet. As I've always said, I believe having your kids online, any of that is completely wrong. And it's always been my position. You can ask my chat from the beginning of my online career.
No,
if I ever had a kid, my chat would never know.
Yep. That's a good position. I strongly support you.
I don't think kids should be allowed to be online at all in any way.
Yeah, I wish that I could go back in time and unsay that I had children.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like loads of people who are early on the internet, they're like, oh, I know, no, but that's always been my.
Okay, so good on you. I can tell you don't have kids. So here's the deal. You don't know as a parent what your kid will surprise you with from day to day. And you never can predict how you will react in a situation, especially one that is absolutely outside of your realm of understanding. And with the number, like the statistical reality of the number of trans people, for example, like this experience is so far outside of the overwhelming majority of parents' lived experiences that you can't figure out how you'll react. And I think that's a critical fucking element that gets left out of the criticism of these parents who are put in a suddenly impossible position of my child coming to me one day and saying, I'm not the right gender. And then you having to go through the list of fucking weirdos that they have talked to in their life. And this does not mean Keffals, although if that's a possibility, please get your child out of every Discord server that Keffals is in, for the love of Christ. But that being said, I'm talking about literally anybody, their coach, their teacher, some random visiting art director, anybody on earth, their priest. Who fucking knows what anybody has talked to your child about? You by definition can't unless your kid tells you. So like parents are suddenly stuck going through all this stuff. And here is the problem. And this is what I know you glossed over because you like to use the minority as the evidence of the fallacy of the majority or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the reality is most parents do know their kids. Even shit parents know their kids. They just end up making bad decisions on their kids' behalf. And it really, really sucks. But here's the problem. The worst decision made by a parent is infinitely better than the same worst decision made by a government or a doctor. All right. So If it's the exact same, no, listen, if it's the exact same decision and it's made by a parent, that's better than by a third party. But that being said, not all parents make great decisions. Some parents beat their kids. Some parents kill their kids. Obviously, some parents are bad, but they are in the extreme minority. The overwhelming majority of parents are fine, and they do know their children. And to say that a parent doesn't know their child enough, that when a kid comes home and says, I'm trans, and they go, whoa, let's just give this a week and see if maybe this is a 12-year-old weird fad, or maybe
give it a week.
Give it a week.
Give it a week. That's fine. Well, it depends. Are they going to start going through puberty? Because that's irreversible, is it not?
I don't know. Why don't we have puberty reversers? You're the geneticist and biologist.
Okay, so unfortunately,
what the fuck have you guys been doing that you can't fix this problem?
Dude, trust me, we've been trying to get funding. All right, like I'm going to be honest.
Funding to reverse puberty
for everything. No, for anything and everything.
Law with Keffals, then.
Everything and anything needs funding, and it is a nightmare. I'll tell you this.
No, literally, no.
80% of their time. 80% of their time is spent applying for funding. 80%.
I wish you would apply for funding to like create food for Africans. Like, Jesus Christ, you're worried about reversing puberty?
Being done. That's constantly being done. I have never worried about reversing puberty. I mean,
oh my God. Look, okay. Oh, thank you.
My field of study was medical molecular genetics. I was looking for cures for things like cystic fibrosis.
Why didn't you find one? Why are you on Twitch?
Because I couldn't get funding. I literally could not get funding.
Look, people can get funding to study how thongs fit fat women, and you can't get funding. Like, what are you doing?
Because it's not as fun saying, hey, I need funding. I need funding to run, 600,000 PCR reactions is not as fun to say as I need funding to do this thing that will get us a buzzy article. That's the problem. Science is massively underfunded. We should have government funding for science. We don't.
Have you
not even close to enough.
I mean, shitloads of government funding for science. What are you talking
about?
In the U.S.
Well, for military science, if it's got military applications, absolutely you have.
Wait,
funding,
you don't think the military wants to de-puberty the enemy? Like, we should have darts that send them through instant de-puberty, and suddenly we make child soldiers and turn them into war criminals.
You want to make the argument, right, that we shouldn't be focused on puberty blockers for kids and instead find a way to completely reverse the massive physiological effects of puberty.
Yes.
Cool. I agree. Once we get those, we can stop using puberty blockers.
You have to think like a 4-star general. It's not useful to give puberty blockers to already developed soldiers of the enemy.
No,
but
they have completely. This is a fun one. So one of their favorite arguments that people who are against puberty blockers love to use is puberty blockers are the same drugs used for chemical castration of adults.
So we need to, yeah, but chemical
100% the same drugs.
Yeah, and that's horrifying to me. But like chemical castration, it like just the concept of it, like not that they do it. I'm just saying, like, conceptually, that medicine works that way.
So it's really interesting.
This is not a person thing.
In somebody who's gone through puberty, the drugs have a completely different effect as somebody who hasn't. Because when you're a child and you've never gone through puberty, blocking those hormones, it just keeps you in your current state, right? Keeps you
when I did heroin as a 9-year-old, it was way different too.
Not quite the same thing, because you're either stopping an effect, you're stopping access to a hormone that your body has become accustomed to, or you are stopping the hormone from changing your body to make your body accustomed to it. When you just stop it from changing your body, when you keep your body in homeostasis, it's kind of okay. Most of that is going to be safe, reversible. Most things that keep the body in homeostasis are pretty fine, pretty safe. And all the research has shown that. Now, it is
Wait,
true.
You said homeostasis, right? Not like homostasis.
No, homeostasis.
It doesn't keep kids gay. That would be terrifying.
Well, being gay is kind of something that I believe you're born gay if you're gay, but that's I'm sure you have a different opinion on that.
I have no opinion on whether or not people are born or not gay. See, I don't care if people are gay or trans. This is one of the misalignments. So you think
whatever. adults who choose to transition, that's fine?
Of course, yeah. Why the fuck would I stop anybody
and you support them and you think it's fine and that they should be allowed to be part of society and all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Why the hell wouldn't they?
That's great. I'm super shocked by that. I'm going to be honest. Why are you
shocked by that?
Well, I mean, you were laughing it up with Noel while he was using slurs. So I just
what's a slur?
I can't say it on Twitch.
No, not what, not say slurs, but what is a slur?
Slurs, derogatory terms that have been created.
Words, right? Like it's words. Who fucking cares?
To target and okay, all right, that's fine. Yeah,
I mean, here's the problem with slurs is that they're just words. Like at the end of the day,
I'll give you an example. You think it's fine to use the N-word when you're talking to a black person, like to insult them, use the N-word, hard R.
Depends on the situation, right?
Well, mocking them. If you
insult them or mock them, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recommend it, or you think it's bad?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Do you think it's a bad thing to do?
I don't know. What is bad?
Would you laugh if somebody was doing it? If somebody was mocking black people using the N-word with the hard R, would you be laughing it up in a call with them?
It depends on the speaker.
Okay. Some white dude, right?
Okay.
Is saying, hey, fuck them, N-word, N-word, they're stupid, they're gross, blah, 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 blah. All the racist shit that you hear.
Is it a comedy routine? Is there a good joke at the end of it?
Well, is he like, I don't think there was any particular comedy with what Noel was saying. So, you know,
no, listen, but is it like, because they fucked my wife and I had to get a divorce? Like, is that the punchline? Like, cause that'd be kind of funny, right? Like, cause that's a guy self-emasculating.
It's the racism is the joke. The racism is the joke, right? Like to them, it's just being racist because they think being racist is funny. Just like Noel was being transphobic because he thinks that transphobia is funny.
How is Noel being transphobic?
Oh, come on now.
I'm asking. I don't know. Like I'm clearly not an expert on the field. You are. I have bad judgment.
Using Keffals' dead name over and over again, misgendering Keffals over and over again.
Lucas and him. Is that? I'm just trying to clarify.
And using the word that sounds like, you know, cartoon over and over again to refer to the
spoon. I'm just trolling you. I know he said troon,
please
right?
Don't say it because please don't say it. Please don't say it because I would actually because it's a slur and it's registered on Twitch as a slur. I would have to
I'm sorry.
By Twitch laws. Yeah.
So, okay. I didn't know about the Twitch thing. I didn't know.
It's fine. Luckily, the context you're using was just asking, is this the word, which technically is allowed. So we'll
because I am actually fully opposed to using slurs on other people's streams, and I did not mean to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the word. So like just using the M word in that context. Yeah.
Spoon with a transmission attached. But like that's not just a general statement about trans people. That's not like a general term about trans people.
It literally is. It's just a slur used for trans people.
What is it? Kiwi Farms, it's not.
Is it not? They literally accused me of becoming one.
Well, maybe you are. I don't know.
Well, I'm not.
But I think it's related. Like it's a subset of trans people. Like like general trans people are trans. Spoons, we'll just use words that rhyme because I like that you said that. I've done that before too. Spoons are something that is like has a particular quality. Like maybe they don't present well. Like it's a derogatory phrase. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a generalized phrase for trans people. I made the same mistake. I was corrected vehemently and violently. I thought it was a general term, and they're like, "No, you fucking idiot." You can't just go around calling your trans friends spoons. You can't do that. And I was like, but I do that all the time. I learned it from watching Kiwi Farms. And they were like, no, you're a dumbass. This applies to a specific subset of trans people. Because you know there's a shitload of trans people on Kiwi Farms, right? Who are not only active participants, but are mods.
I know that they claim to be trans. I know that Noel actively claims to be trans.
Whoa. Do you
no, as in, they say on the forums, I'm trans, therefore it's okay for me to say this, but I do not think that they actively believe that they are trans in their real lives.
Wait, what gives you license to deny they're trans?
For example, we've got evidence. Okay, so is Null trans?
No, Null's a Jew.
Well, Null
did you know that, by the way? I know you've called him a Nazi a whole bunch, but you know that Null's like Jewish, right? You know that's why they call him Jewsh, Jews, when SH, when his name is Josh, is because he's a giant fucking Jew.
I don't know.
No, super really Jewish. Did you listen to him talk about money? That was a joke. That was a joke. Well, come on, it's a joke. You can laugh. It's okay.
I'm Jewish descent as well. You know, maybe a little bit of generational sensitivity there.
Look, I'm Polish, so I'm the Jews of Eastern Europe. That's all.
Oh, well, my dad's a Polish Jew, so, you know.
Perfect. I bet he and I would get along really well. I'd be like, Polska kielbasa.
I highly doubt that. You know,
Rocket.
he puts a lot of stake in science and things like doctor, all of that shit.
So do I.
Well, not so much. Your intuition is more important than decades of research.
Yes, it is 100%.
Well, I don't understand how you can say you put a lot of stock in science and then say that my intuition is more important than decades of scientific research. I get that there are lots
of things out there that you don't understand, but the cool thing is you don't have a monopoly on knowledge or understanding, and your understanding is irrelevant to whether or not something is okay.
But you're not using any knowledge. You're just using your opinion.
A shitload
Did you not
of
say it's your intuition?
Wait, are you saying that intuition is not knowledge-based?
Well, I'm saying that your intuition clearly isn't.
Whoa, how can you make that determination? You don't know any of my intuition.
Because you don't know the basis of my because it flies in the fact of decades of scientific research.
Didn't you say that giving puberty blockers to children without the parental consent is evil? The lesser of two evils, but yes, it is evil, right?
I think
it discludes a doctor from being involved necessarily, right?
Right, but then do you think that it should be, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that kids should legally be able to demand a doctor for an assessment despite the will of their parents?
I think their parents should be involved in that discussion. I think there's a certain point that can be proven under law, a law which a society will get together and determine is the appropriate level of requisite proof, and that they can maybe override the will of a parent, perhaps. But they have to pass some level of scrutiny, because there's too many people out. Like, dude, I know, again, the no kids thing. There are people out there who want to give heroin to your children, and like, there are doctors out there who would give heroin to your children. I know that's really scary to think about, and you're like, no way.
What was it you said about the vast majority? Do you think the vast majority of doctors would want to give heroin to your children?
No, I'm not talking about the vast majority of doctors here.
I wasn't allowed to talk about the minority of bad parents.
No, you can talk about the minority of bad parents.
Bad doctors?
You can talk about the minority of bad parents all day. I didn't say you couldn't talk about it.
I'll let you talk
about anything.
But the minority of bad doctors, that's something that you can bring up as a reason that doctors should have less say than parents.
You can bring up the minority of bad parents. I will just point to the majority as the better argument.
Okay, and I'll point to the majority of doctors as the better argument. I think the doctors have a much better track record. I think the doctors in general understand the concept of being transgender and whether a kid should have access to hormone blockers
while we're on this
a lot better than the average parent.
While we're on this subject, is one bad parent more impactful or one bad doctor?
I think it depends how bad the parent or how bad the doctor is. I think that is I think that because
if there's a doctor who prescribes heroin to children, like opiates to children.
I think that's pretty fucked up. I think that sometimes kids need opiate treatment. I think that sometimes they need
very strictly regulated opiate treatment because they have severe pain management that needs to happen. I got it. But let's say there's a doctor who's like, you know what? I just think kids are better when they're high a little bit. And they prescribe a little bit
that's a pretty bad doctor though, isn't it?
It's a shit doctor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doctor would have
what about parents who rape their kids?
That's a really bad parent for one child. Yeah. What about doctors who rape all their patients, like Dr. Jerry Nadler, for example?
Fuck that dude. Dude. And fuck the other one. Who was the doctor who artificially inseminated like 600 women because he worked in a fertility clinic and he just replaced all of the men's sperm with his own? Like that's a really
Dr.
bad
Chad
fucking
Thundercock. That was his name.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Just kidding. I don't know his name.
He had some weird fetish about just wanting hundreds of kids, and he just lied about sperm donors, lied about everything, and just
but so is the parent who rapes their gymnastics child better or worse than the parent than Jerry Nadler who raped several gymnastics children?
I think that they're both just as bad as each other. They're both kid rapists, right?
They're
both kid rapists. Position. I think if you rape,
why are they just? This is a difficult. What are you basing that like equality on?
Okay, this is again subjective, but fundamentally, I think if you rape a kid, there's nothing you can do that's worse than that. I would rather be friends with a murderer than somebody who has raped a kid. You know what I mean?
Me too.
Yeah, like if you've killed somebody, there are reasonable explanations for murder, right? In my opinion, there are reasonable explanations where people are
like they gave drugs to kids who didn't without their parents' consent,
or they raped your kid, or they raped your kid, you know, and then
I like Gary Plausch, personal hero. I just think
Gary
Plausch every pedophile I could.
It's at the point that it's like, okay, well, either way, they raped a kid. I don't know how you split hairs beyond that being worse, because you could argue either direction. Well, you know, this doctor raped more than one kid, but that parent, there's the aspect of trust. They're the kid's parent. Is it more damaging? There's all kinds of hairs you could split. At the end of the day, they're both fucking awful, right? They are so bad that they are the dregs of humanity, and you have a really good idiom for those people.
Can I say a really offensive joke right now? Like, will you be okay?
I as long as it won't get me banned on Twitch.
Sure, it won't get you banned on Twitch.
All right.
You know who doesn't have to worry about splitting hairs? I'm not going to say the punchline because you already know. Look at your fucking face. This is why free speech should exist, because you never know. You literally never know when it's a joke, do you?
The problem is that joke like beneficial? Is it like funny, or is it just shock value? I mean, okay, who cares? But like, am I ever not discussing free speech here? We're trying to like actually discuss the concepts at hand, which is, does a parent know best in a medical situation for their child?
I don't know.
That's the question. I don't think so. I think if you got every situation where the parents and the doctors disagree in history, right? 99.9999% of the time, the doctors were right and the parents were wrong.
I 100% disagree with that number that you made up.
Well, obviously it's made up. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you think the parents know better than doctors what is right for a medical treatment for a child?
Maybe they don't think that the child needs a medical treatment in the context of being trans, because they go like, hear me out. Maybe they say, look, when I was a kid, I used to play with Barbies, or in the case of a woman, I used to wear short hair. I used to like to climb and run and get dirty and muddy. I didn't like dresses. And the parent goes, I remember that I was like this in very, very similar ways for a very, very long time. And social mores have maybe, and we're talking about going from like the 60s or 70s to today. So I really don't think so. But social mores have dictated that now the tomboy is a boy instead of just a tomboy, or the slightly effeminate boy is a female rather than just being slightly effeminate. Maybe they like playing with dolls. Maybe they like the color pink. That doesn't necessarily mean. Now, I know that what you have already said is you believe that's why a psychiatric evaluation should come up to say, what is this, like a phase, or is this generally like, is this genuinely dysmorphia? The problem is, gender dysmorphia is so fucking rare. Like it's catastrophically rare.
That's a fun one. Okay.
Okay. Tell me about how gender dysmorphia is not rare.
Okay. First of all, gender dysmorphia is a DSM-4 term. We're in DSM-5 now. It's
okay. What's the new thing on gender dysmorphia? What is it called now?
It's not a psychiatric disorder anymore. It's been taken out of the DSM.
What is it?
Just female hysteria has been taken out of the DSM.
Good.
Like,
I guess.
They don't exist.
But look,
right? Like,
bitches be crazy wait, no, that's lunacy. Female lunacy.
Yeah,
right? Like,
female lunacy.
They're
hysteria was orgasms. No, yeah, it was orgasms. Well, it was a woman who had an orgasm.
Have you ever given a woman an orgasm? I don't know any man who has.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
No, I said I don't know any man who has. So you're the first I've ever met. Did you care that she had an orgasm?
Absolutely.
That was nice and noble of you. Okay, no, I agree with female hysteria.
Sex is better when they have an orgasm too. Like, it just is better.
No, I disagree with that. Sex is better when they're screaming and crying.
These jokes. Like,
wait, are you starting? They're jokes. Yes, that's the whole point. Okay. They're jokes. There's jokes in comedy are okay, even when they're highly offensive. They're fine.
Yeah, I just don't find it particularly funny. Shock humor.
You don't have to.
Shock humor doesn't do it for me.
No one asked you to find it funny.
Yeah, okay. All right.
There's only one person who matters on if a joke is funny when I tell it.
Fair enough. I mean, if that's it, like you're clearly very self-involved, seeing as you don't care about making the woman come. So like, it's fine.
Right. Why the hell would I? Oh my God. Women get so much like they get so much free shit in our society. Men just throw money at them. They like took them out of the kitchen for some reason. They put shoes on these bitches, and like we're supposed to make them come still at the end of the day. Like all the stuff I have to do. I'm a walking ATM. I just throw money out left and right. Every single request that any woman ever makes, I have to fucking account. I have to hold doors. I have to drive them around because you can't trust them to drive.
Do you think that like just spouting misogynistic talking points is somehow comedy? Like I'm genuinely curious. I'm sorry for this aside. Like that's your humor.
That's my humor literally in this moment. Okay. And I think it's pretty fucking funny right now. Because like look at you. And your reaction to it is
my reaction is just fundamental boredom. It's just boredom.
Yes, I know.
It's just like I've heard these arguments from Andrew Tate.
But it's not an argument, it's a joke.
Yeah, but
like do you like
framed it as a joke as well. He said he was just joking.
But here's the question. Do you genuinely believe I believe everything I just said?
I don't know you. I don't know you beyond the interactions I've had with you.
No idea,
so, like,
do you?
I have no idea if you mean it, but I would.
Right. So let's get back to that initial question you asked me about the idiom. What did I mean when I said it? What did I mean when I said get on the fucking wall?
You were referencing again, people being lined up against a wall and shot in a German.
No, you said that was the first usage, and I'll take your word for it, even though I strongly disagree that that's the first usage of the idiom, but that's what you said. But you just said you don't know me. You also thought that I hated trans people. Remember when you came on the stream? You thought that, but I told you, no, trans people are great. And I believe that anybody over the age of 18, because we've decided that that's the legal age of contract for whatever reason, that they can transition, right? Like that was a surprise to you, genuinely, right?
Yeah, no, genuinely, that surprised me.
Do you know that I said that in the same fucking clip that Keffals retweeted that someone posted?
You didn't quite say that. You didn't quite say that.
Anybody
you said giving hormones to children who aren't old enough to make the decision yet. That is not quite the same thing as saying I fully support.
And then I said right after that, and you can go to the fucking clip all day, buddy.
Well, you deleted the stream, so.
I said anybody over the age of 8, it's on Rumble and Odyssey. The only reason I had to delete it is because you people want people removed from the ability to speak over your fucking misunderstandings, which is embarrassing.
Not the ability to speak, just the ability to have a YouTube channel. There are different things.
Right, the ability to speak on YouTube over your misunderstanding, over your inability to listen to the next fucking line where I said anybody over the age of 18 can do whatever they want to their body. I don't care if they change genders. I don't care if they become trans-abled. I don't care if they become trans race. I don't care at all what you do.
But then trans race, okay, what's transracial? What is that? Can you define it?
Rachel Dolezal, she's transracial. Don't you know her? She's a fucking hero of America. She's a white woman who not only became black, but she became the leader of the NAACP chapter.
I remember, but here's the thing, okay? So transracial, she became blak.
She white supremacied so hard that she became the leader of the NAACP chapter. It's hilarious. It's so comically fucking ridiculous that she did this, and everybody has to support her as a hero because she identifies as black. Is Rachel Dolezal a bad black person?
What's interesting is here that you are confusing
believe me, I'm not
construct of race, the social construct of race
with the social construct of gender.
Well, no.
Wait, I thought gender was a social construct.
I'm trying to finish.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to jump on you. I'm drinking. It's not my fault.
There's a social construct of race.
Yeah.
And then there is a biological reality of ethnicity. Oh, right?
Wait. Okay. There's a biological reality of ethnicity. Yes,
just like there is a social construct of gender, and there is a biological reality of sex. I do not believe that anybody can change that. Well, I think sex is a lot more complex than most people think.
Well, wait a minute. No, finish the sentence you were going to say where you don't believe that
people can change their sex. If you're talking about their karyotypic sex, if you're talking about their genotypic sex, you cannot change those. Phenotypic sex and hormonal sex, which are the two other categories of sex, can be changed, but even phenotypic sex can't be changed entirely if you've already gone through a puberty. Okay, you can't then say, right?
Okay, go ahead.
This is just a fact. So
yeah,
when someone says I'm
arguing
transracial, well, race is a social construct. Absolutely, I believe that. And if somebody says I am African because I was born in Africa, I grew up in Africa,
but
I grew
Africans
up in
can
the
be
culture.
White.
Yeah, I'm a white African. I was born in Zimbabwe.
Oh, my brother.
So
I would have worn a daishiki if I knew.
I'm from Zimbabwe. But I'm not black. Do you see that?
Not?
Like the race.
Your camera does not do you justice. It has you very black right now.
No, I'm pale as fuck.
No, you're in blackface. I can see it. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Go on. Sorry.
No. So the reason that I do not believe in transracial is because transracial people aren't saying, I really enjoy black culture. I grew up in a black area. I love all of that shit. And so I identify with that culture and I love experiencing that culture. They're not doing that. What they're saying is, I am black. She dyed her skin.
Yeah, because she wanted to fit in.
That's not the same. She said that she was of African descent. She said that that was her genealogy. She claimed to be a black woman, not that she loves the culture or she's part of that. She claimed to be black, as in the biological reality of the ethnicity. And I don't believe that people who say that they're changing their biological reality, I don't believe that that's okay, especially when you're trying to imitate a minority, okay?
Okay, so changing your biological reality is not okay.
No, I didn't say that, okay?
That's what you just said.
No, because I think we can go back and trans people don't claim to be karyotypically or genotypically female, do they?
Wait a minute.
Okay,
you're saying
I disagree with the ones who do.
Trans people as a class do not claim this very specific genetic reality of sex.
Well,
there's no fucking way on earth that is true.
The reality. Well, that is. I mean, if they do,
if
they do, I disagree with them fundamentally because it's against the science. You can't change your karyotypic or genotypic reality. You can't change that.
Do you think that every trans person is like, you know what? I actually agree that I'm karyotypically and what's the other one?
Genotypically, which are the main things that we talk about when we talk about sex.
I'm karyotypically and genotypically male, but I'm actually phenotypically and what's the other one?
Hormonally
female. Like I'm just half female. I'm just 2 out of 4.
I don't. First of all, I think that like when we talk about sex colloquially, we're generally talking about karyotypically, excluding people with DSDs, right? So
do you think that people are literally talking about one out of 4 sexual characters? Like,
I think that when people talk about
like at your grocery store,
when I ask what biology makes you male, what's your answer? What's your go-to answer in your head from like high school biology?
I don't fucking know.
What makes a male a male?
I didn't take high school biology. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so have you heard of XX and XY?
No. Yes, of course. I'm just kidding.
Okay, XX is karyotypic female. XY is karyotypic male.
Right, but there's an incredible minority of people who might be like XXY, for example.
XXY or like XY, SRY negative, and then they develop perfectly normally as a female. I mean, there's an XY woman who's
do they have nice tits when they develop perfectly normally as a female?
They don't look any differently. You would not tell until you have a genetic test.
I'm gonna find one.
There are XY females who have given birth. I can link you the article right now.
What is the percentage of those people? Like I'm looking if I'm throwing darts at like a Jason Aldean concert. Like if I hit one, what's the percentage of chance?
For people who are like DSD, you're looking at like 1 in 40 people has some form of DSD. And then if you're looking at like XY karyotype, but then typically female, or like they develop typically female, you're looking at like 1 in thousands. And then if you're looking at a person who's XY but female and fertile, you're looking at 1 in many millions. Okay, it's very rare.
I want to impregnate an XY woman, like I have to have sex with shitloads of women, like just absolute like tidal waves full of women. Like that doctor, right, who is doing the artificial inseminations.
Yeah,
like I have to be on his level of chat.
No, even he didn't even get close.
He's not even close. What about like Magic Johnson?
No, not even close. It's
really.
I think there's
Holy
like
shit.
4 recorded instances that we've ever found in human history of XY female who is fertile.
So in like 70 billion people, we have 4
that we found. Yeah.
Okay.
Like obviously we haven't genotypically tested 70 billion people, but like
right, because like
that's incredibly
really
rare,
hard a while back.
But this is besides the point, because I don't run into many trans people who say that they are female. They say that they are women. Those are not the same thing.
Sure.
So trans people don't claim to be, as your transracial, analogy. They don't claim to be black. They're just claiming to be
women,
part of the social group. Yeah, to be women, not claiming to be female. And I think that those two things are different.
So you're claiming that I won't say every, because that's every fountain, the no true Scotsman fallacy doesn't that's a point. You're saying the reasonable majority of trans people are disambiguating between women and female.
There's a reason that they don't call themselves, or people don't call themselves, transsexual anymore, right? That's a very outdated
I think
term.
there's a shitload of reasons that have nothing to do with biological reality that people don't say transsexual.
All right. I think the distinction between gender and sex is a primary driver of that.
That's because you're a geneticist and a biologist, but most people,
I acknowledge my biases.
Like, you realize that most people are just retarded, right? Like the average person is just fundamentally fucking stupid walking around.
Oh, I've made that argument many times. If 100 is,
the average trans statistically would be the average person on intelligence, right?
And yet they're still smart enough to say, I'm transgender and not I'm transsexual. And I don't see people arguing that they are biologically female.
You say smart enough, but there's plenty of other reasons beyond biological realities or biological studies to drop transsexual and use transgender.
Sure. I'm just saying, I don't see trans people claiming to be.
Do you literally think like female. A 90 IQ trans person is like, you know what? I'm debating between calling myself transgender and transsexual, but I know that I'm talking about
because we're talking about a social movement. No, we're talking about a social movement in a generality, right? Like, people don't use transsexual in a generality because it's an inaccurate term.
So are you saying that widespread social movements have influence on people's choices?
Oh, this is a fun one, because this is going to be your gotcha for.
No, it's not a gotcha. I'm just asking.
Trans kids are being influenced to be trans because.
Why do you assume the next thing I will say constantly? Like, I know you've been in shitty debates with other people, but I'm not those people.
Okay. I believe, yes, sociological movements can interpret people's use of language and how they look at
trans kids are indoctrinated by the sociological reality of today. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. That was the follow-up joke. But no, tell me more. I want to hear this.
So I'm thinking about how to put this. I think.
Yeah, dumb it down for me, please, because I'm literally fucking stupid
I'm
not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying
I'm clearly stupid on American law, so it's
but
fine.
That's not your fault. American law is an obscure and obtuse system meant to oppress a whole bunch of people by their inability to understand it. Like, that's not.
Yeah.
Like,
mostly poor people, by the way. I believe in classism much more than I think classism is one of the most is one of the worst sort of bigotries, if you want to call it that exists, and the one that the most common. I think classism is more common than any other form of discrimination, personally. But that's
my favorite bigotry to do, because like I'm super bigoted, is the soft bigotry of low expectations on black people. Like, because I don't think that they can even walk, much less get in a car and like drive somewhere. Like, I'm super horrible that way.
Okay.
I'm joking.
I'm just gonna get back. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just like, it's like repeat. It's just the same again. It's like, okay.
What did you think this was? But just a repeat of me telling jokes like over and over again.
So I do think that society can influence the way that people behave, but I think that you have the cause and effect backwards. Okay. So
I have the cause and effect backwards. Okay, this is interesting.
I'm gonna get there. So
no, I'm with it.
You say that you think that there's a massive increase in the number of transgender kids, and therefore that somehow society is influencing kids to be transgender. This was an argument.
I didn't say that.
Okay, it's an argument. Well,
it is a common argument. I'll concede it's a very common argument. I didn't
common
say
argument,
that,
and you sort of alluded to it earlier, but you didn't say it. Okay.
Yeah. But I've alluded to black people being unable to walk, so I'm not sure if my allusions can be trusted here.
If we look through societies throughout history, right, before you get to sort of modern Christendom and the sort of theocratic, the theocratic empire, British Empire, and then all of that,
right?
You look at that and you see examples of trans people being accepted in society and existing at a much higher rate than they have in the last couple of 100 years in modern Christendom. Okay.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure that more kids being trans now is because the transes are indoctrinating the kids, as it is that because it's becoming more accepted and it's becoming more visual and more visible in public and on social media and etc., the kids feel safer coming out, and so they don't suppress it so much. Because
but isn't that a fallacy though? Like, because I don't know if it's a formal fallacy, but it's an informal fallacy of assumption, right? Like, because you framed it in a very particular way, right? Like the trans movement is socially indoctrinating kids is position A.
Yeah.
And then position B is that kids feel completely safe to now come out as trans. But isn't there a middle ground, an A and a half, if you will, of saying that it has become more socially acceptable, and therefore, through no malicious or intentional action of any particular actor, kids are jumping on to what has become acceptable. And then when you add in the social reinforcement of the current age of saying anyone who comes out in the LGBTQIA+, unless you're like a white or black man who is gay, because they're going down the social stack, but everybody else who comes out on some letter of LGBTQ+, that they are lauded and adored, and that can be.
You think that's the case? You think that people come out and that they're lauded and adored?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So you don't think kids are bullied for being LGBTQ+?
I think that the amount of support for coming out today outweighs the amount of bullying that is endured.
So how about the fact that trans people are much more likely to experience sexual violence than other groups? You think that that's,
well, wait, are they engaging with women or men?
Oh,
like who's the perpetrator of
trans men?
No, but I'm saying who's the perpetrator of the sexual violence? Is it women or men?
Generally men.
Generally men.
I mean, men are much more sexually violent either way, but even then, trans men are more likely to experience sexual violence than cis men.
So wait, when they become, so female to male trans, you're saying?
Yeah.
Are more likely to experience sexual violence
than cis men, yes.
Okay. How does that work? Like, what's the cause of that?
Because there's a whole culture war going on against trans people.
Okay, so your supposition, because it's got, like, we don't know, right? So it's a supposition.
Show. I mean,
no.
Obviously, it's not every trans person ever has been polled.
No. I'm taking the statistics arguendo, right? Like, I'm taking them and I'm running with it. I'm saying for this purpose of this discussion, I 100% accept your statistics. I don't want to question them at all.
Yep.
Your supposition on the cause is that there's a culture war going on, so that men are committing sexual violence specifically against trans people because they don't like them being trans.
Yes, I believe that men commit sexual violence against trans people because they are taught to hate trans people.
So if I am taught to hate trans people, I will go fuck a trans person? Like, that's the, like, I'm trying to clarify.
Legitimately, yes.
Okay.
Because there's shame involved. A lot of sexual violence stems from shame. I mean, all kinds of studies can show this. I link them to Destiny in our debate. But
no, I believe. I'm not arguing against you. I'm trying to
maybe it's somebody who was attracted to a trans woman, right? Found her attractive, and then has sex with the trans woman, and then decides to get violent out of shame. It literally comes from a place of shame because they've been taught this trans person's bad and all of this.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the uptick in sexual violence comes from. Like, this is
so they're like I had sex with you and I thought that was a vagina, but you lied. That was just...
No. Even if they were told beforehand, they'll have sex and then be violent during the sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Like violent in a good way? Because like there's some like...
I don't know. If it's not consensual, it's not a good way.
But is it not consensual, or is it not consensual after the fact? Like maybe she's like, slap me harder, Big Daddy. And he's like, wham, wham, wham. And he throws the slaps down. And then after the fact, she's like, by the way, I was actually born and my name was Ricky. And then he's like, fuck you, you bitch. And then she changes her mind. Like, does that ever happen?
I have no idea. That's a very, that's
it's highly specific. I know, because I use names.
I have no, but even then, I just don't know. I've never seen cases like that. Like, I've never seen people making the argument that that's what's happened.
Have you seen that in, ignoring the trans thing, have you seen cases of later retractions of consent, for example, to weaponize against someone over something that happened subsequent to the consent?
Oh, yeah. I had, he's no longer with us, but Etika, I'm sure you've heard of him.
R.I.P. to Etika.
So like he was a good friend of mine, and he had a woman accuse him of rape after the fact when he had evidence that nothing bad went on at all. And he dealt with that and the social stigma around that for years. Like, it happens. It does happen.
Do you think that was a contributing factor in his suicide?
Oh, no, I think that the bipolar disorder and the fact that everything around his brother and all of that shit, I think the depression.
So you don't think the fact that a bunch of people forever
it happened years before and he'd gotten over it. I'm just saying this as somebody, I was quite close friends with the guy. Like,
and I'm asking,
I don't personally believe so. No.
People didn't.
What about black people? I love some black people. Hate Blade. I loved Etika.
Oh, that's my boy. That's from this. That's from this. This is a meme.
Do you love black people?
Oh, right. Okay.
It's because you're familiar with Destiny. So he had an infamous interview with Jesse Lee Peterson. And that was the question. But no, I'm curious about this Etika thing. So because I didn't know
about it happened years before he was even on YouTube. It was like just
right, but did it follow him? Did it follow him to YouTube?
It was no, it didn't. It never came up on YouTube. I think he mentioned it on a couple of live streams as like something where he's like, because he argued believe all women, and he's like, believe all women, even though this happened to me, because it's such
that
a
was a dumb position.
Like, that was. You can say that. I think
I will say that over and over.
His argument was
believe all anybody is a stupid position. Like, inherently, it's idiotic. Even believe all correct people is a dumb position.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I don't
like,
even know where to
no disrespect to Etika. Like,
he had some wild takes. Okay. The dude went drinking with Velicify. I think the dude, he was,
Velicify?
Oh, and another. Don't worry about it.
Wait, no, tell me who this is. I don't know this person. I like.
Etika
is this a Twitch streamer?
Etika was part of. So as you know, I used to do Pokemon stuff, and Etika was part of the Pokemon community for a long time.
Oh, okay. So you guys were all catching them all.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with the moral degeneracy of locking an animal in basically a white space void that is absent of time, perhaps indefinitely? Like, especially if the owner dies to a tragic accident. Like, is that a problem for you?
I think it's a video game. Look, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've said this to my audience. It's probably not the best thing to say. I never even liked Pokemon that much. It was just that
who does?
I got into streaming and stuff through people who did it. And then that's what the audience kept asking for. And I was that guy who was just like, just do what they want. So I play it more. I wouldn't even say it's in my top 10 series of games.
So wait, are you saying you make content decisions based on the whim of your chat?
I did a little bit, yeah. For a while, I did. Yeah, not a great look, is it? When I'm trying to make an ideological argument.
No, the chat doesn't know what they want to see. That's all. I'm not talking about ideological.
I realize that. I realized that, and that's why I've transitioned to doing other stuff, and I do other games.
Oh, you've transitioned. That's why you're on this side of the argument.
I realized it as I said it, and I knew you were going to bring it up.
I'm glad. You see, you're coming around to my shitty levels of comedy, and this is perfect. I'll ruin you forever based on this.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Tomorrow you'll be like, women belong in submarine kitchens. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's just like he was part of that community, and that's sort of how it was. So Velicify was a person in the Pokemon community, or is a person in the Pokemon community whose whole thing, his whole thing was just like making drama with other people in the Pokemon community. Like every video on his channel was like attacking somebody or like accusing somebody of being a cheater in Pokemon. I'm saying it's like it's the worst thing ever if you hack Pokemon into your game instead of legitimately catching them, because how dare you, it's cheating. It was a whole thing. He went after like a 12-year-old won nationals, and the 12-year-old was celebrating winning nationals, and Verlis made a whole video about how he was a cheat and didn't deserve it and a shitty person. And
but was he?
12-year-old got I mean, did he gen his Pokemon? Probably. I don't. Everybody does.
Wait, so it's the Velicity or wait, is it Velicity or Velicify?
Velicify. Okay, so
Velicity sounds like a porn chick. Velicify sounds like a base Pokemon streamer.
So this is a completely ridiculous like aside, but basically in Pokemon, there's two sides of Pokemon. There's like the kids. There's the kids playing Pokemon just to have fun and catch them all, and then there's the people who do competitive Pokemon battling, which I know that to somebody who's not into Pokemon doesn't sound like a thing.
No, I know.
Yeah, it's a proper esport, like super competitive, like a lot of strategy goes in.
Yeah.
For competitive battling, most people will cheat in their teams because the amount of hours that goes in to like finding and catching and breeding perfect Pokemon.
Like all the gay guys who do the Tour de France, right? Like they're all cheating.
It's not so much that, because the cheating to get the Pokemon doesn't give you a competitive advantage in the battle itself. It's
okay, I gotcha.
It's just because everybody has perfect Pokemon by the time it gets to a battle.
Sure.
But Velicify, this kid had perfect Pokemon when he went to the battle, but so did everybody else in the tournament. But Velicify, like, he's a cheat. He genned them in and had the kid so harassed that the kid quit Pokemon. Never played again.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was proper harassment. Like people showing up at the kid's house and shit, like a 12-year-old kid.
But he cheated, though. Did he break the rules of the tournament?
No, not in the tournament. And I mean, at the end of the day, the Pokemon Company gave him the prize and gave him the money and all of that because he won. But
okay, like, so he must not have said like "free Hong Kong" after winning or whatever. That'd be very dangerous.
Yeah, that would be. I kid. I commentated like an entire season of regionals for Pokemon Company.
Really?
Yeah, and they didn't like me doing anything. If I swore on Twitter, I'd get an email.
Do they like trans people? Do they support the trans community?
Yeah, they had there was a trans girl who was a commentator with me actually when I was doing my regional run. Yeah.
Do you know that I have like have had plenty of trans people on the show who are very, very friendly?
That's awesome. I mean, look, I've acknowledged that you are okay with.
How many trophies do I get? Like, how many trans people do I need to get a trophy that immunizes me from saying, like, I don't want people to give drugs to children without their family's consent or their parents' consent?
I think that I'm going to fundamentally disagree with you on the idea that parental consent is important when it comes to kids being treated medically. I just think
you said that parental consent was critical because that's doctor involvement, and without parental consent in the current environment,
because you could have in the current environment, but that's exactly it, right? Like in the current environment, we've got a bad choice or a way worse choice.
But do you think we'll get to the environment where parents have no say? And for example, we'll go with the youngest age Keffals has talked about personally, a 12-year-old. Like, do you think we'll get to the point where we go, you know what? A 12-year-old can go outside their parents' consent and get this this hormone therapy or what I'll concede that it's puberty. I don't remember the exact quote. I don't fucking care personally, but I'll concede that it's just puberty blockers. Do you think we'll get to the point where law says that a 12-year-old can say, I need puberty blockers because I know all about my body at age 12 and I want to go without my parents' consent and get this? Like, do you think we'll get there?
I don't think we'll get there anytime soon. Next couple of decades, I don't think that's going to happen.
Why not?
Because I think that there, again, is an ideological culture war, and I think that bleeds into politics. And we can see that with politicians passing bills that prevent adults from getting their hormones, for example.
Politicians are often the stupidest people in the room.
Yeah. I believe that the number one thing that should disqualify you from being a politician is wanting to be a politician. I think if you want to be a politician, you shouldn't be allowed to be. So
yeah, I think we should Hunger Games politicians, where we pick people who don't want to be politicians, make them kill everybody else. And
I actually think similar to that, but not quite the Hunger Games aspect. I think you should be able. I think being a politician should be like jury duty. Like,
if
you get voted in, you get paid well and all of that. But it's
well, you don't get paid well on jury duty, but I get I follow you.
It's like your civic duty to be a politician if you're voted in. If people are like, no, I like this guy, he's got good ideas, blah, 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 they vote you in, then you're voted in, and that's it. And that you shouldn't be allowed to be like, no, I want to be a politician. I'm going to have a whole campaign and run for it and all of that. I think it should start.
So you think everything should be a complete write-in? But you realize the problem with this, like today, right? Like that Jake Paul and Luke Paul would be God and president respectively.
And fucking KSI would be prime minister, and everyone would have to open at least 20 FIFA packs a day. Like, I get that it would just be a giant popularity contest, and so it wouldn't work. But this is what I'm saying is like we're talking about like ideals, right? Like just like my ideal society, we abolish the idea of gender entirely and just go on, like everybody goes by neutral terms and people can just dress how they want, be how they want, do what they want. And I think
are you saying that gender itself has a whole lot to do with social mores around how people dress and act?
I think that gender itself is an incredibly complex social structure that's been built up over thousands of years.
Right.
And as a result, is to do with how you dress and act, but it's also how you're viewed by society. Like being viewed as a woman and being viewed as a man are different, and that's a perception thing about how you're allowed to carry yourself, about the expectations of you from people. Like, I think gender is so complex and permeates basically every aspect of our life. I think that allowing trans people to just live as the opposite gender is the best case we have right now. But do I believe that in a gender abolitionist society that people would be happier and there'd be less harassment? Absolutely. But I just don't think we're going to get there. So
you think in an ideal society, people would not transition and there'd just be no social construct around?
No, I think people in an ideal society, if people are like, no, that's the puberty I want to go through, they just go through that puberty. Like, right? Like they just...
Wait, so you think, and forgive me, you think that like 11 and 12-year-olds are equipped to say, I want to go through male or female puberty?
Well, if they take puberty blockers first and then they get to 18 and then they're like, oh yeah, I want to do that. Like, yeah.
Okay. So tell me this, cause I'm a dummy. So a 12-year-old takes puberty blockers for 6 years and then says, they were male, biologically male, all of the four, like they're males, but like they're questioning and they go, you know what? I want to delay this puberty thing until I'm 18. They wait until 18 years old. They stop puberty blockers, and then suddenly they grow a bunch of ball hair and they get deep voices and their penis grows.
Literally, literally, they just go through a puberty, but they're slightly older. The only thing that can happen is if you delay it long enough, they might end up being slightly shorter than average.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
you should have led with that.
Syndrome. Yeah, like damn. But here's the thing: if you're not trans, then you will be taller on average compared to other men. So. You will appear taller in comparison. Well,
but if you're shorter, how will you be taller?
If some men end up being shorter because they delay their puberty, you who didn't delay your puberty, you'd be taller on in comparison. So you get to, be taller than average.
So you're telling me that delaying puberty by 6 years has literally zero negative side effects, physiologically and biologically.
Physiologically, I mean, there is the social aspect, but physiologically and biologically, yeah, you can delay puberty for a very long time.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Well, it's what the research shows, and it's what years of like real life applications of hormone blockers show.
That's great. What if I disagree with those? What do you do about that?
Oh, I say that I'm a scientist. I follow the science. I follow the research.
Cool. What if I say I'm not a scientist and that's fucking bullshit and bollocks? Well, I'll use a UK term to make you familiar.
Okay, look, that's what flat earthers do. They say that the earth is flat and they don't care about the science, and that's fine. So you can be a flat earther.
You can be a flat earther. Okay, so I can be a transgender truther or whatever.
You can, but you're wrong. Just like flat earthers are wrong.
Who cares if I'm wrong?
Well, I guess nobody. I
think some people really fucking care though, right? Like you, for example, because you wanted me removed from YouTube for my.
Well, I wanted you removed from YouTube for spreading slurs and giving your platform
slurs.
To,
what slur did I say? Did I say slurs?
I believe that you said the one that rhymes with spoon a few times. Yeah,
but I had already admitted that I didn't realize that was a derogatory term that was told to me. That but also that you were incorrect about its usage because you thought it applied to all trans people. It's actually a subset of people. Like it's a subset of ugly trans people, for example.
I mean,
like, I'm fully supportive of hot trans people. Like, hot trans people are great. But I think the ugly and fat trans people should not be encouraged. I think that's weird.
So how do you feel about just ugly people in general then?
Oh,
or is
God.
it only ugly trans
They
people?
go on the fucking wall next to the pedos.
Okay. So
you asked. I don't know. You want to ask me about fat people?
It's
like, I think their Krispy Kreme should be put on a stick in front of a fat person who's on a treadmill, and they should walk until they either die or lose weight, because fat people are a bane on society. Like, they're a drain on social resources.
I mean, there's a strong look. I almost got canceled for being fat phobic. Okay, the Lizzo
wait,
thing
okay, go ahead.
I almost got canceled a few years ago for being fat phobic when I was
Are you fat phobic? Do you fear fat people?
Well, fat phobic phobia isn't just being like, oh my God, they scare me. It's more that like you're against it like illogically, right?
Wait, so like I hate McDonald's French fries, for example. I'm French fry phobic from McDonald's.
Okay.
No, but we've changed the definition of phobia, haven't we?
Sure,
like, yes, this was a trap, but phobia is literally an irrational fear of X.
Look, I almost got canceled for being fat phobic for saying, look,
but
people
you
need to work out.
The NHS people.
The NHS, for example, I think the NHS is a fantastic thing. I mean, I've availed myself of it many times. Oh yeah, the NHS is awesome.
Cool.
It's been completely destroyed by the Tories, but it was great.
Yeah, it's all the conservatives' fault or whatever. I got it.
Well, they got in and they started sabotaging the NHS. I mean, I have family who work in the NHS. I know how it all works. I've seen
they should be unemployed.
Quite high up in the NHS. I mean, sure.
How high up?
The NHS, I think how high up? Directors of hospitals. But
okay, yeah. All right. Keep going. Sorry, I'm drinking. I'm laughing because I'm drunk. It's fine.
It's okay. So I think the NHS is great, or it was great, but now it is massively bloated by people who are smokers, by people who are overweight, by the ongoing care of people who have not taken care of themselves. Right?
People who have really expensive medical issues that they demand society to pay for. That's a big problem, right?
I don't think it's a big problem for society to give free healthcare. I think healthcare is a right, and I think that it's actually a right that's not that expensive on the taxpayer when you break it down correctly.
I get it, but like you're saying, smokers and fat people are a disproportionate weight on society's obligation.
They are, and it's by a choice that they made. And so I made the argument that we would be much better off investing in giving people trainers, giving people places where they can go to work out, instead of just being like, okay, get fat until you're in a bed and then you're on, dialysis or whatever for the rest of your life. Like, it just doesn't add up to me to be like, oh, let's celebrate fatness. Okay. When the whole celebrate fatness movement is going, I'm like, look, I think it's absolutely fine to be an individual, right? I'm not going to roast an individual for being fat. I'm not going to go, hey, Lizzo, roast. I'm not going to say.
Well, Lizzo, I will, because Lizzo is a particular pox on society, because Lizzo tries to get other women to be fat. And I'm like, bitch, will you please step aside and give us bros a chance here, because we like skinny women. And I don't want you to encourage chicks to like eat 70,000 calories. Like, Lizzo is not true, but I agree with you. The average,
what I mean is, I don't have an issue with a fat woman or a fat man being like, I'm sexy and I love my body and blah, 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 blah. Right.
Right. Yeah.
What I do have an issue is with when the movement started saying being fat isn't unhealthy, because the answer is that's not true. It is unhealthy. It is, again, I follow the science. So I got in a lot of trouble for the way I put it on Twitter, where I'm like, no, I'm fed up of fat people being like, hey, don't tell me that being fat's unhealthy. It's like, no, it is unhealthy. Like, if you want to be fat at the end of the day, it's your health.
Does that include mental health? Like, fat people are generally like, I think they have higher rates of depression and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it includes mental health.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's bad for your mental health to be fat. Yeah, I think
so. If 42% of fat people ended up committing suicide, would we want to go ahead and like add fitness coaches for them?
Does that number go up when those people are allowed to transition, like, because you're talking about trans people, right?
No, I'm talking about fat people.
Okay, but the 42% number is from trans people, right? Yes.
No, it's from hypothetically throwing out a fat people number.
Okay.
Yes, look, and it's fat people, so it's probably more like 84% because they ate.
Okay, fine.
The remaining stat.
I think, yeah, my argument works perfectly. I think that we should assist those fat people in transitioning in order to lower their suicidality. I 100% think that the medical treatment of assisting those fat people to transition in order to lower that 42%, because it has been shown that less fat people who have transitioned from being fat to not being fat do not have as high of a suicidality rate. Yes, 100%.
Fantastic. I love it. Look, I'm all for stopping the fatties from jumping off of whatever building they find. One, because like I feel bad for the people who have to repair the streets.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're fishing for a laugh.
No, I'm not.
Point.
I'm not
fishing.
Sure
you'll get there eventually with converting me to your comedy. No,
I don't need to convert you to my comedy.
I like.
You already said that you don't even want me to put your channel in the description, and you want me removed from YouTube. Why on earth would I care about what you think about my comedy?
That's fair. That's fair.
It's very fair.
No,
I just find it embarrassing that you are a guy who wanted to cancel me, but when you couldn't, when you were so inept at canceling me, you decided instead I'll try and utilize this dumb fucking ruse.
Can I be completely honest?
Yeah, go ahead.
I DM'd you because I saw your tweets of other people DMing you shit, and I was hoping that you would ghost me so that I could tweet out, "Oh wow, he doesn't post this DM."
I'm gonna be honest. That was the intent.
I don't know. I just
like look. That would be, you're on social media, but see, that was a dick move, and you know you're a fucking cunt for that because you know, like you are on.
Dude,
no, stop
1 second. Let me just pause you for a second. I'm a
dick.
No,
you're a cunt. I'm a dick.
I'm a bit of a prick. No, I'm an asshole. No, absolutely, I'm an asshole.
No, just say you're a cunt.
I've never said I'm not.
You're in the UK. You can say cunt.
That's true. That's true. But I have a slightly American accent because I'm married an American, so I don't get away with it like other UK people. I've been in trouble.
Is she trans? Bigot.
No, she's not trans.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. God damn it. I'm just joking.
I hate to say this. I have never been with a trans girl.
Why not?
I don't know. I've just.
Your wife would probably be okay with it, right?
I mean, she's bi. She'd definitely be okay with it if I had been. I mean,
so your wife would be okay with you having sex with a trans girl?
Well, not now.
Why would you fuck Keffals?
We're monogamous. Because we're monogamous. I'm monogamous with my wife.
Gotcha. I thought that you degenerates just didn't have any moral principles at all.
No, like, dude, I'm not.
That's another joke. It's another joke. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, the problem with not being monogamous would mean I'd have to date again, and I'm just not interested in that shit.
Bro, I'm with you 100%. Like, my wife was, because when I started to be online and like, people started subscribing and I go to like conventions and speaking engagements and stuff. And she's like, and I'd go and I'd be like, will you please come with me? And she's like, why? And I'm like, well, cause like, I don't want to be around random people.
Yeah.
And sometimes she can't. And then she's like, well, what about these other women? I'm like, literally, you take all of my money and all of my fucking effort in life. Why? I don't have a reservoir for some side chick. Like, no, so I'm with you 100%. T-girls, fuck them. Like, I would never have sex with a trans girl because I'm married to my wife.
I mean, that's I would never have sex with anybody else because I'm married to my wife.
Would you have sex with a trans girl if you weren't married?
If I liked a trans girl, yeah.
I didn't say if you liked them. Like,
if I met a trans girl, like, I'll put it like this. I never asked a girl when I was dating. And I mean, look, my channel name, I didn't make my own YouTube channel. It was made by a guy called Shofu. And my channel name was not Duncan Can't Die when I started, right? Because I had a reputation.
Yeah, you had a different name.
Yeah. They christened me Duncan Knee Deep because I'd go to events and I'd pick up a different girl like every couple of days and all of that shit. I never once asked a girl, are you trans, before sleeping with them. Never once in my life.
So how do you know you didn't have sex with a T-girl?
That's true. I don't. Well, I just don't. Yeah, it's true.
In my headcanon, you had sex with only T-girls because I think that you deserve that.
Sure.
I want you to build. I want you to have all
what about
of the
ones who've
social
now
credit
got
you
kids?
need.
What about the ones who've now got kids?
Were they your kids?
Well, no. I hope. God, fuck. I hope not.
Then how do you know they weren't adopted anyway? Those little bastards. I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm kidding. No, so God damn it. Well, you sidetracked me. You masterfully sidetracked me.
It doesn't bother me because, like,
of course it doesn't bother you.
If you're attracted to somebody, right? And you sleep with them, why do you give a shit? Like, you're attracted to them, you had sex, and now that's done now. Like, I just don't.
Would you fuck Keffals? Like, you're not married. Would you fuck Keffals? Are you attracted to Keffals?
She's not really my type, no.
Why not?
I just don't know. I look at somebody and I'm like, am I attracted to them or not? I don't think I would fuck Keffals.
Name 2 T-girls you're attracted to.
God,
would you have sex with Blair White?
I don't know. With Blair White, she's kind of hot though, isn't she? Like, let's be honest.
Look,
like,
I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm just curious what you would do.
I think no because of her ideology, but if I just saw someone who looked like her, yeah. What's the name?
Wait a minute. Okay, so you run into Blair White at a rave. Yeah. And you're like, you got the whistle and you got the glow sticks, and you're like, and Blair White comes up and starts booty jiggling on you. You're not gonna fuck Blair White? Because you're like, oh well, you're
if I knew who she was, if I knew who she was, I would not. No. Really? If I knew who she was and I'd seen her contact before, I would not. Because, like, gross. But, like, if it was just her, yeah, sure, why not? Like,
what's gross about Blair White's ideology?
How long do we have? I mean, it's
we have as long as you have, buddy. It's 5 a.m. for you, or it's like 7. It's almost 7 a.m. for you. We have as long as you want. Like, okay,
she is the most, like, pick
let me pause you for just 1 second.
Self-hating. I can't deal with people. She's a grifter, and I can't deal with people who hate themselves.
Can I pause you for just 1 second?
Yeah.
This is the absolute, like, to the extent of YouTube TOS, this is the absolute most free show on the planet. So, I will sit here as long as you want to talk. You want to talk about Blair White and, like, lay out the truth about this grifter. Because look, you know that I'm currently the #1 grifter in the world.
Are you?
Yeah. No, here, I'll show you. Because, like, this is a weird thing. I'm very humble about it, obviously. But here we go. This is the grifties.com, the 2023, the 2nd annual Grifties Award. #1, I'm beating Styx Hexenhammer's cat. I'm beating the Quartering Tim Pool. I'm beating Dr. Anthony Fauci. I'm beating Zelensky, beating Trudeau, Viva Fry, Alex Stein, Jack Murphy. Like, this is me. I'm the #1. So when you mention grifting, like, I have to point that out. By the way, chat, grifties.com. Go vote for your favorite grifter. I don't want to, like, influence people's decisions or anything. But when you say Blair White's a grifter, she's not even on the fucking radar for me. This bitch is so far down the fucking spectrum that I'm like, piss and then flush the toilet, and 8 days later it lands on Blair White for grifting.
Look, like, there's some things that's, like, for me, right, is really difficult because it's like people are like, oh, I would never be attracted to a trans girl, right? But I'm like, you look at Kerry Colby, she was on RuPaul's Drag Race, right?
Yeah, never.
And you don't think that person is attractive? Like, if you didn't know they were trans? Like,
hold on, what's her name?
Kerry Colby. Kerricolby. Like,
Kerry Colby. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up for the chat. Holy fuck! What are you talking about? This person's attractive. Weird. Look, this is a picture from TV Fanatic. And I'm going to pull up another
picture you're looking at.
No, I'll show you in just a second. I've got a couple different pictures. So this one's from Pop Sugar. So wait, you're saying that this person is objectively attractive, right?
I think she's got too much filler in her lips these days, but I also think she's attractive. Yes.
So subjectively to you, you're like, this is a T-girl I would bang the shit out of.
I don't know about banging the shit out of because I don't think about that anymore, but I think that she's hot. Yeah.
You got to think about that. What happens if your marriage ends at some point?
Oh, dude, that's it. I'm done. I'm good. Thanks.
Look at that. No, literal.
I am an absolute simp for my wife. I am an absolute simp.
That was a trap question. Give me a fist bump, please.
Okay.
100%. No, I'm 100% the same way.
I've made it very clear. I've made it very clear. Everybody knows that, like, if she left me, it'd be over. I'd be like, okay, no, that's it. I'll switch TOS, Monka TOS. I'd be done. I'm just not interested.
My respect for you just increased dramatically. I'm the same way with my wife. Like, unironically, no jokes here, and I don't know what to do. So this is like, I'm not seeing it, man. Like, I see, like,
her body is in, like, look at her like catwalks and shit. Her body is insane. Like, she.
Okay, let me find her on the catwalk. I want to find her. Like, let's get a full body.
She's had a lot of like facial work done, and I think
she's had a lot of work done in general.
Yeah, obviously. But
oh, it's a joke. No, thank you for navigating it appropriately for your Twitch channel.
Yeah, like
I'm trying to find. Okay, so here's a catwalk picture. I think
I'm just trying to find one that's like not.
Is this one?
She's in the actual dress that J-Lo wore there, which was impressive when she managed to
wear it better. The actual dress better.
It was cut for J-Lo. She's too tall for it, so it doesn't look quite as good on her because she had to have extra material.
If Carrie Colby and J-Lo were next to each other in the same exact dress in some like,
oh, dude, I'm sorry, J-Lo is like my childhood crush. And unfortunately, Shakira, who ended up being awful, apparently, I don't know.
Shakira and Hips Don't Lie can get it.
Yeah, like that for me was a bit of a Shakira's Hips Don't Lie. That was a thing for me when I was younger. So I don't know.
Okay, so you look at this face and you're like, yeah, I could actually hit it from the front, and I'm like super happy.
I don't know, dude. Like,
I'm just trying to find out.
I think she's attractive. I think she's an attractive person. I mean, look,
you can. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, this is attractiveness is completely subjective. Yeah. So, okay.
I'm all about legs and ass. So if someone's got good legs and ass, I'm gonna be like, yeah, they're hot. Like, that's for me. It's like.
So you would have sex with Alex Jones then?
He doesn't have good legs or ass.
What are you talking about? That dude has the sexiest legs and ass I've ever seen on a man. Sure. This is jokes. These are jokes.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I've always been a legs guy. Carrie Colby's got legs that go all the way fucking up, and it's like, I'm like, yeah, that's hot. Like, it's just, that is attractive.
You know what my favorite line about legs is? It's from a movie with Richard Dreyfuss. It's called Let It Ride. Have you seen this movie? It's kind of obscure. Okay, so he goes to the horse track and he starts betting money. And what he does, he interviews a bunch of people and he finds out all the horses they would bet on. And then he bets against all of the stupid people that he meets. And then he just keeps doing that. And he increases his bet every time based on what he won for the next race. And he comes home. This is like the 80s. And he comes home with like $500,000. But there's this one scene where there's like the guy who owns the horse track, and he brings out his trophy girlfriend, and she is a fucking stunner, right? Like, she's drop dead gorgeous. And Richard Dreyfuss drops something under the table, and he goes down, he picks it up, and he looks at her legs. And he comes up and he says, "You have really nice legs." And she says, "Yeah, they go all the way to the floor." It's the best fucking leg line I've ever heard in my life.
It's a good line. Yeah.
It is.
No, it's a good line.
It is.
I don't know. I just, and again, I've never slept with a trans girl as far as I'm aware. I
feel that's very bigoted of you.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe I mean, look, I'm a 90s kid. I'm 32 this year.
What do you mean by you're a 90s kid?
It just what trans people weren't as common when I was growing up because it was still, taboo and suppressed, and people didn't transition even if they wanted to, kind of thing. Sure. As we've discussed, like, there's been a societal shift.
Yeah, no. I'm with you. I just meant I was curious what you meant.
So like not many of my peers were trans. Like, not many of the people that I grew up with, like, I was sexually active from like 15 to like meeting my wife. Well, obviously still sexually active, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, no,
with
I know.
Randoms.
But okay, so, until like, meeting your wife, name 3 of your bros that you would have sex with if they were women.
Oh, easy. Easy. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no,
Robbie,
do it.
Robbie, Angus. Fuck, who would be third? It's not that I'm struggling to find a third. I'm like, who would? Oh, Hunter, sex of propulsion. He's cute as fuck.
Robbie, Angus, and Hunter. So, do they watch your show ever?
Yeah, Hunter's in chat right now.
Hunter, this man would fuck the shit out of you if you were trans. Get there, brother.
Oh,
what are you doing?
Cute as hell. Sorry, she'd be cute as hell.
That's right. You don't want to be bigoted. Okay, we've tangented really far.
I'm not prudish at all, right? Like I've experimented. I've gone fucking. I've had a lot of sex. I've done all kinds of shit. So like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just not. It doesn't bother me to discuss this kind of stuff. Game Boy Luke. No, I think if Game Boy Luke was a girl, he'd be like a scene girl, and scene girls don't do it for me.
How many women on estimate did you have sex with before you got married?
Oh God, no, no. We don't talk about that.
Okay, if that's off limits, that's perfectly
no,
okay.
No, it's a huge point of contention because I believe it only counts if it was good.
Because you don't understand if they were women or not. I think that's the real issue.
This was an argument with my wife. Okay, so my figure that I counted was always like in the 70s.
Right.
But my wife sees it differently.
Okay.
She believes that like oral counts. She believes that like sex that wasn't particularly fun counts, or like sex that didn't really like, you know.
Wait,
like,
so you say like when you go, here's a list of women I've had sex with.
Basically, it's like if
I didn't like it though, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. That was my argument.
Have you ever faked an orgasm with a woman?
Yes.
Yes, attaboy. Go get it. I'm proud of you.
Just to have it done.
Yes, because like if you're not
in Vegas. There was one time in Vegas, this girl was amazing, like the most bubbly, upbeat, like awesome, fucking everything was great. Went back, and as soon as sex started, she went silent and completely still.
Oh my God, she starfished on you.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, like, is this okay? Is like, this isn't doing it for you? And she's like, no, it's great, keep going.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, that freaked me out. That freaked me out.
You know what you do then is you go harder.
Like 20, 21, 22.
Oh God, yeah. You can't encounter a starfish at 21. You got to encounter a starfish at like 33.
And then my first threesome, I was like, no, this is shit. There's too many limbs. Was
your first threesome? Your first threesome was 2 women.
Okay, yes, but I was.
Did you have a second threesome with 2 men?
I was 16, and it was the second and third girl I'd ever slept with. And it was at the same time.
Damn, you were climbing the ladder very quickly.
England, we have a bunch.
That's true. You're like, oh my God, the Tories might nuke us to death at any particular time.
We better just go out and bone. Yeah.
Okay, but you said the first threesome you have. Have you ever had the male female threesome?
No.
No.
But I've only had 2 threesomes, and I didn't enjoy either, so I've never looked for a threesome again.
Why didn't you enjoy either? Out of curiosity.
The first one, I just didn't know what I was fucking doing, dude.
Right,
I had no fucking idea. I was 16. I had sex with one other person, and then all of a sudden, I was at a party, and there were 2 girls that I barely knew, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Again, I trained all the time, so I was in great shape back in the. Like, trust me, I was actually attractive. I'm not now, but I was.
I think you're a handsome dude. Don't sell yourself short. What are you doing? This is public. Like, you don't want to say like I'm not attractive. Like you're fine.
Who cares?
Man.
I'm married. I could be a pig now, and I'd be fine as long as I.
Yeah, I know, but your wife might watch this, and she might go, "Oh, well, that other guy thinks he's attractive.
Oh,
and my husband doesn't."
She's already having a go. She wants me to start working out again. She's like, "You need to get back in shape."
Yeah, you do. No, I believe in you.
No, I do.
Look, COVID. How many vaccines did you take?
None before I got it, because the vaccine wasn't out yet.
So you got it, and then you took vaccines later, like after you had it? You triple vaxxed. Why didn't you go, but I already had it, though?
Because that's not how it works. Again, you know, geneticist, I look at
there's
genetic
studies
variants
that show that literally is how it works. Like there's actual empirical evidence that says that if you had COVID.
But what about the BA.5 variant? That ignores all immunity, basically. Just
okay, so what the fuck is the point of the vaccine with the BA.5 variant?
the vaccine works as long as you've had boosters. It's not a fun time, the BA.5 variant. Like, it's just not a fun time. But like,
what do you mean it's not a fun time?
Okay,
What's it do to you?
Natural immunity is good, right?
Natural immunity is good.
It works, but it drops off, and it drops off relatively fast. Okay. Vaccinated immunity, because they use a mix of proteins, and I mean, an mRNA vaccine is super complex, but basically your body builds the viral proteins within your own body. But you're building
because it changes your RNA based on this injection,
it
right?
Doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change your RNA. Okay, so what does it do? Tell me about it.
There's RNA in the vaccine that goes into your cell, and then it uses your cell mechanics, the structures, so ribosomes and amino acids within the cell to build viral proteins that your body then reacts to.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
It doesn't change your DNA in any way. Never enters the nucleus. Never has any interaction with your DNA.
I'm literally asking. Like, this is not a trap question, okay? Isn't that how AIDS works too?
No. So AIDS is a retrovirus. So AIDS, all viruses hijack your own cells to reproduce. So all viruses do.
Absolute
AIDS is really interesting because and I can say this, my dad, as I was saying, he's a doctor, but he's also was the president of the HIV Association. He's one of the most
does he have HIV?
HIV? No.
Well, then how does he know anything about it? That's ridiculous.
So
I'm kidding.
AIDS,
Go ahead.
I wrote dissertations on AIDS because I could cheat, because I could just ask my dad to help. So when I was doing medical molecular genetics,
so you cheated on your dissertation. Perfect.
Oh, every opportunity. Well, it's not cheating to get an expert to help you. That's not cheating at university. They view that as a source.
You said cheating. I didn't say cheating.
Yeah. It felt like cheating because I had such a good citation to have. But so the way that AIDS works is it has something in it called it uses reverse transcriptase. It literally goes into the nucleus and writes its code into your DNA, so that then when your cell replicates, it also replicates that HIV code.
Right.
And so it can lie dormant in your cells for years and years and years, and then it can flare up, or you can have a huge explosion of viral particles. Your viral load can go through the roof. That's what makes it such an insidious virus. We're not doing that with RNA vaccines, right? We're not using reverse transcriptase to write the vaccine into your genetic code, mainly because it would be pointless. Because
what are we doing with them?
So what we're doing is we're just putting strings of RNA into your body. Your cell picks them up, and then your cell goes, "Oh, that's RNA. We're gonna transcribe that and create a protein." And then your cell will create the protein that is a copy of the proteins that are on the surface of the virus. And then your body will fight against that and learn how that protein looks, just like our immune system does with natural infection, and learn to fight against it, learn to recognize it and say, hey, we need a B cell reaction. We need, we need a massive immune reaction to this. So there was a lot of poor information. I actually criticized a lot of the media release around the vaccines.
Yeah,
and
the
how
media
they were.
was shit about.
Sorry, my
vaccines.
headphones just died. I can't hear you. I need to switch over.
Oh shit. God damn. I can't even talk to him until now. Or until he has enough. This man has 2 sets of iPods.
Okay, I think I can hear
How
you.
many iPods do you own? Like on a scale of 1
AirPods?
to 50?
Okay, so I had cancer on my scalp.
You had cancer?
I used to use overhead earphones.
Yeah.
But I had this cancer on my scalp and I had to have it cut out.
Holy shit. Dude, I know I had the same. I didn't have the same thing. That's a lie. I had a thing where like my hair was falling out because I was wearing over-ear headphones all the time. And I was like, oh my God, I've got this weird divot in my fucking head.
Oh yeah, lots of people have that. No, I've got a picture of the tumor on Instagram. It's fucking gnarly.
I hate to be annoying. I've drank a shitload of whiskey. Can you hang out for a second while I play a song? The song is going to be 2 minutes long. It's DRM free. You don't have to worry about Twitch copyright because it's my song that I own. It's called The Peeing Wasted Lawyer. It's when I drink too much and I have to piss.
Okay. All right. Go piss. Right. It's all good,
I'll be back in 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
No worries.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your feeling is through. When you have stop blur and no sphincter control. Freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have slumber and no sphincter control. Freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Squishing
Okay,
on.
welcome back. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So you sent me a picture of your
That's my
scalp
tumor.
cancer.
It's gross, dude. It's gross.
We'll share it. Trigger warning: if you have cancer or if you want to have sex with cancer, this could arouse you
Yeah.
in one way or another.
Yeah. Sure.
It's actually like it's
Next,
not that bad.
they did a really good job with the surgery. Look at the next picture. It's the tumor they cut out.
Oh, here we go. Oh shit!
Yeah, big boy, huh?
It's wild, man.
Yeah, it's like
Dude, I'm
squishy and nasty, and it was a carcinolipoma, luckily. So they did a. Oh, is he muted still? What? That's not right.
No, you're not muted. I can hear you. The chat can hear you. The chat's
My
trolling
chat
me.
can't hear you for some reason.
The chat can hear me. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
my chat
now
can't
we
hear
see
you.
the disingenuous nature of Duncan MacLeod muting
Yeah,
me to his own chat.
muting my important. Weird. Okay. Now it should be good.
Okay. No, that's fucking crazy. And look, I'm genuinely glad you got past your cancer. Cancer is a pox on all humanity.
It didn't spread. I want to make it very clear. It didn't spread anywhere. It wasn't like far along. I had a lipoma on my scalp. I went to get it biopsied every couple of years just to make sure it was okay. They found cancerous cells and they cut it out like a few weeks later. Like we got it out quick.
But if it spread to your balls, would you become a trans woman?
Well, I'd have my balls removed. I wouldn't become a trans woman.
I'm joking. Okay, I want to get back. We've strayed really far off topic.
Yeah, we have.
But and that's how my show works. Look,
Yeah.
I'm contrary to popular belief. I don't hate anybody. I don't wish ill on anybody. I know that Keffals is like a professional victim. And let's not pretend. No. Don't you fucking dare. Keffals
You're
is a
friends with
professional.
Sargon of Akkad, and you're talking about other people being professional victims.
I'm not Sargon, though. I'm like, he can be a professional victim, but I'm not.
But like, you can't be like, oh, it's so bad to be a professional victim, but I'm going to go paint Warhammers with Sargon of Akkad. Like,
well, how's he being a victim while we paint Warhammers? If Keffals painted Warhammers and was like, you know what, Batman was shit or whatever, like, I'd hang out with Keffals too. I don't care. Keffals is a professional fucking victim. Don't even lie about this. Keffals got over $100,000 being a sub-tier, like a pathetic tier live streamer on YouTube and Twitch, and gets 100 fucking grand over pretending that Kiwi Farms was somehow.
She gets more viewers than me.
That's embarrassing for you. You should stop. No, not a chance.
No. Because YouTube versus Twitch viewership, we both know that they don't match up. When I stream on YouTube, I get 2,000 viewers.
Yeah, how much does Keffals get on a Twitch stream?
2K? 1,500? 2K?
You realize there's 6,000 people watching this show right now, and this is not a high show for me.
Like,
do you know? Like,
what I'm saying is,
Do you realize what channel you're on? Like, not even. Like, come on. Like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I've had 135,000 viewers. I regularly stream.
I've had 10K on Twitch, but I don't now. Like, it's just it's.
But I regularly stream to north of 6,000 viewers. How
many do you get on Twitch?
On Twitch, I have like my Twitch channel is completely separate from my YouTube, and I get like 800 people.
Okay, so you get less than Keffals when you stream on the same platform.
When I stream on Twitch, which is my literal, I'm going to bed watching TV or playing a video game platform, but my main content is YouTube.
That sounds like cope to me. I'm just like,
that's not a cope.
The way YouTube pushes streams and the way that they count their viewership is, we all know that it's algorithmically dishonest.
I think you have literally no idea about how YouTube does this versus how Twitch does this. Okay. Like, you just explained to me that you are me talking about biology when we talk about social media business, and that's fine. Like, look,
I'm not sure that's true.
Oh, I'm 100%
I know
sure that's true.
I might not be particularly successful on my own channels, especially after the shift to politics.
No, I can tell you, you go, oh, well, you got 2,000 on Twitch. That's the same as 6,000 on YouTube. I can tell you're fucking retarded.
No. Okay.
Like that's an idiotic statement. You think YouTube pushes live content?
Yes, incredibly hard. It's like
no, it does. It absolutely does not.
It's literally one of their biggest focuses right now.
Not even a chance.
Sure. I'm not gonna.
Not even fucking close.
Fine. I just think it's unimportant. Like, it's
but
unimportant.
you brought it up. You're like, Keffals has more viewers than you. Keffals isn't even close.
I'll put it this way. I'm not interested in arguing with you about whether YouTube pushes. I'm just not interested in the tangent. If that, like, if you want to win that,
but you were interested in saying Keffals is a bigger streamer than me. I mean, because what you want to establish is that Keffals has a larger following, and therefore Keffals is more relevant. Like, this is
no. I don't give a shit about, dude.
But
I don't give a
you
shit about relevancy. I never have. No, it's just that you called her a shit tier streamer. I'm just wondering what makes somebody a shit tier. What makes somebody a shit tier streamer? What is it? What's the metric?
A whole bunch of stuff that makes them a shit tier streamer.
Okay, so I'm asking you what it is. Like, it's not viewership. She does pretty well viewership wise, right?
Pretty well is great. I'm proud of Keffals. I want like, this is the thing you'll misunderstand about me probably because you don't know. I want Keffals to have 1 million live viewers on Twitch.
Okay.
I just want Keffals to stay the fuck away from kids.
I don't think she's doing anything to kids other than she supports a charity.
Literally admitted it. Literally admitted it.
She supports a charity that helps kids get access.
No. Keffals says, I have personally helped thousands of kids get from age 12 to 18 get puberty blockers or HRT without their parents'
but what's
consent.
she talking about when she says that?
I don't care what she says. She's personally.
She's talking about the fact that she streams and she gives people advice and she's saying, hey, this is how you do it. This is what you do.
Personally helped, has a list, a running tally. You think, well, I streamed and someone might have learned is the same.
She's like, oh yeah, that's another one.
It's Keffals' words. Like, do you deny what Keffals said?
Can you show me her saying?
Okay,
exactly
yeah,
that?
I can.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I've helped thousands of kids, and I have helped 1,473 children as of today. Blah 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 blah. Or I've helped thousands of kids as a sort of general statement? Because you're saying she's keeping a tally, like an exact number, right? That's your claim.
Keffals is the one who made the claim.
Well, you're claiming she said that when she said, I've helped thousands of kids. She didn't say, I have a running tally of exactly how many.
Here we go. Let's do it. Let me find the tweet. I'm finding it right now. Seen that. Here.
And if she has helped plenty of trans kids, again, like, what's wrong with that? Like, helping trans kids get medical help. I don't see the problem.
You're not helping trans kids get medical help. You're helping trans kids get hormones without their parents' consent, which you have already admitted is different from is necessarily ignoring a doctor.
Well, yes, I've admitted that it is not as ideal as getting a doctor involved, but it's better than not having them at all.
Why?
Because suicidality drops when people are allowed to go through the puberty they want to and are allowed to transition.
Are you sure about like the suicidality dropping?
Suicidality is lower in people who transition without going through the opposite puberty and who are accepted by their family and peers and are able to transition safely. Suicidality is lower in those people.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Pulling up the tweets right now. We'll pull them up in a second. I got to make sure and get okay.
But again, this is like the fundamental disagreement we've had is I do not believe that parental consent matters at all when it comes to necessary medical treatment or medical treatment.
You call it necessary, but people disagree with you.
Okay. And doctors disagree with those people.
Do doctors disagree with those people? Like these are
I think that when the majority of medical associations in the first world all agree that transition is good and that accepting of trans people is the correct option, when the American Psychiatric Association, the American Medical Association, the British Medical Council, the British Psychiatric Association,
you're making a disambiguation for the sake of fucking convenience. You're saying that when kids have a particular condition, it is good to have this medicine. That is different than saying kids having free access to this medicine is good by doctors. Doctors don't do that because a doctor can't say that. A doctor cannot say...
Okay, I'm going to make it clear. Doctors say that transition is good for trans kids, right?
Here we go.
I'm not saying that doctors are out there saying, hey, getting these kids.
So Keffals, this is the first one. To all TERFs who might read this, I have assisted at least a dozen minors get on hormone replacement therapy, cope and seethe. This is not puberty blockers.
I took issue with that tweet with her. I've actually mentioned that to her. She
then what
was
the
doing
fuck
the same thing.
What's
she
the
was doing the same
then?
thing that you did, which is to say that hormone replacement therapy and puberty blockers are the same thing. Like,
wait a minute. You're talking about all these trans people being the vaunted fucking advocates with all the knowledge of transness, and you're like, well, they don't do this, and well, you know, they know the difference between gender and sex.
They don't claim to be female. I'm just saying that a lot of people on both sides make the mistake of referring to
both sides fucking bullshit. We're talking. I said listen to me. I said HRT.
Oh my God.
I said HRT, and you said, well, did Keffals say HRT or puberty blockers? And I said, I don't know. I don't remember. Here we are. HRT.
I said, did she get them HRT or puberty blockers?
Well, what did she get?
Charity. She got them puberty blockers.
How do you know? She says HRT.
No, because giving a 12-year-old HRT, hormone replacement therapy, giving a 12-year-old cross-sex hormones,
what's that?
Is actually dangerous, medically dangerous. Like that's
is it medically fucking dangerous to give a 12-year-old HRT? Because
you have to block hormones before you start giving people cross-sex hormones.
So
otherwise, you're going to have an absolute hormonal.
So wait a minute. Your problem with my statement of taking Keffals at their fucking word and saying, if you give HRT to children, you belong on the fucking wall. Your statement was fucking wrong, and my statement was legitimately correct that I don't want people giving HRT to children, right?
Yes, but then
my fucking God, why are we even here anymore?
But then I asked you, but are hormone blockers, and you said they're the same thing. I said, what about hormone blockers? And you said the same thing again.
I said, I don't remember what Keffals said. But that's because I was drunk reading Keffals' Kiwi Farms thread and reading Keffals' fucking thread, reading Keffals' words.
But you've said multiple times you don't think kids should be on hormone blockers.
You don't get to weasel out of this like a fucking
I'm not
pussy.
weaseling out of anything.
Yes, you are. Listen to me. I said, I read Keffals' words on stream. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. Listen to me.
Just calm down, dude.
There's no take it back. Listen to me.
You are fucking gonna.
You're gonna try and do this all day. Look, I've read this about you. You go. You know, you try and make arguments without backing it up. I'm backing it up right here.
No. You took that from one of your viewers.
No.
I thought you didn't like lolicons.
I don't like lolicons. I think lolicons belong on the wall. Everyone who reads lolly should be put on the wall too. Listen. I said while reading Keffals' Kiwi Farms thread, and I quoted it directly, I said, if you are giving HRT to minors, life-changing treatments without parental consent, you belong on the fucking wall with all the pedophiles and groomers and everyone else. No. I'm saying this is what I said in the clip that you retweeted. You retweeted this clip. You said, by the way, you said I should be removed from YouTube for my opinion. I should be removed from everything. I said in that clip, I read Keffals' fucking words. And now you're telling me, well, Keffals is too fucking retarded to know what she was talking about.
Make the same mistake?
She must have said something different. Did you? But I don't see anything different.
I asked you if you thought it was cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers.
I said if Keffals is granting access to life-changing drugs to children without parental consent, then it's an if-then statement. Then she doesn't belong on the wall, does she, motherfucker?
Dude, you are so mad. It's and it is not worth this.
Oh, I'm so mad. You want to remove my primary source of income. You want me dead in the streets because I have an opinion
you dead in the streets?
That disagrees with you.
When did I say I wanted you dead in the streets?
Where do you want me to make money?
Degree, bro.
Where am I allowed to make money? Where am I allowed to make money?
Are you not a lawyer?
Where am I allowed to make money? Can I be a lawyer with my opinion? Because your friend Keffals wants me disbarred. In fact, I think you do too.
Oh, yeah.
You want me disbarred? Why?
Well, you were calling
opinion. What thing have I done that is a disservice to my clients worthy of disbarment?
Well, I'm pretty sure that calling for violence is worthy.
I didn't call for violence.
I think
you think. Where did I call for violence? Name the fucking words, motherfucker. You're such a fucking bitch. You're sitting here. You're like, he's calling for violence. Where did I call for any violence against anybody?
You're very upset.
You're very upset as a nice cope and a dilation. I know for your new trans vagina. But talk to me about what I said where I called for a single act of violence against someone.
Because saying you belong on the wall was definitely, and we've spoken,
where?
We've talked about
Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the violence?
One of the transphobes who tried to get Keffals shot when they had someone point a gun in her face.
Tried to get Keffals shot when they had a gun in their face. Who tried to get Keffals
swatted?
No, I don't think so. Keffals police showed up with a search warrant, right? And exercised a search warrant. That's not a swatting.
And a rifle that she got pointed in her face. No,
that was denied by literally everybody involved. Including the police. The police chief said, we have video of the entire incident and a rifle was never pointed at Keffals and they were never misgendered. Did you not read that? Did you just ignore that? Is that fitting for your fucking ideology?
Could you show me the statement where the police say
I don't know where it is right now, but did you look at it? Did you see it?
I'm sure one of your 6,000 current viewers.
No,
I didn't see that.
Did you see
I saw the police apologizing.
Statement?
I saw the police apologizing. Both.
Oh, really? You saw the police chief apologizing for misgendering? Never fucking happened.
And then I saw Kiwi Farms trying to dox said police chief.
Good. Dox everybody, especially government officials. Fuck them.
So, like, I just don't believe you, because if I see
don't believe what?
If I see a statement on Twitter of the police apologizing and not
pull the
arguing,
statement up. You can share your screen. Pull it up.
It would probably be on Keffals' Twitter a few days ago.
Oh, on Keffals' Twitter. That'll be nice.
She retweeted it. Yeah. Like, from a person at I don't, from a spokesperson. She retweeted it. Like,
I talked to the chief of London Police Services, and I'm no longer a suspect in the investigation. They are now acknowledging the situation as swatting. That's the statement. You said it was a retweet, right? Where's the retweet? Like, I hope you pull it up, please. Please prove me wrong. Because for now, I'll just go ahead and pull this one up. Whoa. Now what?
No, I'm asking, could you pull up where they said that they never pointed a rifle? They have video of everything. And
I'm looking for it.
You accused him of a crime then? I don't give a shit. Osvid, I don't give a shit if I've accused Rekieta Law of a crime and he's having a bitch fit over it. Doesn't bother me. I don't fucking care. Sue me.
See. Here we go. Let's see. Where's the fucking quote? The chief's statement still falls short because he did not apologize to members of the LGBTQ community. Oh, that's cute. What's the fucking statement? Let's find it. This is the news story. By the way, if you trust a fucking news story and what someone says, you're insane.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that you give...
has weighed in again about the controversial arrest of a transgender activist, saying she was the victim of swatting and vowing to find the person responsible for targeting her. Chief Steve Williams said a criminal investigation is underway into the origins of emails sent to city officials on August 5th, prompting, quote, a deliberate attempt by a third party to place suspicion on Clara Sorrenti. As this investigation will be complex and may potentially involve multiple jurisdictions, it will take some time. He confirmed the London Police Service received 2 calls to 9/11 on August 5th. The first saying Sorrenti was threatening to attend City Hall to shoot people. Quote, a short time later, we received a second 9/11 call questioning whether officers would arrive. Police chief wrote, quote, threats of this nature are taken serious by police, as I believe the public expects they would be. Days earlier, Sorrenti was contacted by Toronto police, who had also received calls of a similar nature. They determined the activist and social media influencer was being swatted by someone calling police with false information with the intention of instigating an arrest. That's days earlier. Sorrenti has said police came to her house a week ago, arrested her at gunpoint, and detained her for 11 hours. Chief acknowledged this caused Sorrenti distress to have heavily armed officers enter her house, but he added that officers did not force their way into her home, a tactic sometimes called a dynamic entry, and insists they knocked on the door. He said Sorrenti was cooperative, but was arrested for uttering threats based on information police had at the time. Williams was also addressed the criticism that police used the name and gender assigned to Sorrenti at birth during her arrest, referred to as a dead name by trans people. Sorrenti has told CBC News that she has not used the name and gender for more than a decade. Quote, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Ms. Sorrenti's initial arrest, activity in our holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. At no time while she was in our holding cells did members of our police service address Ms. Sorrenti by her dead name and gender. Bags that held her belongings while she was in custody were labeled with her former name, which Williams said was in the system as a result of previous police reports. Williams said he's reached out to Sorrenti to discuss the incident, made her aware of how she can file a complaint if she wants to. But here's the important part. Where is
they dead named her when she was arrested? As she said, you've got no evidence that they didn't do that. You said they never did it. You said the police came out and said they've got video of everything. Whoa, no, you said, whoa, we're going to set claims.
Yes, 100%.
You said they've got video of everything during the arrest.
Yeah, 100%.
They never pointed a gun at her, which the police officer did not say there. And
where did he acknowledge pointing a gun at her?
They never dead named her at any point.
She said at gunpoint, he said heavily armed officers. If you can't read behind the fucking police lines.
Now it's about between the lines. But when I said they dead named her, but they dead named her on her belongings. Did they not write it down as well? Who cares?
Lucas. Is she dead?
You're the one crying, saying that it never happened and she made it up. But now you're admitting that it did happen.
She made it up.
But
produce the fucking evidence, right?
Yeah,
you know how this works.
The name written on them.
She made
the bags
the
with the name written on them.
So what? Based on previous police reports to Lucas. How do we know that she even knew about the bags of evidence? Because you typically don't know about the bags of your own evidence. That's a separate thing.
It seems interesting that she made the claim that they dead named her when they were arresting her, and then the bags of evidence came out with it on there.
She made the claim. Okay. Where's the evidence? Well, she also made the claim they were pointed at gunpoint. Where's the evidence?
Where's the evidence they didn't? Like, you're saying that they definitely didn't, and
I have
to
prove a negative? Did I make the claim?
Well, you claimed that the chief of police said that they never pointed a gun at her. You said that he said that.
That's somewhere else. I'm going to find it. I'm going to try and find it.
Else. All right, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, it's notoriously hard when someone grifts so fucking hard that they get in every fucking publication because of their trans status, and they're verified whining on Twitter. People were impersonating me.
Don't you whine for a living? Is that not like your thing?
No, I'm literally no. I tell jokes for a living. I don't want to fucking whine ever.
Again, jokes are meant to be funny. Like, I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah, and you're an unfunny cunt. I got it. But listen, I tell jokes to people who find them funny. I don't care if the rest of the world does or not. Yeah. But don't you whine for a living? Literally, no.
I don't know about that one.
Your entire fucking premise just shut down by me shitting on it.
I mean,
Here, literally no.
I'm pretty sure you do. I'm pretty sure you do.
Isn't that how? Pretty sure I do how?
I mean, Sargon of Akkad is always whining about how the women
Sargon's
are taking over.
Not me.
No, but that's your people, right? Like that's you did that stream with Joshua Moon.
Paint
where you
Warhammer
just cried.
minis.
Well, you're not just crying to me about like, oh, trans people get all this attention. Trans people get such special treatment.
They do.
Oh, boo-hoo me. I don't get the special treatment.
No, I didn't say boo-hoo me.
Raised 100K and I didn't. Boo-hoo me.
I way outgrifted Keffals in 2022. I made way more than 100K. I made infinity money in 2022. Again, I'm trying to tell you, like, you don't realize who you're dealing with. But I didn't do it by whining. I don't care about people fucking doing shit or whatever. You're
whining now.
No, I'm not whining. I'm telling you the fucking facts that you don't know.
Massive bitch fit screaming at me. I just checking.
No, I didn't have a bitch fit screaming at you. I corrected you on the fucking record that you refused to acknowledge.
I don't know, man. You were bright red screaming. Like
bright red. It
was fun.
That's a very offensive term to Native Americans. I'm not bright red. I'm sitting here telling you what the reality is.
You're Polish, right? You're like me. You're very white. And so when you get angry and blood flushes your face,
you're being a fucking baby about it. But you're making shit up. You have no idea. You said, "Don't you whine all the time?" Literally, no.
Were you not like literally pissing shit and coming and crying all at the same time 5 seconds ago, screaming at me? I haven't
pissed, shit, come, or cried. So no.
You were I think you were pretty upset, dude. Like you were screaming.
Pretty upset? What? Screaming? No.
Screaming into your microphone. I don't think you understand what
screaming is.
Bright red. Okay.
Bright red. Okay, whatever. If I'm bright red, I'm bright red. That's fine. But here's the reality. You said, don't you whine all the time? Literally, no.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know, do you?
All the time. You're
a fucking cunt who goes online and says other people should be canceled based on what you don't know.
Okay.
We've already got you. No. We've already. This is my show, motherfucker. We've already got to the point where you were wrong about what I said because Keffals fucking lied about what I said. Anymore. We were wrong.
Chat, I'm gonna wait for him to not be read.
Oh, what a baby. Oh, he muted me on his stream. Well, you're not muted on my stream, you fucking fairy. Listen, Keffals lied about what I said. You lied about what I said. Everybody has lied about what I said. You created shit. You created bullshit. You're such a fucking beta bitch that you had to cut yourself off to your own fucking gay community or whatever. You're going to sit there and pretend that I'm not telling you the truth. You said, oh, don't you whine? You have no idea what I do.
I'll unmute him when he stops shouting and he allows somebody else to say something.
You literally
if he's going to just interrupt me every time I speak, chat, like I'm not going to like just have a conversation where it's just somebody screaming at me. I'm an adult. I'm not interested.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's done. I think he's done. Are you done?
No, because listen, I wasn't
okay. No.
Listen to me.
Okay. All right. I'll let you rant again. Just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Are you good?
You're trying to control when I speak.
When I said
you
I don't
interrupted me while I was talking. I will give you all the time in the world.
I was halfway through a sentence and you started screaming when I said I don't know, and then you went, you don't know, motherfucker.
You don't know.
I said I don't know. That's again, it's just a ton of phrase that means I don't agree with you. I think
no. I don't agree and I don't know are two different things.
No. It's a Britishism, okay? Sometimes when someone says, "Oh yeah, this isn't true,"
British,
and I
we
say,
defeated them in 1776. But listen,
good job, man.
You don't know. That's
no.
When
I say I don't know, I mean you're full of shit. Okay, you're full of shit. Like
so
you're
lying.
You don't whine, but you're whining.
What am I whining about? What am I whining about on any other show than this one? No, you said every other show. You said you make your career by whining, right?
Every time I've seen you speaking, you've been crying about something or whining or saying that other people have advantages that you don't have. Or, oh my God, these people don't deserve to be treated well.
What the fuck? No, you've got it completely wrong. Okay. I don't care that trans people have advantages that I don't have.
And why are you mad about it then?
I want everyone to be equal. I'm not mad about anything.
Do you think trans people aren't equal? Like,
no, you created that in your fucking mind. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to communicate to you, but you're being a bitch and muting me.
I mean, I'm being a bitch. Like, look,
yes.
Dude, what do you want? Do you want to do some like alpha male posturing shit? Should we set up a boxing match? Like, is that what's going to make you feel?
who talked about alpha and beta and boxing and physical violence. What the
well,
fuck
you're
are
a little
you?
bitch. Is that not what
you're
the,
being when you mute your opposition because you don't like what they say, you're being a fucking bitch.
I was muting you because you were just screaming. I'm not interested in a conversation where I get interrupted and then somebody screams at me.
You will get all of the time you want.
Can we get a clip? Can we get a clip, please? Where I am mid-sentence and I say, I don't know, dude. And then I'm about to say something. And then you jump in and just shout and shout and shout and shout. But I interrupted you.
Yes, it's my show. And I will go ahead and say you don't know.
It's my show. And I will go
ahead
and
say also your show. You didn't tell me you would be streaming your show.
I didn't tell you I'd be streaming.
Did you say to me in DMs that you would be streaming your show?
By the way,
if you did, I would have said, go ahead, brother. I fully support it 100%. But
I said, hey, since you have a strong opinion, would you be willing to get in a call and debate the topic? Right? Did I invite you to stream your side of it?
No, I invited you on my show.
And then you said, I'm open to discussions with people who disagree all the time. I just don't do debates because internet debates.
Read the rest of your first statement. Read the entirety of your first statement.
I wonder if you'd be able to handle a conversation with somebody on the other side. Just let me know.
Read all of it. Read straight through. Read it all.
I know you love to have people who agree with you.
Oh, you left that one out, didn't you? You fucking bitch. You left the part out where you assumed I don't like contrary opinions on my show.
I mean, it strikes me that you don't. It strikes me that when you get a contrary opinion that you just scream and shout because like
it's not true at all. It strikes you as name the times that I've done that. Name the shows that I've done that on.
Thank you for the bids, man. I appreciate it. Here's a consolation. Thanks. Thanks for the bids. And if someone could ban him, that'd be cool.
Name the show that I've done that on.
This one, the one with Null.
The one with Null. What contrary opinion was offered on Null that I screamed out?
No, you whined at chat quite a few times.
I whined at chat
and you whined about Keffals. Did you not like crying on Twitter saying that she was lying about what you said? Is that
Keffals literally did lie about what I said?
I disagree.
Keffals said I wanted her. Keffals quoted me as saying, "Put them on the wall and shoot them in the head," which is not true.
That's not put them on the wall. Is literally
that's what you think. Your internalized decision.
You can be deliberately obtuse about it because you don't want to admit it because that would look bad for you. But you know what you mean when you say that, okay?
I've never, in fact, called for violence on my show.
I can tell that you're not too smart, but that is
you can tell that I'm not too smart. Is that?
Yeah, I can.
That's hard for you, isn't it, to say, right? Like because it's very uncomfortable to have someone say, "I've literally never called for violence on my show, never once."
But
in fact, I want everyone to succeed, including Keffals.
Put them on the wall. What does that mean? What does it mean?
You tell me what it means
if it doesn't mean and shot.
I already told you what it means. You didn't want to listen. You decided what it meant and ascribed it to me.
It's an idiom that you came up with and you just said it on your stream. That's
I literally did. I talk about people going on the wall all the time. I think maps decorate walls beautifully. I think maps belong on the wall. What does that mean?
Do you believe that Keffals is a map?
I don't know if Keffals is a map or not. I didn't say Keffals was. Do you believe Keffals is a map? What about Keffals' Catboy Discord server where she admittedly...
That's a fun one, isn't it?
Wait. Let me say it, right? Because you're a post-interruption. What about Keffals' Catboy Discord server where Keffals and the Catboy Discord server was sending callers to random minors that said property of Catboy Discord?
Could you show me the miner who got that collar? Because they love to claim that they were minors on Kiwi Farms, but every single one of them has come out and said that
what about the Twitter user that says that Keffals was exploiting minors on that they were a part of the ranch?
With no evidence of that.
Now we need evidence.
What is it about?
Where's Keffals' evidence? Where's Keffals' evidence of the gun being pointed at her face?
Again, she said they were heavily armed. They said that. She said the gun was pointed at her face.
No.
Fine.
She said the gun was pointed at their face. The police never admitted to pointing it at her face.
Okay, but they didn't deny it either. And I'm not really interested because we've got a denial.
Has Keffals denied the owned by Catboy Ranch?
No, she's not denied those collars, but none of those collars went to miners. None of those collars went to miners.
How does Keffals know that?
Because they've all come out and said, literally, the collars went to 4 people, and they've all said, no, I was not a miner.
There's a miner who reached out to me.
Okay, show me. I'm really interested. Yeah, the miner who reached out to you. Is it Kia? Or one of
no,
the
are you trying to shame the minor?
Well, do they have any evidence? Do they have any evidence?
Oh, like suddenly they need evidence. Keffals doesn't need evidence.
I think when you're making an accusation of criminal activity and flirting with minors and pedophilia, that evidence is pretty important. When you're saying the police pointed a gun at me when they came in heavily armed, I think that's not quite the same, is it now?
One is accusing people of a crime.
I don't think so. One is accusing people of a crime and the other is accusing...
Wait, you don't think the government coming into someone's house, pointing a gun at their face when it's unjustified is a crime?
I don't think it's that different from the government coming into your house heavily armed when it's unjustified. No, I don't think it's that different. No.
You don't think that brandishing
a weapon and pointing it directly at somebody is that different? No, I don't think it's that different. End of the day.
Let's see. The person is... Here we go. Here's the person right here.
And do they have evidence? I'm super excited to see the evidence of pedophilia that you have just not reported.
Okay, so victim of pedo Catboy Ranch discussed how Keffals followers harass minors who are victims into retracting their stories.
This is literally the exact person I thought it was, but sure, let's go. Where's the evidence?
What's wrong with this person's claims? What's wrong with this person's claims?
Multiple times. Have they not been asked for evidence multiple times and never provided a single screenshot of any evidence?
What is wrong with this person's claims?
Were they not hitting up another person trying to convince them to accuse Keffals of pedophilia? And then that person was like, no, I wasn't groomed. And they're like, well, I'll give you money if you say you were. This same person did that to somebody else? Does that not maybe make it seem a little disingenuous?
I'm saying this person has accused Keffals with the exact same amount of evidence that Keffals accused the police of London.
The difference is the police of London did enter Keffals' house with weapons. So I don't really care. The difference is that
this person did become a victim of the pedo Catboy Ranch. So I don't really care.
Can you prove that?
Can you prove that they entered Keffals' residence and pointed a gun at Keffals' face?
I can prove they entered her residence with a gun.
With a search warrant, right?
Can you prove
a search warrant? With a search warrant, yes or no?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Like,
sure, whatever. There's a distinct difference between showing up and kicking someone's door in and having a search warrant.
I mean, surely the police would have a search warrant if they were going to kick someone's door in.
Do you not? I know you're not a lawyer. I'm not holding you to the standard, but do you not realize that there's a huge difference between kicking someone's door down and having?
Don't they normally have a search warrant when they kick someone's door down?
No, dear Christ.
I'd assume that they would. I would assume that they would have a search warrant that,
right? Like that. That makes sense because you have a general distrust of government, like a logical and smart person.
I mean, all kinds of lawsuits, right? Like,
let me tell you, brother. No, when they kick your fucking door down from a traditional swatting, they do not have a warrant. They just come in and they're like, I heard people were being shot in this fucking house, and they kick your fucking door down.
They've killed people, right?
Yes,
swatting has killed people.
It's terrible.
And that's fucking awful. But what I'm asking you is, you're accusing someone of pedophilia, right? Of grooming. So I'm asking you for the evidence of that. Should that not be like provided? Or do you think that it's fine to just accuse somebody of pedophilia and grooming without any evidence?
I already pointed out to the evidence
I could make a Twitter account and accuse you of being a pedophile with that Twitter account.
For the record,
I could do all of that, accuse you of being a pedophile.
Keffals did.
Did she?
Yes.
And what evidence did she
I don't belong within 1,000 yards of the school, said I shouldn't be around children, says I look like a pedo. No, listen to me. Keffals accused me of being a pedophile. When on earth, when did I accuse Keffals of being a pedophile? Name one fucking time. I did not.
Catboy Ron, she's a groomer, blah, 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 blah.
No,
she
hosted a Discord called the Catboy Ranch. I did not accuse Keffals of pedophilia. This random person called it Pedo Catboy Ranch. I did not.
But you just argued. I said, is Keffals a map? And you said...
I said,
why is she being accused of this? What about this? Look at this. I said, is there evidence? Yeah. So I could do the same thing to you. I could fabricate a bunch of bullshit that you molested kids.
Oh, it's fabricated now. Wait, why?
Yeah.
Why is it fabricated?
Because this person has literally been caught DMing other people, offering them money to lie.
Are you sure it's a lie?
Yeah.
How are you sure it's a lie?
I'm pretty sure you don't go to someone's DMs and go, hey, what about this? And they're like, that never happened. And you're like, hey, but if you say it did, I'll give you money.
Let's talk about the Marilyn Manson case for just a second. Are you familiar with the Marilyn Manson case, Evan Rachel Wood?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Do you know that Evan Rachel
I'm
Wood,
just not interested in talking about the case. I'm just not interested.
You're not interested? Why?
Because I think saying, because this has happened, because people have lied before, therefore Keffals is somehow a pedophile.
So
you're the one making the accusation.
No, you made the accusation.
Well, you said Keffals might be a map. That was you.
I have no idea if Keffals is a map or not.
I have no idea if you're a pedophile. I have no idea if you're a pedophile either.
Yeah, I'm clearly not. There's literally no evidence.
Are you clearly not? Is there any? Yeah, there's no evidence that Keffal is either. So there we go. We're in the same. You're in the same boat.
I didn't
You're
say
as much
Keffals
a pedophile as Keffals is. Well, then that's great. Keffals isn't, and you're not. Or maybe you are.
But why
did
Keffals accuse me of being a pedophile? You're okay with Keffals accusing me of being a pedophile with zero evidence?
Well, you did it first, as far as I'm concerned, right?
I never accused Keffals of being a pedophile ever.
You hosted Null, who did multiple times.
I don't care what Null. I'm not responsible for what Null says.
And laughed and said that it was great and bigged him up when he was saying
Where did Null say Keffals is a pedophile and I laughed? Where did that happen?
Like literally half the stream.
Half the stream. The 4-hour stream.
I'll edit it into this later on.
So you're going to produce 2 hours of Null saying, because you said literally half the stream, you're going to produce 2 hours of Null saying Keffals is a pedophile.
Yes,
me going,
I used literally to mean figuratively, but luckily for me, that is an official definition of literally. So
use literally to mean figuratively. Okay, so what percentage of the show? How many times did Null call Keffals a pedophile? And I said, yeah, you know what? Keffals is a pedophile.
At least a good few times he'd say it, and then you'd join in, or you'd say she belongs on the wall. And I quote you, with all the other groomers and pedophiles. Does that
no,
not
I said that on a completely different stream than Null.
But no, you also said it though in that. No,
statement, I did not. I clarified on the Null stream what I meant. I said that it was
clarified what you meant, so you never said it except for when you said it, and then you accidentally said it, so you had to clarify.
I clarified because people didn't understand. I said it was the same thing here. I said it's an idiomatic and hyperbolic expression.
You said with all the other.
Yes, with all of the pedophiles, groomers, and other people who want to give drugs to children. Yes, get on the fucking wall. 100%.
You said you belong on the wall with all the others, pedophiles and groomers. No, that's what you said.
Yes.
That implies that she is a pedophile or groomer.
It does not imply that she's a pedophile and groomer.
I mean, if I say you yourself deserve to be banned from going near schools with all the other pedophiles and groomers, is that not implying that you're a pedophile or a groomer?
Is there
would I not be accusing?
Is there an extrinsic accusation against me?
I also think that you're a bad influence on children. That's why I'm saying it.
You say Nick Rekieta is a bad influence on children, and he cannot be permitted to go to schools along with all the other pedophiles and groomers.
Yeah, and that's not saying that about
it's very different.
So if I tweeted that right now, you'd have no issue.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't be accusing you of pedophilia with that statement.
I
think that's a really
I have no idea what you would be accusing me of with that statement. Go ahead and tweet it.
Sorry, my wife's ringing me. 1 second. I think she's surprised that I'm not in bed. Hello? I'm debating somebody on stream.
Poorly.
Yeah. I don't know.
He has no idea when he'll be up to fuck you, but soon.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'll be up in a bit. I'm fine. I took a nap.
Look, I'm not here to stop you from your quest for ass. Like, that's literally the worst thing ever.
No. She just wanted to know where I was because she woke up and I wasn't there. So
yeah. No, I gotcha. Like, look, if you have to go, you go at any time.
I know I'm good, dude.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I did not accuse.
I'll put it like this.
No, literally, I did not accuse. I did not. It comes across as.
I feel that
you, every one of you people on the side. No, I didn't. First of all, I didn't say other pedophiles. I said you go on the wall with every pedophile, groomer, whatever. And fully, by the way.
Why am I not?
Pull up the statement. That'd be great. Keffals tweeted it out. You can go find it easily.
Yeah. She tweets a lot, dude.
I know, it's embarrassing. That's Keffals' content, though. Is the tweet, the retweet, the like, you know. and respect.
I mean, yeah, but isn't that good?
No, what am I? I'm not criticizing Keffals. I'm saying that's the content. Go do it.
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's hear the context. I'll own it. You can share screen with audio down in the bottom. You're not familiar with StreamYard, but it's down there in the bottom.
Share screen. Share screen.
Make sure you click the share with audio button in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, share system audio. There we go.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It's added to the stream. Life-changing treatments to minors. You go on the fucking wall right next to every other groomer, every other child molester, and every other fucking pedophile on the planet. Yep.
Is that not what you said?
Clearly, that's what I said. 100%.
You go on the fucking wall with every other pedo, every other child molester, every other groomer on the fucking planet.
Yeah.
Every other. So,
yeah.
That doesn't come across to you at all as an accusation that she is one of them if it's every other?
No.
Your grasp of the English language seems a little stunted then. I mean, every other.
Oh, trust me, my grasp of the English language is very good. I have big words.
Sure.
I use the biggest words. They're beautiful words.
Awesome. Beautiful words. Biggest words I've ever heard.
Tremendous words.
Wonderful. Tremendous. Excellent. Very bigly. No one uses words like me.
Nobody does. Literally no one on earth. I have the best grasp of the English language on the fucking planet.
Congratulations.
The sad thing is no one else does.
Yeah, no one else. That's true. Because when anybody else says, hey, every other, you're generally implying that somebody is part of that group. When
everybody else says every other, you're generally implying, okay, cool. I don't care what other.
I'm not even generally implying. That's how English works. When you say every other, for example, sport, like cyclist, every other cyclist is also cheating in this race.
Well, wait a minute.
About someone being a cyclist.
That's not the same thing. That would be like, you're a cyclist cheating in this race. That means you belong on the wall of shame with every single other cheater, with every single other person who overjuiced their car, every single other person who did blood doping in their run or whatever.
So you agree. Cool. So every other person who also did these things, or like, that's the same thing, right?
It's not the same thing.
I'm pretty sure.
Do you think a pedophile and a groomer are the same?
I think that they are along the same. They're the same group.
Wait, do you think a pedophile and a groomer are the same thing?
I think it's the same grouping. Yeah, I think when you group them together, it's...
So you think someone who has sex with a 9-year-old is the same as someone who grooms someone until they're 19 to their political or personal ideology? You think that's the same thing?
To a political ideology, that's not what you mean when you say groomer, though, is it?
Wait. How do you know what I mean when I say groomer?
Could you show me where Keffals accused you of being a pedophile now, please?
Oh, suddenly you want evidence of that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I want to see if there's any way I could swing that in the same way that you're twisting this one. You know, see if there's any similarities between the way it could be twisted.
How much Keffals' penis have you sucked before transition?
Before transition? None.
Yeah. None?
None.
Really?
I've never sucked a dick, believe it or not.
I doubt that dramatically.
It's just never been for me. Penises are a bit ugly. I'm just not interested.
Okay, let me try and find the tweets here. This is going to be a disaster.
Anything wrong with sucking dick. I mean, dick suckers out there.
No, there's a fucking lot wrong with sucking dick. What's wrong with you? Just say it. It's okay. Sucking dick as a heterosexual man is weird.
Well, as a heterosexual man, it would be weird because you're not attracted to dick.
Then
but if you are
say there's nothing wrong with sucking dick.
I said there's nothing wrong with sucking dick to all you dick suckers out there. What? So I'm only talking to heterosexual men now. I'm
Look,
not
heterosexual men suck dick too, and it's fucking weird when they do.
I mean, I'd say if somebody is regularly sucking dick, they're probably not a heterosexual man. That's my take.
So you think that every man who sucked dick is gay?
I think that every man who consistently sucks dick probably likes dick.
What is consistently sucking dick? How many dick sucks per week is consistently sucking
I don't know, man. Like, what would you judge?
You're the one who said consistent. I don't fucking know. That's a weird thing to say. You
$20 is $20, Duncan. Okay, if you're getting paid, then you're getting paid. Like, people do a lot of stuff they don't want to do to get paid.
You qualified it with consistently. I didn't. I'm like,
okay. I think if somebody is choosing repeatedly to suck a dick, like if they do it once because they want to see what it's like, then it's like, okay, maybe you're a heterosexual man, you just were curious, right?
But wait, you suck a dick and you're just curious? Like, you know what?
Possibly.
I don't know. Maybe. And you put a dick in your mouth and you're not fucking gay? Like, that's a weird thing.
You've never explored any part of your sexuality then. It's always just been missionary for the pure purpose of procreation.
There's a difference between turning a woman over and doing doggy style and putting a fucking dick in your mouth. Like, that's a distinctly different step. I hope we can agree on that much.
But you don't think that people can be bi-curious? You don't think that anybody's ever been... No?
Yeah, I think of course it can be bi-curious, but that's different than being like just normally like, I'm vanilla. Well, but I suck a little dick though on the side. That's fucking weird.
But like, I'm not saying people suck a dick on the side. You're the one saying that there are heterosexual dudes who suck dick, and they
I'm trying to figure out what level of dick sucking is acceptable before you're gay.
I don't think that there's a metric for that. I think that everybody is their own person. I'm the one who said, hey, I don't think there are many heterosexual dudes out there sucking dick. You're the one who said, yeah, there are, and it's weird.
Look, there are hetero dudes out there sucking dick, and it is fucking weird.
Well, why are they doing it? Are they doing it for money?
I don't know. I'm not a heterosexual dude who sucks dick. I can't tell you why people are doing this. Let me see. Hold on. I'm getting to the point where Keffals is talking about me. Jesus Christ.
All right.
By the way, do you believe the near believe the near/Bu thing?
Near/Bu?
Yeah,
Bu. Oh, that was like his username on other platform?
No, that near/Bu killed himself because Kiwi Farms. Do you believe that?
They outright said it, did they not?
Wait, who said it?
Near said it. No one.
When? Where is the evidence that Near said it? Nope.
I believe
Near never said it.
It might have been one of the other ones then.
The other ones.
There were three trans people who have been...
No. Let's talk about near/Bu, because that's the big one that's paraded out. It's the most recent one. So let's talk about near/Bu. When did near/Bu say that they killed themselves due to Kiwi Farms?
Let me pull up this page. Near/Bu. Near, also known as Bu, was a non-binary software and emulator developer. Emailed Joshua Moon with an offer of $120,000 to take the thread down.
That's true.
Near explained exactly why a short thread would cause as much distress and tried to negotiate any possible means to have the thread taken down. 2 days after Joshua Moon rejected this offer and before Near took their own life, Near wrote a Twitter thread where they blamed Kiwi Farms for pushing them over the edge.
Okay, Near didn't actually write a Twitter thread. That was someone allegedly closely associated with Near. Do you know that Near lived in Japan, right? Like, you know that. Do you know this?
No, I did not know this. I'm
okay. Do you know that
this right now?
Do you know that Near? So this is the most popular Kiwi Farms drove someone to kill themselves through harassment, which you cited earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you know that Near lives in Japan and is an American citizen?
Okay.
Do you know that the Japan consulate keeps a running tally of American citizens who have died in Japan? Every 6 months, they post an update list.
Okay.
Do you know that for the past 12 months, from the time...
Oh, my God. So Near's not dead,
no,
is
listen,
what you're saying.
From the past 12 months, from the time Near posted, or actually a person associated with Near posted the alleged suicide wishes of Near to condemn the Kiwi Farms, that 0 Americans have died in Japan. 0. Do you know that? Do you know that? Basic fact.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it, right, is...
Do you know the basic fact?
Kiwi Farms were able to track somebody down from bed sheets. You think they're not going to be able to track someone down who faked their death?
I think they have absolutely tracked down Near who's faked their death. But
they've tracked them down? So then you should be able to show me that, right?
They're
not dead.
That the person who has allegedly killed themselves as an American expat in Japan there are 0 American fatalities in a year of Americans in Japan. Do you know that?
I haven't checked. I have
you
your
didn't
word
check.
to go on. I have your word to go on that they keep the register.
Go check.
Okay.
The Department of State.
And where did you find this information? You found it from
Department of State
Kiwi Farms?
posts a list from every consulate that has an American consulate, and they go ahead and list the American fatalities in a particular country. Japan has 0 American fatalities. This is the big one. This is one everyone runs on. Kiwi Farms is the big bully. And we haven't even gotten back to the fucking harassment topic. I'm going to go back 2.5 hours at some point and talk about it. But there is 0 evidence, 0, that near killed themselves, especially due to Kiwi Farms. Literally 0. And everybody, including Keffals, runs with this evidence. You know why? It's fucking convenient, isn't it? It'd be really convenient if Kiwi Farms, quote unquote,
this is some conspiracy shit, dude. Like,
what
you're
conspiracy shit is it? The conspiracy.
So you said they found Near. You said they tracked them down. So show me.
No, I said that the people who say that Near killed themselves in Japan can produce no evidence, and there is evidence to the contrary, active evidence, because the Japan consulate keeps an active running track of every American who dies in Japan.
So can you link me that? Can you link me the running track from the Japan
off
consulate?
The top of my head, no, I can't.
Well, you should be able to find it, no?
I should be, but I'm not going to bother. Why don't you go look for it?
Oh, okay. Well, because I've not looked for it before. I don't know where to look. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Why didn't you look?
Why didn't I look for what?
Why didn't you look for evidence that someone, Kiwi Farms, harassed into suicide?
Well, because I found out about it when the Near/Bu, I found the details of that out when you were telling me about.
Okay, so you didn't know that that was a common accusation against Kiwi Farms, that they harassed people into suicide.
I mean, I knew that was an accusation, and that there were multiple people who made Twitter threads saying that they were killing themselves because of Kiwi Farms. It's not
what
like
multiple
just
people
Near.
have made Twitter threads saying they've killed themselves due to Kiwi Farms. You said you know that, so what multiple people beyond Bu?
So Chloe Sagal put it on her Facebook where she blamed Kiwi Farms, and multiple news outlets then continued that after she got her Facebook banned.
Yeah, not quite.
Then there's the other one was, I believe, Julie Terryberry I'm reading now.
One of those two, the boyfriend of that person, came out and actively said, "Do not blame Kiwi Farms for this. This is bullshit made up by other people." Like, do you realize, like, do you even know? Do you even check? Like, because look, I'm not the guy calling for people to be removed from the internet. You will never find me. I'm like, you know what? Then remove them from the internet. I haven't even called for Keffals to be removed from the internet. I want Keffals to make $10 billion. I have never called for someone to be removed from their ability to speak and make money. Never. I don't do it. I don't believe in it. You have.
Yeah.
Did you even fucking check?
What?
Because you didn't check with me. Because you already said you didn't know that I said that 18 plus people can transition. You didn't know that, did you?
I saw you saying you belong on the wall to a trans person while talking to Joshua fucking Moon.
No,
somebody who's multiple times said that.
Wrong, incorrect. I did not say that on the stream with Joshua fucking Moon. Get your fucking facts straight, counselor.
No, I said and.
No, you said while.
Joshua fucking. Oh,
you said while.
Dude,
but I did not say that on the stream.
All night.
Great. Okay, you misspoke. Admit it. You misspoke.
Okay, I misspoke. Sure.
Okay.
I've seen that clip of you, and then a stream of you with Joshua Moon.
Of course, I do streams with Josh Moon all the time.
About literally laughing with a bigot. Do you think Josh Moon is racist? Because he thinks he's racist.
I have no idea if Joshua Moon is actually racist.
Do you think he's transphobic? Do you think he hates trans people?
I have no idea if he hates trans people.
You don't know, other than like the conversations you've had when he outright says he is.
Do you know if he hates trans people?
Yeah. When he says it over and over again,
Where did Joshua Moon say, "I hate trans people"? You know that Joshua Moon's like favorite person on earth is Christine Chandler, who is a trans person, right? Like, you know that the origin of Kiwi Farms is to follow Quickieville, the Chris Chan turned Christine Chandler thing, and that Josh Moon tried to help. Like, legitimately tried to financially tried to financially support and prevent from exploitation Christine Chandler, a trans person,
prevent from exploitation. The person was being exploited on the website, had one of the largest,
not on the
website was dedicated, began to track and
like, again, you're not listening. You go, oh, well, someone has talked about on Kiwi Farms, they must be exploited on Kiwi Farms. No, the people who go after Christine Chandler were banned from Kiwi Farms immediately.
And why is there a thread still?
Because Joshua Moon has a sexual attraction to Christine Chandler. He is weirdly sexually attracted to a fat fucking weirdo who invented Sonichu, and he wants to fuck Christine Chandler. I don't know why on God's name Joshua Moon likes Chris Chan so much. I look at Chris Chan, I go, Jesus Christ, this person needs Jesus, they need a doctor, and they need a fucking restraining order in that order. Like, but listen, Chris Chan is the personal pet project of Joshua Moon. Watching this person, and literally Josh Moon's entire ethos is never ever mess with this person, please. And when people did on the farms, they were banned immediately, they were ridiculed, they were doxxed. Yes, they were doxxed in the same way as everybody else. You cannot touch the cow. I know you don't know this because you're an unthinking rube who listens to the fucking cum tweets of Keffals out of their broken fucking vagina. And you're like, oh yeah, hit it on me. I'll retweet whatever you say, my mistress or whatever. I know you're a fucking weirdo who does this, but the Kiwi Farms will ban you immediately if you touch Chris Chan, who is a trans person. And Josh, up until the literal very end, when Chris Chan lied to Josh about fucking their mom, that's when he said, oh my God, this person realized what they did was wrong. That's when Josh said, Chris Chan does not believe the shield, and cut them off immediately at that point. He has spoken openly about this on this show. So you don't get to come here and say, oh, Josh hates trans people. Josh loved. Josh hates trans people. No, I get to finish and you'll get your time to talk. I get to finish. It's not a shame. You don't like we were talking earlier, it's not a shame. Maybe Joshua, he hates Chris Chan out of shame. He has a whole site dedicated to harassing trans people. It's like the number one thing they love to do. Farms. Okay, yeah, there's no harassment. Like, dude, look, dude, what do you want? What do you want? I think you're a terrible fucking human. I know you hate me, but what is the harassment? I think Josh Moon is a terrible fucking person. I think making threads where they dedicate it. We're in agreement. When they dedicate threads to tracking people down, finding out where they are, what they're doing. What does that even fucking mean? What is dedicating a thread? And I honestly, like, you think it's about Keffals? I hated Kiwi Farms. Well, no, you are. Oh, a broken fucking vagina, blah, blah, blah. I hated Kiwi Farms for years before Keffals had... Keffals without any fucking evidence of the truth. Because she's doing well against Kiwi Farms. Like, honestly, I would retweet Marjorie Taylor Greene if it got Kiwi Farms taken down. Keffals lied about what I said, and you retweeted it. Well, I don't think she lied. I watched the clip. Absolutely lied. I never said shoot Keffals in the head. You said put her on the wall. As far as I'm concerned, I said put her on the wall. Oh, as far as you're concerned, but I didn't say it. Did I? But that's my intuition. Did I ever say? Oh, that's my intuition, though. Did I ever say put Keffals on the wall that's my intuition, shoot her in the head? Oh wait, that's my intuition based on your. But that's what I intuited. Say the words. That was my intuition based on what you did say. I don't care what your intuition is. Did I say it? Your intuition is more important than science, but my interpretation of what you said, my intuition doesn't matter. Of course, more important than science, but my intuition. Oh, then my intuition is more important than your bullshit. Trying to excuse it because you didn't say the exact words. Did I say what get on the wall means? Say you know what it means. Fucking words, you know what it means. Did I say you know what it means. Did I say shoot Keffals in the head? I say get on the wall? Yeah, absolutely. No, I did not. I never said that. That's what it means, though. What did I say after that? That's what it means, though. What did I say after that? You can cry about it all you want, but you know what it means. Say what I said after that immediately. What did I say? I don't know. Why don't you know? It's in the clip. What did you say? It's in the clip that you listened to. You listened to it, right? What did you say? Tell me. You're the one who fucking knows what I said, you bitch. I'm not going to go search for the guy. You pussy, search for it. You pulled it up a second ago. You're such a fucking coward. Let me go get it. Why won't you do it?
I'm doing it, dude. Like, calm down. Take a fucking breath.
Afterwards?
Why do you get so worked up, dude?
Because you're a fucking baby who runs from the point.
Yeah. I'm not running from any point.
You came onto my show to confront me. You wanted to cancel me from the internet. You're here. You get everything to say, and you can't fucking back up your points because you're a fucking basic piece of shit.
You said you are disgusting. That's it. That's what I thought.
That is not what I said. Play the clip.
Oh, that's what I've got. That's the clip that I saw.
Share it. Play the clip.
All right. Give me a second.
Share it.
Okay. Calm down. Take a breath. It's all right.
Calm down, you fucking bitch. You're sitting here trying to cancel people from the internet. Play it.
Oh,
Play
I didn't
do
audio. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I didn't do audio.
Play it all the way through.
Okay. Here we go.
Waiting for Twitter to load.
Yeah, it's a great one. Twitter video is the fucking worst.
It's despicable.
Oh,
a completely fabricated quote. And also a video clip that shows that the quote that Keffals posted was completely fabricated. And Keffals, you're giving life-changing treatments to minors? You go on the fucking wall right next to every other groomer, every other child molester, and every other fucking pedophile on the planet. Yep. You are disgusting. Yep. When they did that about me, where's the rest of the fucking clip? Why don't you just play the original? Play the original clip. You didn't research? You didn't look for the fucking facts?
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Get on the wall with all the other pedophiles.
Self-explanatory. When I said, hey, Keffals, is this what you think? Maybe you should consider finding a steamroller and let you run it over. Well, if the wall was shooting them in the head, why the fuck would they need a steamroller?
Holy shit, because you haven't actually got the power to put them on the wall. You were just doing another call for them to self-harm. So now you're saying, yeah, no, I told them they should go on the wall. You belong on the wall, and you belong on the wall means you should be shot.
They belong on the fucking wall every
get run over by a steamroller. Also,
no, I said go find a steamroller and let you run it over.
I said she should be shot, but also to kill herself.
I did not say she should be shot.
That's what get on the wall means.
That's what get on the wall means to you, because you're a fucking weirdo who wants to shoot people.
That's what it means.
I do not want to shoot people on the...
You just said it's an idiom. An idiom for what?
It is idiomatic. It means that these people should not be allowed access to children. That does not mean they should be fucking killed.
Why does it mean that? Like, how does it mean that? Like, where did that come from? Where did that meaning come from?
I don't care where it came from.
But that's not what anybody says.
Here,
get on the wall has never meant should not have access to children.
Here we go. Let's find out. Here's the origin of it. I have the actual origin of it. 1 second. Where are we? Just a minute. Why the fuck can't I find that? Here we go.
You're up against the wall, and I am the fucking wall.
There you go. There's the origin of it right there.
You're up against the wall and I am the fucking wall. So where's that saying that? So it's a dude in like militaristic, like with a skull on him. And that means
you're up against the wall and I am the fucking wall.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I'm the fucking wall. You have to confront me.
Yeah, that's what you meant. That's definitely what you meant. I just don't believe you, dude. I just think
you don't have to believe me. I don't fucking care what you believe. What did I say? Did I say shoot Keffals in the head?
Yeah. When you say get on the wall with all the other pedophiles, you mean
no.
That's what you mean.
Quote is
not sorry.
You go on the wall.
I'm sorry, my intuition.
You in head.
But my intuition though.
Your intuition is a fucking bitch. Your intuition doesn't mean shit. Your intuition is not what I said.
But it's my intuition,
my
though,
intuition
and that's more
is you
than
saying
facts,
I want to rape children.
Is intuition not?
Yeah, my intuition is you saying you want to rape 9-year-olds.
I mean, I'm not the pedophile. You are. Keffals said so, so it must be true.
You're a pedophile. You want to rape 9-year-olds. My intuition says so. Is that true? Or what did you say? Have you ever said you want to rape 9-year-old? Have you ever said?
I've never said anything even close to it, though.
Shockingly, neither have I.
No, but you've said something that is literally idiomatic, as you love to say.
Idiomatic.
Exactly saying that she should be shot. Because saying get on the wall is literally talking about shooting people.
Idiomatic of she should be shot.
But it is, though.
You said that.
That's what it means.
That's not what it means to me.
Your other meaning is it means they shouldn't be around kids. That's never what it's meant. Nobody's ever meant it like that.
No, that's always what it's meant. Get these people away from fucking kids. Put their picture on a wall. Say, this person is not safe. Did you not think of that fucking description?
No,
did you not think there might be a running tally of people who are not safe around children?
It's not that I didn't think of it. It's that I think you're full of shit. I just think
I'm full of shit all you want, but you cannot find at all the clip where I said shoot someone in the head because you won't.
Because you're desperately trying to get away from it. You're the pussy here. You're talking about me being a pussy, but you won't even repeat what you meant.
You want to shoot people in the head?
You know what you meant. You know what you meant.
You want to shoot people in the head.
We both know you know. We both know you know what that means when you say get on the wall.
I literally don't know that.
You know what you were saying.
You're fabricating that out of your prejudices against me.
My prejudice is against you. What's my prejudice against you?
I don't know. You think I should be removed from Twitter for my hate speech, which wasn't my speech.
Yeah, I think it was, though. I think that you said
but it wasn't. It literally was not the quote. Do you think when someone puts something in quotes? No, fuck off. Do you think someone puts something in quotes that they mean exactly what's in the quotes?
You say you belong on the wall, followed by you should be crushed. But you can't. You don't have the ability to say it with your chest. You might hate me or think that I'm a pussy, whatever. But I say what I think with my chest.
Absolutely a pussy. You cannot say it.
I say everything I think with my chest. Right? You know what you said.
You say everything what you think with your vagina.
Boy who will not admit it because you're so scared of the consequences.
You want me to admit it. If you're scared of the
consequences, quit your grift. If you're scared of the consequences,
you want me to admit it because you want to cancel me, but that's not what I meant.
I don't even give a shit if you canceled or not at this point, dude.
Yes, you do. You retweeted it, you fucking faggot. You're out here saying,
"Oh my god, I was taking a shit and I retweeted something." Oh,
yes. Oh, you're taking a shit. Oh, just canceling someone's career is just a passive activity for you. God, you're such a fucking pussy. You won't even stand up for what you believe.
I'm standing up for what I believe. You won't even say what you mean. You have to try and hide it and pretend you meant something else. No.
Yeah,
you have to try and hide it and say you meant something else. Oh, I wasn't saying that. But you're the one who won't say it with your chest.
I've literally never said
what you actually think. You hide behind racist and homophobic jokes because they're jokes, right? They're fun
jokes. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I hide behind them. I proudly embrace racist and homophobic jokes.
You hide behind calling them jokes.
Every race and fuck every gender.
You know you think these things. You know you think these things because you say it. You let it slip every now and again.
Because
trans people get all this attitude.
This is the amazing
that you support trans people,
You're such a pussy that you think that everyone who disagrees with you should be removed, should be killed.
Oh, no. I think that people who call for people being put on a wall and shot should be removed from YouTube.
I never called for anyone to be shot.
Okay.
I never called for someone to be shot.
I think the context makes it very clear.
If you had done a modicum of research, if you had done even a modicum of research, you would find
I know what get on the wall means.
No, you don't, because you would find an endless parade on this channel of me saying, I do not ever believe in or condone political violence. And by the way,
except for when you say get on the wall pedophile, right?
No. By the way,
did you not say earlier that you thought all pedophiles should be killed? Did you not say that you would do that yourself? That he was a hero? The guy went hunting pedophiles on this stream?
That guy was a hero.
Yeah, but you said you would do it. You said I would do that to every pedophile. Your words.
No, I did not.
You said you've never said that you would be violent? Oh, I've got clips of that. That's great. Thank you. This is a great place to end it because I can just play that clip and end it.
Over and over and over again.
It's 8:30 a.m. It's 8:30 a.m. I would like to go to bed now. If you'd like to continue this If you'd like to continue this at some point, please let me know. But
no, listen, I don't think always, if you've done any research, advocated, I do not believe in politically based violence at all.
When you said that you would kill pedophiles just like that guy.
I did not say I would kill pedophiles.
Keffals a pedophile, and then she deserves to be on the wall with pedophiles.
I didn't call Keffals a pedophile.
If I have a clip for this of you saying that of you literally saying that you would kill pedophiles just like that guy, and I play that clip in this video, right? Like,
go for it. I didn't call Keffals a pedophile.
Yeah, well.
No, you decided I did, and just like
when you said
Keffals
was a map, and I'm like, is she? And you're like, well, I've got this evidence from Catboy Ranch.
I said I don't know if Keffals is a map.
You don't know if she's a map, but here's people saying she's a map.
Is Keffals a map? Yes or no?
Are you? Yes or no?
No, absolutely not.
Well,
attraction to minors is fucking disgusting.
Keffals says she's not, so I believe her. I mean, she's engaged to a grown-ass man, so like I believe her.
Weird.
Not that.
Is the man Bob posting?
Why is that weird?
Is the man Bob posting?
I don't know. I don't think he's on the internet at all. I think he.
Okay, good.
Stays very.
Because Bob posting is fucking disgusting.
I don't know what that is.
And Bob posting goes on the wall next to Keffals.
I don't know what Bob posting is.
You don't know what Bob posting is? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know anything about this situation at all? Bob posting runs the charity who gives HRT to minors that Keffals sponsors.
Oh,
do you not
Bob.
know this?
Yeah. No, I know who he is. Posting Bob.
Is that who Keffals is engaged to?
I don't think so.
Thank Christ.
I really don't think so.
Nominated Patriot Filiate Spiritus Sancti. Now we're safe from it. I blessed you. You're lucky. I'm the Pope.
No, Keffals, I know because she was talking about PhD, so I know he's doing a PhD in something, and I don't think Bob Posting's ever talked about that. So I think that it would be
Keffals is building a PhD?
No, Keffals' fiance is doing a PhD.
Oh, Christ. I hope it's in something great, like basket weaving or whatever.
Yeah.
I hope they weave the best baskets.
I mean, a PhD in basket weaving is better than like a law degree from bumfuck nowhere where you work in a strip mall. So like, I applaud you for becoming bootleg legal. I applaud you for becoming bootleg legal. But
do you know how many law offices are in strip malls?
Quite a few.
Yeah, literally like 98% of them.
Yeah, the not so successful ones, right?
Oh, no. Very successful law firms are in strip malls. Are you kidding?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, look, because you said you have no idea of law, and then you tried to use this as a thing against me because
I mean, if you're not insecure about it, why would you care?
How many high rises are in my town?
I have
Wilmer, Minnesota. How many?
I don't know. Why didn't you move somewhere?
I locate my office?
Why didn't you follow the brain drain, dude? Why didn't you move to a big city where you can make more money and be successful as a lawyer?
Because my wife's entire family is out here. Why would I?
That's a fair argument. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, is it fair now? Is it fair?
No, family's important. I mean,
no. Fuck you. After you attacked my law firm for being in a strip mall in a town that literally has no buildings above 2 stories.
I mean,
now it's fair. Now it's fair. You fucking bitch. God, you're such a cunt. You're such a fucking pussy.
I'm sorry. Did you not fold on things earlier? Did you not have issues with me and then I said something and you're like, oh, no, that's a good reason.
Oh, he's a strip mall lawyer.
No,
literally,
I mean, you're still a strip mall lawyer.
98% of lawyers are in strip malls.
You're still a strip mall lawyer, though.
98% of them are in strip malls.
You're still a strip mall lawyer. And look,
I don't have an office anymore. I work in my basement.
If it didn't upset you for me to say that,
it doesn't upset me.
And you wouldn't have reacted, then why are you reacting?
I work in my basement. It's far more embarrassing. It's far more embarrassing than being a strip mall lawyer. I work out of my home. I'm a home-based lawyer.
Okay.
Come at me on that.
You're a YouTuber, but like, sure. I'm a YouTuber too.
Oh, wait, now I'm a YouTuber? I'm not a strip mall lawyer?
Well, no, you were a strip mall lawyer. Now you're a YouTuber, right?
Oh, I was a strip mall lawyer, and now I'm a YouTuber. How much do I make on YouTube? Not the progression? What's my YouTube annual income?
I have no idea. I don't care either.
What's my YouTube annual income versus the lawyers in my town?
I have no idea. Again,
do you think I'm the #1 paid lawyer in my county?
I have no. Well, you're the #1 paid YouTuber lawyer. Yeah, probably.
I'm 100% the #1 paid lawyer in my county, who still practices law and maintains an active license.
But do you make the income from the law practice, or do you make?
Who cares? Who cares where I make the money?
It's about being paid as a lawyer.
I rain money down on bitches.
Okay.
Right? Like I have a money thing and I shoot money all over women everywhere I go. And men, because I'm not a bigot.
Oh, cool. You wanna donate some to me? That'd be great. Thanks, man.
100%. I'll come on your stream and donate you $200.
Go for it, dude. That'd be great. I'd love that.
Yeah. You see, you missed this point.
That's half a mortgage payment.
Listen,
that's sick.
It's half a mortgage payment. That's embarrassing. I want you.
Why is that embarrassing? I've got a £500,000 house. It's just my mortgage is really good because I've got good credit.
Good. I'm glad for you. Look.
So now you're backing down. Wow, what a bitch. Look at you turning around.
No,
I made a point. You've acknowledged it.
I made a false assumption based on your,
like I did earlier. Yeah. Wow, holy shit! But I was a little bitch when I did it.
What was your false
assumption?
What was your false assumption?
Strict mall lawyer. Did I not say that? Oh no, that was a true assumption, though, wasn't it?
No, yeah, it's absolutely
and then I was a little bitch when I was like, oh, why did you move to a city? I made the assumption that you didn't move to a city because you weren't successful enough as a lawyer. You corrected me and said it was about your family. And I said, oh, that's fair. Yeah. You did the same thing about the value of my house. I'm in a 6-bed, 6-bath, fucking 3-story house.
Go get it, brother.
Massive house. Absolutely sick. I've got my office, my wife's office, a backup office for when we have guests who come in and stream.
Kick my ass. I love this.
I'm fucking living my life. Right? And I'm happy with it.
This is the best argument you've made the entire stream.
But you literally did the exact same thing when I'm like, oh, no, actually, my house is sick. And you were like, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, cool. That's good for you. I've just got great credit. So I got a sick mortgage. I have a fucking sick mortgage.
So wait, you have a sick mortgage on a 500-pound house, and you say
500,000.
500,000-pound house, and you're paying 400 pounds a month.
About 420 pounds a month. Yeah.
How many years is that?
Oh, there's not much left on it. That's why it's about 3/4 paid off.
Did you refinance that at some point?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So like because American mortgage system is fucked. And so we tend to run on 30-year timelines. So when you tell me I have a 500
here too.
I have a $500,000 house and I go, okay,
my wife's calling the shit out of me. If you want to keep talking, let me know. We can talk again. But I'm going to grab that clip and put it at the end here.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Have a good one, dude.
Peace. You click the leave studio. There we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Duncan MacLeod. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's do this. Twitch.tv. I'm a man of my word. Duncan MacLeod. Fuck, that's not him. Duncan. I found him earlier. Shit. That's not him either. Duncan can't die. This is the guy. Let's do this. We'll check him out. Let me pull up his chat here. And let's do this. Let's do subscribe. No, I don't want to gift subs. Wait, do I have to subscribe to gift a sub? Fucking hell. Complete purchase. Hold on. Gift a sub. Why can't I fucking... Oh, here we go. Okay, share. We're going to do this. We're going to gift 200. That's 50 subs. Okay. I gotta pull this off and make sure my credit card doesn't pop up. Waiting for it to happen. Oh, it just fucking happened, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where it occurred. I guess he ended the video, so it didn't happen. But I'm a man of my word. I gifted $250, which is $50 more than I said I would. Because look, I love helping the homeless or whatever. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, you just watched that. You just watched that. He could not admit that I didn't say what Keffals said I said. He couldn't do it. It's plainly fucking, he's like, well, my intuition says that. But I didn't say that. I've never said that. I don't believe in political violence. The wall is an idiom for this channel. And people will take it and mean what they want out of it, but they don't get to ascribe to me their meaning on what the wall is. And the wall shall persist and Keffals belongs fucking on it. All right, with that said, you believe that guy? Oh, I live in a 500,000 pound house. Really? I got a favorable mortgage at 400 pounds a month. Oh, okay. Like maybe. I hope so. I want him to succeed. I don't buy it for a fucking second. you know that $250 is way more than half of his mortgage payment, but okay. So with that being said, guys, so many of you have super chatted. I'm going to read them all. I'm going to read them on every platform. Our guest left before our debate was over, so I couldn't ask the guest the debate question or the chat questions. And for that, I apologize. That is my humble failing as a streamer. And I hope but let me be very clear on this. If you think that I lost this debate or discussion or whatever it is, unsolicited, by the way, I'm sitting in my bed today. I'm like, what the fuck am I going to talk about on YouTube? And this guy messages me. He's like, hey, I bet you don't respond to this. I bet you don't like, no, I'm going to pull it up. I don't want to misrepresent what he says. Let's get the exact quote because did you see what he did? He tried to lie. And this is the most fucking irritating thing on the planet. All right. He tried to lie about what he said. He omitted some stuff. Here we go. Duncan MacLeod. Here it is. Hey, since you seem to have a strong opinion on the Kiwi Farms situation, would you be willing to get in a call and debate the topic? I know you love to have people who agree with you on, but I wonder if you'd be able to handle a conversation with someone on the other side. Just let me know. Now, did you hear what he said? I thought you'd ghost me, and then I was going to make fun of you. So this fucking bitch thought I wouldn't respond because I usually don't, by the way. And he knows this. When you get over like 5,000 followers, you have an unreasonable amount of DMs. I have a shitload of DMs constantly that cannot keep up with. I happened to be sitting down on my bed tonight. Lady Rackets was opening a game called The Others, which is a 7 Deadly Sins game. Looking forward to playing it and trying to find the expansion packs for it, even though I know they're hard to find after the Kickstarter, whatever. She's opening a game and unboxing it. And I'm sitting there on my Twitter thread and I go, oh my God, like someone messaged me and challenged me to a discussion. That was yesterday at 3:15. You can find me yesterday at 8:17. This is when I'm doing this. Now I'm open to discussions with people disagree all the time. I just don't do debates because internet debates are boring. They are. Internet debates are bullshit. But yeah, man, if you want to discuss an alternative perspective on Kiwi Farms, sure. Cool. Let me know when is a good time for you and we can set it up. I just generally prefer to avoid confrontational encounters, especially on my own channel, because I don't want my chat to bully someone based on biases. Because you know what these people do? They always claim that they're a victim of the chat, right? They always do it. They're like, well, the chat was so mean I had to back out. I didn't know this motherfucker is going to stream it on his own channel, but okay. I stream every weeknight at 11 p.m. Central. We could do tonight if you want. I'm not worried about being bullied by your chat. Don't worry. I don't think it's an issue at all. That would be 3 hours from now. Yeah. Cool. I can do that. I'll get a nap. See you then. Does Discord work for you? I use StreamYard. What would work? Would that work? You're a streamer, so I'd figure it'd be fine on camera. Never used it before, but I'm sure it's fine. I'll download it now. Yeah, I'm fine with being on camera. It's browser-based, real simple. I'll set it up and send you a link. Cool, works for me. Cool. See you in 2 hours, 39 minutes. Will be neat to meet you. I'm the most nice motherfucker on the planet. And by the way, we were late because he had new issues with StreamYard, which StreamYard is a foreign fucking entity, is a nightmare to navigate. It takes some time. And so I was trying to help him because I didn't know he would be multi-streaming, but he was streaming to his Twitch. He was using his OBS overlay. So he had to try and figure out how to try and get his Twitch or his OBS overlay onto his Twitch page and also in the StreamYard chat without showing his chat. Because when he first showed up, his chat was in the bottom left corner. I'm like, I don't care that he was streaming to his Twitch channel. Doesn't bother me. But I didn't know at the early time that's what he would be doing. He has to come, he has to talk. I said, I do this show. And he said, okay, I'll come on. I know nothing. If he would have invited me to his show, I would have done it in the same way. Assuming I can make the time, I would have made the time to go on his show as I make time to go on every show that I can. And, but he never offered. So he came on this show that just 3 days ago, he was begging YouTube to cancel. What a fucking beta move that is. What a fucking bitch move. I'm going to cancel them. When I can't cancel them, you know what I want to do? Well, I want to go on that 500,000 YouTube. I mean, YouTube subs aren't the same as Twitch subs. I want to go on that 500,000 sub channel though. Beta fucking bitch. What a fucking pussy. Like, these people are so weird to me. Just say what you mean and mean what you say. His entire argument was what he thought I meant. And when I told him, that's not what I meant. I don't believe in political violence. To my detriment, by the way. It would be so popular if I just came out and I was like, you know what? Shoot pedophiles in the head. Shoot Democrats in the head. I would be so fucking great. Like, I could make $1 million if all I said was Joe Biden needs to be removed from office and executed for his transgressions. I don't believe in political violence. I will unpopularly say over and over that when Trump said to Hillary Clinton, you should be in jail, the nature of their relationship, him being a candidate, her being a candidate, makes that a little bit problematic. It's unpopular. People don't like that position. I could make a fortune if I catered to the 55 plus QAnon audience. You know how I know I can make a fortune? My friend Doug Tenaple made $135,000 a month off of QAnon. My friend Q out of the darkness made over 50 grand a month catering to the QAnon audience on 5-minute videos, not live streams, not 3 5-hour live streams where you're doing all this shit. 5-minute videos, 3 to 5 times a day saying Trump's going to win. They made $135,000 down to as little as $55,000 a month. Just a Corvette, top of the line, maxed out Corvette every 2 months. Just a maxed out Hellcat Demon Dodge Challenger every 2 months. In 2 months, you could buy the car of your dreams. In 2 months, well, in 4 to 6 months, you could buy the house of your dreams. All you have to do is say the popular thing. I have never said it, ever. But this motherfucker comes on here and accuses me of doing that. I wish to God I could say all pedophiles should be shot. I'm not sure all pedophiles should be shot. I do believe they need to be removed promptly from fucking society because they're a danger to children. I don't know that all of them deserve a bullet or a wood chipper or whatever, because I've got that weird cuck defense lawyer mentality that says, well, maybe there's a reason. And I can't breathe that out of myself. I know a lot of you are like, you piece of shit, you pussy. Why don't you just say this? Why don't you just do this? Like, I don't trust the government to do it. Which this fucking weirdo never believed. I can't trust the government to put an end to this pox. I wish I could. I wish I fucking could. But I can't because the government gets shit wrong all the time. They fabricate evidence. They lie. And this guy is fine with all of that. It's weird. It's weird. Ryan, the editor, says, here's the full original clip. Let's do it. He refused to play. Okay, here we go. Fucking hell. Keffals. All right, here we go. Let's share this. Here we go. All right. System audio. I got to change this to the right source. Here's the full context of what I said. I really don't know what the "you deserve to be affected" is. I don't know if that came directly before the quote and there was video lag, or if that was edited in. I have no idea. I'm fine either way, by the way. I legitimately, because of StreamYard stupidity, I don't know. Oh, it's muted. Fuck. Let me fix this. Here we go. My bad. Here we go. You deserve to be affected. Notice that weird "you deserve to be affected" while things pause. Maybe I said that. I don't remember. I might have said that during the pause. I don't know. I'm going to take it either way. It doesn't matter. Keffals. You're giving life-changing treatments to minors? You go on the fucking wall. Get on the fucking wall. Right next to every other groomer, every other child molester, and every other fucking pedophile on the planet. Yep. You are disgusting. Disgusting. Let them turn 18. In the same way that someone giving heroin to minors is disgusting, in the same way that someone giving weed to minors, alcohol to minors, you're disgusting. Fuck you. Stop giving things to minors. Minors do not need this shit. But anyway, here we go. And make their decisions when they're legally capable. Notice what is immediately after they cut out. Let them turn 18 and make their decisions when they're legally capable. It's kind of the most important part of that clip. I've been called a transphobe. I've been called all sorts of things. I'm not. Look, if you want to chop your dick off and put it in your mouth, I don't fucking care. If you want to chop your dick off, put it in your ass, I don't care. If you want to chop your dick off and never see it again, I don't fucking care what you do. Do whatever you want. You're 18. Cut your fingers off, cut your toes off, cut your arms off. You've got a doctor. It's not my business. I don't want to know. This is the most important part of the trans thing. I never want to know what you did because I don't care. Ever. Just don't do this to children who can't consent. Why is this such a fucking controversial position? Reality, spoiler, it isn't a controversial position. Keffals is a fucking weirdo with a degenerate army of fucking weirdos who sycophantically retweet whatever Keffals tweets because they're so fucking broken and so fucking cucked by society that they'll put the anal spreader in their ass with the electrical charge. They'll click it, make it open like this in their rectum, and then they'll click the electrical stimulus because they're so fucking broken and weird. They will do this over and over and over again. They will never think. They will never ask a question. They will never research harder. Look, if you want to give children, let me say this. If you want to give children life-altering treatments, if you want to give children access to hormone replacement therapy, because that's what Keffals said, against the consent of their parents and without the consult of a doctor, then you belong on the fucking wall. Not only do you belong on the wall, you belong on the wall twice. You get double space. You get extra space for how important you are. Fuck you. Children are not equipped to make decisions about their gender, about their sexuality, about their race, or whatever thing it is. Children are not equipped. And 12-year-olds, like, look, we can have a debate about the age of consent. Oh, should it be 15? Should it be 21? We can have debates about that all day. But at the end of the day, 12-year-olds are stupid. They do not know what the rest of their life will bring. I would actually argue that 18-year-olds are also stupid and don't know what the rest of their life will be. Like, if any of you thinks that at 18, you had a grasp on who you would be 10 years, 20 years later, you're a fucking liar. Fuck you for lying. I know you guys aren't, though. But these kids don't know what they're doing. They have no idea the permanent effect they're. Oh, well, just don't go on puberty from 12 to 18. There's no physical side effects. Are you fucking kidding me? You're not going to go on puberty from 12 to 18? Oh, there's no physical side effect. How do you know? How do you know that they wouldn't have had a bigger dick? How do you know that they wouldn't have been taller? How do you know that the bone density wouldn't have been higher? How do you know these things? You can't. Fuck you. I disagree. 12-year-olds are the worst fucking decision makers on the planet. Have you met one? You know what I know for a fact? That weirdo has never met or interacted with a child in any reasonable capacity. Because if you spend 5 minutes talking to a 12-year-old, you're like, holy shit, that person's retarded. That person has no basis in reality. They don't know anything about the world that they live in. They're 12. How could they? It's not their fault. Oh, I'm a woman. Do you even know literally? Like, do you literally know what a woman is? You don't. Because 40-year-old men have been trying to answer what a woman is as a question for in their entire existence. And they just can't be bothered because football exists, or basketball, or golf, or Pokemon, or literally anything else on the world exists other than trying to figure out what the fuck a woman is, because she won't just fucking tell you. And there is no biological map to describe what they are. You're just throwing darts, but the target you're throwing at is 300 meters away. You have a blindfold on and your dick's in a chastity cage and you're like, ha, ha, I'm going to figure out what a woman is eventually. Nobody will. And by the way, women, you don't get out of this. Women have no fucking idea what men are. Women don't get it. And as evidence, I'll point to my appearance on Simpcast, which, by the way, love all those hot ladies. Chrissy Meyer, Brittany Venti, Star Wars Girl, Ashton, the chick from Geeks and Gamers, Mary something. I'm sorry, it's the first time I've ever met you. Keanu, and X-Ray Girl. All hot women. Objectively very attractive. They do their thing. Great. Fantastic. They don't know men for shit. And they've been fucking men and trying to date them for years, just like men have been fucking and trying to date women forever. We don't understand each other. That's part of the mystery. That's what makes it great. So this fucking weirdo's like, no, a 12-year-old decides that they're a woman. They are. A 12-year-old can't decide what flavor of ramen they want to eat. And they're supposed to decide if they have a vagina or a penis. Fuck off, you weirdo. They don't get to make that decision. Ever. And no fucking cuckold doctor. Ooh, I love to tell kids if they're women or men. That's beautiful. Fuck you, you weirdo. Get away from kids. Get the fuck away. Because this isn't that fucking easy. isn't how gender works. Some 12-year-olds figured it out. Well, I've always felt like a woman. No, you haven't. What does a woman even feel like? Explain it to me. And the 12-year-old will go, all day. I watched the video. I got a handout. Fuck off. What does a woman feel like? Try and get a fucking woman to answer what she feels like on the average day, and you can't do it. You're telling me a man can do it? How bigoted are you? Fuck these people. These people are fucking weird. We never must forget that these people are fucking weird. They want children to have answers that children can't answer. They want men to have answers that men can't answer. And they want women to know the truth about what men can't know.
I just need you to be black and a female.
That's true. I just need you to be black and female. Okay, let's pull this up though. Back to this. Capable. And if you can't do that, you should consider finding a steamroller to let run over you. You fucking disgusting pile of shit. What good would a steamroller be if you've already been shot in the head is the weird question, right? Like, oh, they should be shot in the head, but they should also consider a steam. That doesn't make any sense. You deserve. Okay, anyway. That's the rest of the clip. Check Duncan's Twitter. God damn it. I don't want to. Duncan MacLeod. This is Twitter. Oh, there's nothing on there on his Twitter. So here we go. Here's what Duncan said about me. This is 22 minutes ago. Let's pull this up. So Duncan said, this is happening, I guess. Duncan asked me to do a show. He said, you don't normally take callers who disagree with you. I take callers who disagree. Drex disagrees with me 100% on marriage and relationships and men and women. I take callers who disagree with me all the time. Happy to do so, as long as you'll be respectful on my channel. To Duncan's credit, he was 100% respectful of YouTube's terms of service. I can't ask anything more for a guest. I would happily talk to Duncan again, even though he's a bitch. Here's why he's a bitch. This happening, I guess. You asked for this. And then he put his own Twitch up. He was multi-streaming. He never told me he was multi-streaming until we were doing the tech check. That's when I found out. If Duncan could have multi-streamed this without me knowing, let's be very clear, he would have. And I wouldn't care. But just tell me. Like, I don't care if you're multi-streaming. Just tell me. Go get your grift. Get that bag, bitch. Wonder how much he made today. If Duncan Can't Die's research is anything like his argument with Rekieta Law, then is it any wonder he can't get funding? Oh shit, hashtag cancel Duncan Can't Die. He says he literally thinks his intuition is worth more than scientific research and literally only had, I didn't say the thing I said as a defense, Lamau. No, I didn't say the thing I didn't say. This is the critical element. I didn't say what they said I said. They put it in quotes and they said Keffals should be shot in the head. Never. No, I don't want Keffals shot in the head. I want society to wake the fuck up to what people like Keffals are and ignore them. They should go on the wall. They should have a beautiful decoration spot on the wall. Wonderful, maybe some abstract art. And they should not be allowed around children's decisions involving their gender, because Keffals is an activist, not just a disinterested party. They're an activist. They have an active interest in counseling children towards a specific realm. That's how they make money. It's weird. It's fucking gross to me. But I don't want Keffals killed. I want them labeled, and I want people to go, ew, when they see them. That's all. That's all I've ever wanted. I don't advocate political violence. And if that fucking pussy would have stayed around, I would have said, if you've done even a modicum of research on this channel, you know I advocate against political violence to my detriment. And I say, please don't do these things. Because this political violence doesn't help anything, doesn't solve problems. All right. With that said, guys, I've drank so much whiskey. And remember this. I did the debate with my dick tied behind my ass. I got fucking trashed on this. And I think, maybe you guys can correct me, but I'm pretty sure even drunk me was far more coherent than sober fucking dummy. Am I right? I don't know. Here, let's go. Let's create a poll. Who won debate? Drunk. Whoops. I can't spell. Drunk. Nick. Sober. Gay boy. You guys can decide which one it was. Look, if you think it's sober gay boy, vote for sober gay boy. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play the Peeing Lawyer song again. Importantly, this stream is not over. This stream is not over. Do not leave. I'm going to play this song. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Don't leave. And I'll be right back in 2 minutes or less. I just have to pee so bad. And then we'll do the rest of the super chats. Okay, here we go.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when you're feeling is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers.
Oh my God. Look, God damn it. Too drunk to operate headphones. Only one of them works anyway. Who cares? God damn it. I made a mistake. I made a colossal fucking error. I went on Kiwi Farms and looked at my thread. Holy shit, guys. I made a critical error. I regret this stream immensely. Why putting on headphones? I don't know. Okay, leave me alone. Homeostasis, psychosclerosis, pick whatever term you want for it. I'm going back to my natural habitat and you can't stop me, you fucking weirdo. I made a colossal error. I looked at my Kiwi Farms thread. God damn it. It's 30 pages longer. Why can't I do this? Oh my God. Kiwi Farms make fun of me for this. Oh my Christ. Oh, it's on the wrong fucking, there we go. I'm too drunk to operate a headphone. Only one of them even works. It's 30 pages, 30 fucking pages. Do you know how many? That's a lot of pages of Kiwi Farms for one stream. So I've failed miserably in doing this. No, Kiwi Farms is back up. Trans Roof Korean. It was down last night. It came back up today. I've failed miserably. I've added significantly to my page. All right, what we're gonna do, and this is weird. We're gonna do all of the super chats. Thank you all for watching. What the fuck? Monetization. Here we go. Look, for monetization, I'm going to say this. People ask me all the time, Nick, what's the best cut you get? Look, for super chats, don't worry about the best cut. For super chats, worry about where you're participating and if you get your message read in the time that you want it. Now, today's stream was a little bit weird because I had a guest on. I didn't get to the super chats, and I'm sorry because I know there's a bunch of base super chats calling him for being stupid or whatever. I'm really sorry I didn't get to those. But generally speaking, I read $20 super chats kind of as the flow of conversation allows. Then I read more later on. I wanted to make sure Duncan had no complaints. There's nothing interrupting his ability to speak. Nothing interrupting his ability to communicate his point. Like, did you see that? The weirdest thing, he muted me to his own stream while I confronted him, and then only unmuted me when he deemed that I was calm enough to talk to him. But I was going and fully did let him talk afterwards. He was scared of what I said. That's his own problem. But anyway, I didn't want to give him any ammunition about like, oh, he didn't, blah, blah, blah. Never muted the guy, never stopped him from talking ever. In fact, let him talk when he stepped over me on my own show, which is good. I encourage it. And yeah, but he couldn't take it. Couldn't take the heat. He asked for the heat. I don't know who this guy is. Never heard of him in my life. And he's like, can I come on your show? You take a call in and do a show? Sure. Whatever. Well, what the fuck do I have? But anyways, we're going to read the rest of the super chats. We'll get there. I apologize for not reading them in order. It's already 4 hours in. I have to leave my house at like 8 in the morning. It's going to be a fucking disaster. So, I hope you guys, as always, you know, the only winner in every discussion stream or whatever is supposed to be the chat. And I don't know how I did. Like, I'm sure I've fucked up some things. And if I did, please make fun of me for them because it's great. But I hope the chat enjoyed the stream tonight and got some of that classic streaming you don't get anywhere else. Where else are you going to get me, a patrician Chad, Tyrone, alpha male, MGTOW, or whatever, debating the virgin stream? Did you hear? Oh, I've had sex with so many. Did you hear like all of the copes involved in that? God, it was amazing. I don't know. Like, you cannot ask for these people. You can't contact them and like, please come on my stream because you're fucking weird. Because they won't do it. You have to get them pissed off. And well, I've had sex with lots of women, lots of them. And I had my first threesome at 16. Sure you did, buddy. Cool. Like, yeah, I get it. I used to do taekwondo until, well, I got my mouth fucked up, right? Didn't I? I don't know. Maybe. It's not my story. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Did you? Is your mouth fucked up? Like, can you not do it because of long COVID? Look. Well, got me some long COVID. I got 3 vaccinations, but right, I can't perform at the physical level I could. Okay. I mean, I guess go for it. Whatever you want. Here we go. I love this. Salty Ball says you basically alienated people with inexpensive houses and small due mortgage payments, but the rest is okay. No, I didn't though. Like, look, your mortgage is what you can afford. That guy lied about it. You have a £500,000 mortgage and you're pretending to pay £400 a month. Why? Because he wanted to big time me. Like, I'll give you $200 right now on your stream. It's like, well, do it. That'll be half my mortgage payment. Bro, it's not. Like, if you have a £500,000 house, $200 is not anywhere close to half your mortgage payment. Why would you say that? Like, why would you big time me? I want you to have a bigger house. I want you to have a £1 million mortgage. I want you to have a £10 million mortgage. I want you to have a pool literally full of hookers. I want you to have all the Twitch thoughts on earth just filling your pool. And when you jump in, your dick falls into 8 of their asses. Like, why? I don't like people get weird on this. No, I want you to have better. I want you to have more. I want you to have whatever you want in your life. Every single person, Keffals, this Duncan fucking Fig, whoever you are, I want you to have the most fulfilling life. I just don't want you to fuck with kids. Is it that hard? Like, you want to have the grift? You want to make $100,000 off the Kiwi Farms making fun of you? 100%. I'm with you. Grift. Make all the money. Take all the people and tell them all the money like they should give you and have them give you all of it. I'm with it. I am for the voluntary distribution of the product of labor, which is currency, from one person to another. Of course, I'm a capitalist. I'm a libertarian. I want all of these people to do this to the maximum. You know who doesn't want that though? Duncan MacLeod. Let's take a look real quick. Duncan MacLeod. This will be interesting. Here we go. I don't like to do this, but I want to point this out. This is happening, I guess. Let's actually make some progress. Come join my cult. He's playing Cult of the Lamb. That's what that's about. Don't take any weird meaning from it. He's got big interaction here. And he says, just a reminder, no one on the planet should ever sit in a gamer chair. These chairs are terrible for you and horribly uncomfortable, not to mention a complete ripoff. This isn't true. Some gamer chairs are really, really nice. Other gamer chairs are shit. Get an office chair. Any decent ergonomic office chair will do. Your back will thank you. Some of them. The campaign begins. He retweets Keffals going their phase 2, right? Phase 2. Talking about drop Kiwi Farms updates, Trump treason Aries Spears in his comments about Lizzo and then playing Cult of the Lamb. He retweets, hey, Ricada Law, how do you define completely fabricated? I define completely fabricated as completely fucking fabricated. There is half of the quote that Keffals said I said. Here it is. Seven stream quote. There's a quote, not even a non-quote, like a summary or a synopsis. I should be lined up against a wall and shot. I've never, ever in my fucking life said that. but Keffals decided it, and this person said it. Here we go. How do you define completely fabricated? Are you in the impression people don't know what you go on the fucking wall means? It doesn't matter what it means to you. It matters what it means to me and my intention. We didn't get to this with Duncan, but the intention behind a statement is critical, and he tried to deny it, but where it's posted is critical. Let's get this fucking clear. Kiwi Farms doesn't harass anybody because Kiwi Farms users post to Kiwi Farms things that they want to say. Harassment in the traditional legal sense, which is really fucking important. And again, I'm frustrated with myself that I didn't go back to this. I tried to at one moment, got distracted because of liquor. But let's be very clear. Harassment in the legal sense requires more than mere discussion of a person. It requires you to take that discussion of a person and send it relentlessly to the person against better judgment, to the person against reasonableness, to their family, to try and paint them. Like, let's say someone worked at Google and you had a Kiwi Farms thread about them, and you emailed every Google employee the Kiwi Farms thread and said, don't fucking work with Keffals, for example. That might be harassment. You just talk about someone on a website. Oh, it gets pinned. Fuck you, you fucking pussy. Oh, they pinned my thread. I'm pinned. Fuck off. Like, what do you care? Josh, you fucking baby. Pin my thread, you piece of shit. Pin me at the top. Be like, grifter lawyer destroys himself. Fuck you, Josh. If you don't pin me, you're a fucking coward. And please come on my show again. That's what I'm saying right now about the Kiwi Farms. Pin my thread, you bitch. Pin every thread. Pinning a thread is not harassment. It is not speech. It is not illegal. It is nothing but a showing to people on the forum that exists that a particular topic is above average in value or interest. That's it. And anybody and everybody can pin anything and everything they want to any lawsuit. And no fucking weird trans gay weirdo who's trying to give all sorts of drugs to children without their parental consent gets to say anything about it. Wouldn't you agree that pinning a thread on someone is harassment? No, because it isn't. By definition, harassment would necessarily need a predicate action, not a thought, not a word. Harassment requires an action. The speech is to make a thread and pin it. The action is to take the pin thread, take the hyperlink, and email it to their employers or their family, or send a direct message to their lover or their Amazon delivery guy or whoever to try and get them to stop. The amazing thing is Kiwi Farms talking about shit online is literally never, ever, ever the legal definition of harassment. Literally 0 times is people talking about some weirdo online harassment. Harassment involves an affirmative action to involve a person to the point where they are molested, annoyed, or angered by a specific thing. And it also typically involves notice from the person say, hey, please stop doing what you're doing. Unless the annoyance or whatever the 3 things I said are so reasonably obvious to a reasonable person. Like if you take a Kiwi Farms thread and you send it to the police and you say, this is crazy, this person should be shot and killed by police because they're black, like that is potentially harassment on its face without some subsequent action. But most harassment requires a person saying, hey, please stop. Like, please stop or I'll consider this harassing. If you don't stop, I'll consider it harassing. Now, forums are a different animal because you can tell Kiwi Farms and Josh to stop posting about you, right? Hey, I consider your posts about me, Josh, you fucking weird Ukrainian loving fairy that you're out here. You're like, oh, well, with all the vocal fry. You're like, I love posts about you, Ricada Law. And I'm like, hey, you fucking fairy. Posts about me are harassing. I really wish you'd stop doing this. Please stop or I'll consider it harassment. I would never send this email. That'd be so fucking gay. I'd have to have 8 anal beads in my ass at the time I sent it. But no anal beads will ever be in my ass, so that's an easy thing. But then Josh says, oh, no, I'm going to do the thing twice and super hard. And then I can take that to a court and say, I told them about the harassment. They ignored it and they continued. Now I need a restraining order. And then you have a whole separate question. But things are typically not on their face harassment because you're not sending it to people's loved ones, friends, families, employers. Now, what Keffals does, literally does, is tell people to send this to current employers, get them deplatformed, get them removed, interfere with their contracts, interfere with their business. What Keffals does is, by legal definition, harassment. Because what they're doing to me, send all the bar complaints to Ricada Law. Well, I mean, send them. They're not going to be they'll be hashtag not very effective. And I'm going to make a shitload of money when I stream. By the way, all those bar complaints, every single bar complaint that comes to me from Keffals' gay followers, I'm going to read all of them with their name online. Yeah. I may not even redact their addresses. Fuck these people. I'm going to put them online. 100%. And I hope you'll join me. I'm going to live stream every single one individually. However many have come in. I don't care if it's 1,000. If it's 1,000, we're going to be 3 years of content, baby. I'm going to put every one of their names out there and every lie that they said about me, and I will put them online. And I will say, nope. And the U.S. Or the Minnesota Lawyers Professional Responsibility Office will say, nope. No matter how many fucking weirdos from Harvard try and get me disbarred. You went to Harvard? I went to a shit school, and my cock comes better law than your Harvard ass every day. And I will shove it right into the back of your fucking throat, and I'll come so hard it comes out your rectum, you fucking pussy. You want to come at me? You think I care about your degree? You think I care about the status of your law school? You think I care where you came from, where you graduated from? I will fuck you in the mouth until you beg me for more, you pussy. These fucking weirdos. Well, I went to Harvard. Good. Good for you. You paid $400,000 for the same degree I got. And I make more money than you getting drunk and making fun of you on YouTube. And if you don't think I'm going to do that over and over and over again, you're mistaken, pal. Because I'm in this for the long haul, motherfucker. In the longest haul you've ever seen, because every guy you've been with has just said peace. When they open it up, when you pull your pants down and that vagina smells like a fucking fishery in Boston, they're like, oh my God. You know what? Actually, I gotta go. I just remembered my mom has her diabetes medication or whatever, and they fucking leave. That's me, motherfucker, except I don't leave. I go outside your house and I shit on the roof and I shit into your plumbing, and I'm going to fuck you online. Fuck you. You want to ruin my life? I'll ruin yours. Fuck you. You want to make shit up that I said? I will fuck you online with your real name, with your real address, and everything you sent in, and I won't apologize to it for a microsecond because I know you were lying. Do you know I am? I'm not lying. I fucking hate you. I hate every single one of you who wants people to run out of money, who wants people to not be able to feed their families, who wants people run out of every job they could ever hold because you'll never let it go. Guess what? I don't cancel people. I won't cancel people. I want them to win. You want people to fail because you're an embarrassment for your own fucking failure, and you hope you can take everyone down to your shitty, miserable level. Well, guess what? I will fucking put you online every single time you do it. And you know what the U.S. Or the Minnesota Lawyers Professional Responsibility Office will say? Nothing. They'll send me your letter and I will put it online. And you can fucking deal with what you say. Own it, you bitch. Because I own everything I say. I don't own what you mean about it because you were wrong. You've always been wrong. And I cannot wait for them to come in. 10 to 15 days, guys. 10 to 15 days, we'll start seeing those bar complaints roll in. I will live stream every fucking one of them. Even if I get disbarred, I'll live stream the disbarment. Doesn't work that way. Like, it's not that simple, right? I get a hearing. I get to say, well, have you ever considered giving trans drugs to children? They'll go, no, that's weird. And I'll go, me too. It's fucking weird, isn't it? And I get to say that I don't like that. And they'll go, yeah, but were you representing a client? And I go, no, I don't represent clients. I go on YouTube and get drunk and say shit that's funny. And they'll go, you know what? That's a good point. I'll live stream the whole fucking proceeding. I don't care. Deposition me. Do whatever you want. I'll live stream all of it. I'll wear sunglasses. I'll have my dick out. I won't even wear pants. I'll be a fucking asshole. Fuck all you people. Fuck these people. Fuck these people right in their goddamn mouths. These people want to ruin lives for their entertainment. Fuck every one of them until they ask you to fuck them harder. Fuck these people. I hate these people. I hate them. I've got a video coming out. I got to record it on the Sam Hyde thing. I hate the Hassan Pikers of the world. They're fucking babies. I hate them. Speech is important. Speech exists, and you can't fucking stop it just because you don't like it. If you don't like speech, I don't know, go drown yourself in oatmeal and fist your ass until you die. I don't fucking care what you do. I don't like your speech. Good. Fuck yourself, you fucking baby. Fuck these people. I'm so tired of them. I don't like things that were said on the internet. Good. Why would you want to like everything that was said on the internet? That's weird. That's broken. Okay, here we go. It was a long preface. I'm going to read all these super chats. I'm going to read them fucking fast because I am torched. We're starting on Rumble. SC Medic says, Null is a bike. Yes, Null is a bike. Rumble username suck. This guy looks kind of like the TKD instructor Gary Plowshot. I try to be nice to the guy. I don't know. Rumble username suck. To misquote Sargon of Akkad, I wouldn't even commit sexual violence against you. This guy is seriously ignoring inconvenient reality of traps. Roy Rat at Nick from the Prison Culture Lexicon. The word chomo, child molesters, they are despised in prison. Good. They should be despised everywhere, not just prisons. Rumble username sucks. Nick, stop lying about what the wall is. We all know the wall is an idiom for when women suddenly drop off in attractiveness, usually sometime in their mid-30s. By the way, US 3 unbreaded. I'm not doing any unbreaded tonight. It's not going to happen. We'll do unbreaded tomorrow night. Joe K84, that dude needs to see a proctologist and get that stick removed. Total humor vacuum. It's okay to not be a cunt, Duncan. Absolutely. Dude, this guy, like, I tried to joke with him. I tried to have fun with him. He couldn't do it. He could not do it. No one to you says Keffals didn't only admit to killing himself. That's why they call it dead naming. He's responsible for decades worth of imminent suicides. Facts. Damn. All right. We've got, where are we? At ... says Duncan is just jealous that Dad Rage Rackets isn't pressing him up against the wall. True facts. Mysterious girlfriend L. I used to babysit kids around the age Keffals thinks they should be changing their gender. One thought he was half demon because he saw an anime with a half demon character. He cried when asked which of his parents was a demon. Dude, 12-year-olds have literal no idea, no concept of reality, and it's not even close. Why the fuck? Shit, 93-7 say drunk Nick versus sober gay boy wins the debate. Well, there you go. We have data. We have empirical data, right? That says it. Well, that data's biased. Okay, sure. Here we go. Back to YouTube. Kiwi goes live. Hey, Nick, has anyone mentioned the business casual versus YouTube RT Media case? Plaintiff is a total lol cow, maybe worth a laugh. People have mentioned it. I haven't looked at it yet. Pod Awful says, spread the word. Hashtag detransition Keffals. We will be forcing Keffals to detransition. Also, Nick, check DMs. I'm being sued by Alex Stein for making fun of him. Need my real official lawyer. Hashtag detransition Keffals. Mario Carter, I'm impressed Chris Chan had the foresight to transition years in advance so he could escape the courthouse from the women's bathroom window. Did Chris Chan really escape? I was trying to explain this to my wife without telling her that, by the way, this weirdo fucked his mom. Okay. Like I'm like trying to keep her as innocent as possible. Like I mentioned WCFD, right, as the acronym to Lady Rackets tonight. I'm like, by the way, white chicks fuck dogs. And she's like, what? And she started crying. She started literally crying. She's like, they do? What are you talking about? And I had to lie to her and say, no, white chicks don't fuck dogs. It's a meme of the internet. Honey, sweetheart, pumpkin, sugar. Don't listen. White chicks definitely, like a single white chick with 8 giant Great Danes. She's definitely not fucking sucking their penises and having them rape her or whatever. Like, that's not true. She had no idea. She's like, that's not real. That's abuse. I'm like, I know, sweetheart. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Let's go have sex again. It was great. That she was broken. I felt bad. But I was trying to explain to her the Chris Chan thing. And I could not break it to her that he fucked his mom. Like, I just couldn't do it. But I was also like, he escaped. Wait, that had to be a troll. That had to be fake. It has to be fake that Chris Chan escaped. Did Chris Chan literally escape from the fucking government? Is that a real thing? Fuck me. Tiffany Living Good sent a GoFundMe to your Twitter DMs. It's for a badly injured child. If you need to vet me, please do. Please share and have others share too. Not on this stream. This stream is not for that. I will do it tomorrow. Absolutely. I'll probably do it on both streams tomorrow. Nick, for shame, you bigot. White chicks don't fuck dogs. They let dogs eat them out. No, I think they let dogs fuck them. It's a meme. The Chris Chandler thing's a meme. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm lost. Law and Lumber says late and Lady Rackets pegboard. Hey, fuck you, Rob. I love you. I love you, brother. We need to do a show soon. But Lady Rackets would never peg me. Like, legitimately. So here, I'll tell you guys a secret. Here's a secret. So last night, Lady Rackets and I played a great board game. I think it's called Sex or whatever. It's an adult board game. It's taking way too long. You have to get to 6 of these X's. And after over an hour, we'd gotten to 2. So I'm like, well, why don't I just, I'd gotten 2 X's. I'm like, why don't I just win? It was great. Long story short, we'd done this. In the middle, I had to tweet out, like, one of the cards made me tweet out to her, or tweet out whatever she said. And she said, playing a board game with my boo. Because she didn't know what to say. So I'm like, this is the most humiliating thing you've said so far. I'll tweet it out. Another card made me hold my hands behind my back, pour liquor on a shallow dish and lick it up. Like, right? Like, be submissive. So I did that because it was on the card. It was weird. Like, because all I had was whiskey. And if you've ever tried to lick whiskey off a plate, it's disgusting. It's fucking foul. Okay, it's hard to do. today, she looks at me and she says, I hate that card. I hate it because I don't see you as submissive. And I'm like, well, that's nice. She goes, I hate the idea, like the idea that you would lay down or sit down or whatever, even in a game, and lick whiskey off a plate. She's like, I don't like that. I hated every second of it. Like, well, why didn't you fucking say something? Because I just wouldn't have done it. Like, that would have been cooler. But like, the reality is, I don't think most women see men as submissive in general. Like, despite the common like parlance of Twitter or whatever, women don't see men that way because it's weird to see fucking men that way. It is. It is. And I was glad to find out that Lady Ragged's like, I didn't like that card. I didn't like it. Cause I try, you try, like you're like, well, maybe this is sexy to you. She hated every second of it. Couldn't do it. Now, the funny thing is, if she had her hands like handcuffed behind her back and was licking whiskey off a plate, she'd probably love it. That's like what she, sometimes what she's into, right? If she's in the right mood. No. How much you want to bet? Duncan's like, please let me lick whiskey off a plate. Let me do this thing. But no, Lady Ragged's pegboard. Sorry. Like, for all of the fun that the memes would be, she won't do it. If I'm getting pegged by Lady Rackets, I'm getting divorced next week. Because she would lose and should all respect for who I am and what she is. And that's a real, like, people get to make up their own relationships. For the overwhelming majority, the 99.99% of male-female cis-hetero relationships, a guy getting pegged will cause a woman to leave. Not just be repulsed. They will leave. They won't like it. They don't want it. And for the 0.01% of relationships where the woman isn't disgusted, she fucking should be in the guy belongs on the wall next to everybody else. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, distracted. K to the Swiss of the Clan MacLeod. Swade's Lounge says my pants are off. Lamo, when he says take down the farms, he's referring to opening up criminal activity to keeping the farm offline by getting rid of their DDoS protection with Cloudflare. Yep, he is. Slaglust. YouTube is just as much of a harassment site as Kiwi Farms. People being mean to each other isn't unique to the farms. No, Twitter, Facebook are have been responsible for far more suicides, far more homicides, far more sexual exploitations. Twitter and YouTube are results of are responsible for far more crimes than Kiwi Farms ever will. Ever. Gross. These people are disgusting. Callan Shaw Indie Game says they have a new term for this: stochastic terrorism, meaning you called someone out on BS, so clearly you want them to be hurt. Super Iron Bob says, on the balance of probabilities, this guy has harassed my mother and is attempting to have her visited in an unfriendly manner by a paramilitarized police force. My $20 is more evidence that than he has to say otherwise. As Asp, it, not she, but perhaps he, but certainly not she. Lucas isn't it. Look, here's the thing with dead names. Dead names are dead names. Live names are live names. I don't understand either. I tend to call people what they want to be called, how they identify in a particular way. Keffals wants to be Keffals. If other people want to call Keffals Lucas, I'm not here to stop them. If other people want to call Keffals whatever their fucking weird girl name is, I don't care. Like, Keffals is Keffals to me because that's their chosen and most prominent identity that I can find. Keffals is Keffals. If you want to call Keffals Lucas, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. Lucas. If you want to call Keffals She-Ra, the she-wolf, like, who am I to stop you? I don't want to stop you from doing anything. I don't care what other people do. I care what I do. What I do is this. Keffals is a fucking degenerate. Get on the wall. Scroats and Goats, I got doxxed back in June. I don't have any evidence, but I'm going to say it was Keffals just because it seems like something he'd do. That was the amazing thing. What evidence is it that Kiwi Farms? Well, the reasonable assumption. No, it's not a reasonable assumption at all. Actually, there's a whole bunch of factors you're not considering. What evidence is? Well, evidence. Well, we care about evidence with scientific study. You don't care about evidence anywhere else, like at all, because there's no evidence that Kiwi Farms did this. It's just Keffals saying it. But Keffals says a bunch of shit that isn't true. In fact, he admitted to all the shit that Keffals said that wasn't true. That was a weird thing. All right, see Goody. Fucktard got his ass blown out in 2 seconds. Well, at least he tried. Welcome to the shit show that is lost explaining the internet. Hashtag Kiwi Farms forever. Heyoka. Never argue law with a lawyer if you are not a lawyer. Look, just even if you are a lawyer, it's fucking loser. It's a loser's game. Like we fight to stalemates all the time. No one agrees on what the law is. Don't argue laws with a lawyer because they're fucking assholes who are created to do it. Trevor R. Portions of Britain are used by criminals to commit crimes. Can we legally get rid of Britain, please? What a fucking disaster. Kalinka, why is this ignorant munter decided to challenge you about the farms? Like, what's the point? To display his ignorance? Yes. No. His point is simple, Kalinka. He wants to earn clout in the faggot community. Whatever that is. He's like, oh, I could go on. I stood up to Rakata Law, the bigot. That's what he wants. He wants a badge to wear somewhere else because he can't do it on his own. Well, Keffals is a bigger streamer than me, and Keffals is a bigger streamer than me. I have bigger streams than Keffals. YouTube promotes it. No, like I just have bigger streams than Keffals. Like I've been working really fucking hard at this, and Keffals has not worked hard enough yet, or for not a long enough time. I don't know. What are you doing? Well, you could agree that YouTube treats live streams different. They treat live streams like shit. Believe me, like guys, if I could just make, like, instead of doing 5-hour live streams a night, if I could do an hour total of short videos, right? Like 4 15-minute videos, and have them each reach 100,000 views. Would I ever in my life live stream again? No, I'd make more money. I make a shitload more money doing the ads on 4 15-minute live streams a day. Well, really 8, like 2 hours, but 4, that's all. I make a shitload more money taking YouTube's advertising dollars and super chats. Way more. It's not even fucking close. Like, you want to call me the super grifter, and I believe me, please vote for me. I'm with you. I'm grifting everybody. I don't believe anything I've ever said in my entire life. Just give me money. I'll touch my nipples. I'll touch my ball sack, whatever you want. Please send super chats, and I'll touch my penis. If you want to send, gay messages on locals, I'll send you nudes. That's not true. You can't do that on locals. That would ban me. But really, like, whatever. Like, I will grift the shit out of everything. But it's really easy to grift this stuff, and I don't do it. And these fucking weirdos do constantly. Be so easy to just say, well, every pedophile gets a bullet in their head, and it gets engraved with Ave Imperatus or whatever. Like, but that's not true. But these people will say whatever is true to get them money. That's not my style. I want you to hang around here because you enjoy the jokes. That guy, he couldn't. Did you see that? Did you see? He wanted to laugh. Go back and look. He wanted to just chuckle a little bit, but he knew he couldn't. He knew he could not do it. That is the most embarrassing shit on the planet. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? You see something funny and you go, well, the fucking trans gays won't let me laugh at this, so I won't. Could you imagine being that fucking beta that you would say, someone else won't let me laugh at this, so I won't? Just fucking laugh. It's okay. It's okay to laugh at a joke. Well, it's not funny. Sure, pal. I can see your face. I can see your reaction. I can see your micro reaction. Your micro reaction's right next to your micro penis. Your reaction's bigger. I got it. But look, it's there. It's there. I see you smile. I see you choke down the laughter like a big giant penis. I see it happen. You have to do it for the cause, so it's okay. Same with everything else you do. Jacob MacLeod. Laws are informed by principles. Get these fucking things out of my ears. Laws are informed by principles. They didn't just come from nowhere. The law serves as a minimal manifestation of those principles. Andrew Gibbons, I want to start a social experiment. Let's put Nick and 10 other lawyers in a room with an open bar, strike up an argument, and see who lasts the longest. Well, I can tell, like, look, I can tell you who will win. You won't stop me. See what he says, Nick, Kiwi Farms thread. It has a link to my Kiwi Farms thread. And by the way, hundreds, like over 500 pages. Some of the stuff people say on Kiwi Farms is very, very flattering. Hashtag you are all patrician chads who will go into heaven. And then some of the fuckers are completely wrong about me, my wife, my family, and they say the most horrific shit. Hashtag you faggots will die in hell where you belong. I don't know. It's not my decision, but that's what you guys will do. Okay? Look. The internet is a place where people will lie, tell the truth, and mix truth and lies. That's what the internet is. Doug Murray, why are you arguing with a communist whose opinion doesn't matter? To make a point, Kalinka says, as someone who's been harassed and has a protection order against another person, this dude's definition of harassment is objectively stupid. Yes, this is what I didn't get to. Someone who talks about me on a forum is not harassment. Someone who talks about me on a forum and then sends the link to every one of my family members, different story. That's harassment. Soleil 333, would it be a safe assumption to say that this person drops racial slurs under their breath constantly? Yes. Cornelius Buttknuckle, did you hear him? This guy, low-key, Duncan, low-key hates blacks, and he hates fucking trans. And he really hates fat people. Fat black trans are the worst. That's true, objectively, whether Duncan hates them or not. That's objectively true. This motherfucker I'm so enlightened. You're not, though. Like, you know people come for you for your position on fats. Why are you simping for the fucking chop a dick off of me's? Stop it. Add a dick to me's or whatever. Stop simping for these people. You don't have to, you just not talk about them. just not talk about Keffals. You could just not talk about male to female or female to male trans. Just not say anything because it's a complicated issue and there's no general statement that suffices other than all pedos deserve the wall. All right, here we go. Super Iron Bob, this person is evil. He allows only grace for those he agrees with and only vice for those he disagrees with. I hope he finds more generosity in his heart, but I'm worried that it's just a black and withered husk. It is, but it's not black because that'd be racist. Kemmel X Anders says, wait, is my bathtub Troonshine not valid as HRT? Doc Holliday says, what these people don't realize when they threaten us with the wall is that we come from a line of patriots and martyrs willing to do anything and everything to preserve our beliefs and way of life, including forfeiting our life. Chris Nunez, this was great discussion. I said to him, I don't do debates. I do discussion. You want to have a friendly discussion? Sure. I told this motherfucker before the stream, we'll disclose this. I said, I don't, look, no offense. I don't know who you are. You reached out to me. I want to know who you are. I want to know what you do. And so here's what I said at the beginning. I said, I would love to have the opening questions be me learning who you are, ask you who you are, who your bio is. Then we'll get into the discussion after that because I want people to know who you are, like your Twitch stream or whatever. I want people to go see it. Do you notice what he did? Go back and look. He didn't let me do that thing that we agreed to this. I said, I want to know who you are. I don't know you. No offense. I don't watch any political commentary on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know what Tim Pool says. I don't know what Joe Neerman says. I barely know what I say. Okay. I don't know what this guy says. Maybe he's based on every other thing and blue pilled on this thing. I don't know. So I'm like, hey, I don't know you. Let's talk. I would love to get to know you because I'm a nice motherfucker. Why is this a thing? I get along with everybody on earth. And you saw me at a million times in this discussion, try and tell a joke, try and break the mood, try and be friendly, right? I can do this in person 100 times out of 100 because people aren't backed up by their weird gay backers on Twitter or Twitch. But normal people will just, they'll laugh along with it and go with it because that's how normal conversation works. This guy didn't. Props to him. But it's not organic. It's not natural. Because when we see each other in the wild and we have discussions with each other, they're confrontational, and traditionally in history, they could end up with someone dying. Very cautious or very reserved. We've learned to not die from these discussions. That's good. But this motherfucker just went ahead and lied about everything. I mean, I guess I didn't lie about you, though. I have receipts on everything I said about you, and you said every single thing from start to finish. Because I don't misrepresent who I am ever. Like, I'm going to come on your stream, I'm going to tell jokes or whatever. He never said anything about streaming. Pledge Finner, who goes through puberty in their 30s or 40s? The idea that going through puberty at 19 is somehow the same as 14 is fucking degenerate. And anyone who believes so deserves to have their kneecaps chopped off. AG says Keffals infused habit. Cartographer, I've heard enough. This guy belongs on the wall next to Keffals. Scroats McGoats, this guy is arguing from bad faith position. Give him Jack Murphy's number so they can have an actual friendly chat. Jabs, look, I know. But I know you guys are smart enough to suss out the fucking stupid arguments that were coming. So I wasn't concerned. Scroats McGoats, this guy's arguing. Wait, Jab Slant. Hey, it's the dude that was destroyed by Destiny. I've no doubt about that. I'll have to go look up their discussion, but I have no doubt that Destiny just said, hey, this is weird. Like, very simple questions. This is fucking weird. I don't know. I'm sure that guy on his chat won, and that's great. I don't think he won at all. Mario Carter, your guest looks quite well groomed on the topic. Stop it. C-Man 2PT0. Okay, groomer IWD. This is a chemical-based terrorism, plain and simple. All of it. Every form of transitioning a child, it's an atrocity perpetrated against someone innocent. I agree. Sleuths, this groomer needs a thread. Oh, if he doesn't have a Kiwi Farms thread, I'm guessing one is coming imminently. I'm guessing he probably already has one. But maybe not. I don't know. Doug says, you do not have decades of evidence that puberty blockers are irreversible. You only have evidence that they're basically fine for early puberty. Look, I'm not a biologist. I wasn't going to sit here and argue with him on the science. Here's what I'll say. I disagree. Because if you show me 10 studies that say puberty blockers that stop puberty from 13 to 18 are fine, I'll say every single time, I disagree. And I dissent. Well, based on what? Based on my fucking eyes. That if you keep a kid physically where they are at 13 until they're 18 and then tell me that they're normal, you need to go on the fucking wall. You're a fucking liar. You want normative behavior? Oh, they'll adjust, whatever. No. If you keep a kid looking like they're 12 until they're 18, go the fuck away. And you know why they do it. You know why they do it. Let's not split hairs here. You know why they want to keep a 12-year-old looking like they're 12 for 6 years until they're 18, right? These people are fucking pedophiles. They want to fuck the 12-year-old body, even if it's 18. These people are fucking weird. Fuck them. All right. Dermy Wormy sent you a Twitter on DM about this Jack Murphy. Andrew Wahoo, this guy is making Shane Holmberg look like Albert Einstein. Why does he believe it's important that kids change genders ever? Good question. Mystery guest, this guy is an effing nut. If I ever have kids, he's going to change my mind. Painful buggery. I'm a biologist and Duncan is full of it on puberty blockers and HRT. Of course, the idea that delaying puberty for 6 years has no negative side effects. Oh, all the evidence points this. I disagree. I'm comfortable saying, like, you tell me there's no study. I don't care. I disagree. That's bullshit. You stop a kid from turning 18 from 12 to 18. And I'll fucking find you a train to stand in front of. Get etiquette, you fucking weirdo. Hill says, just throwing this out there, hands off the keyboard, eyes closed. What does the follicle stimulating hormone does in male and female? Tomorrow V, this guy just advocated for the reason for stolen indigenous kids from their parents. Yep. D says, Dr. Money is a corner store behind gender studies, but he abused and helped to influence the suicide of 2 boys that he based his entire study around. The facts that Dr. Money's study didn't work doesn't stop feelings. BS. Good logic. What's up, Joe? Shit, I got to find a time to talk to Joe. Joe's my man. He says, what about the opposite scenario? What if a 5-year-old says, I don't want a life-saving transfusion? Does this guy believe we should allow the kid to override the parents? How's that different from the kid wanting HRT? Good fucking question. I don't want to live. I want to die. Well, parents are handcuffed, fucking kill the kid, right? Like, that's what this person's argument seems to be. Parents are stupid. Again, I will never in my life, let's put this out there. I will never in my life agree with someone who says parents don't get to have a say in their children's lives. Kind of weird shit. Well, there's some parents who abuse their kids. Good. It's less than 1%. Fuck you. The overwhelming majority of parents don't. I'm not. You will never catch me saying, well, diabolic. Science says no. Nope. Nope. If you're a danger to your kid, that's on you. Nobody else is a danger to their kid until the state determines, after a hearing, an opportunity to be heard with representation, that they are. Fuck these people. Zachary Nehumazin says, this is an unmitigated disaster. True. Kalinka says, I'm glad you had Duncan on so we can see just how moronic and vile he is. Fantastic. I hope he never has a chance to have and abuse kids. I don't know that he's going to abuse kids. I know he doesn't have any. But like, that became very fucking obvious really quick. Well, do you have kids? Well, I don't talk about that on YouTube, Twitch. You don't have kids. You don't have, like, look, I got it. You don't have kids, so you're enthralled by a weird fucking tranny's dick. But the reality is, kids don't come to you. 99.99% of children don't come to the parents and go, you know what, Mom, I think I'm a boy. They don't do that. You know why they don't do that? Because the statistic is that fucking low. It's that fucking low. That's the reality. Why would they do that? They don't. All right. Mandrake, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Mr. B says this guy needs a wall. You cannot use this ID. Says, why are guys like this always such arrogant jerks, act all-knowing, while knowing little? Dude, you know. Dermy Wormy says, hey, Duncan, didn't you admit to cheating in VGC? I don't know what that even means. The Squid says, I'd say the 100s of research papers being written about the trans experience on kids being going on for decades that say puberty blockers cause permanent irreversible harm completely discredits this dude's opinion. Like, I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know about the research on trans kids. And here's the most important part. This is what was lost on Duncan. I don't care. I don't care if I'm the last fucking guy on the planet that says giving puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapies to 14-year-olds is fucking wrong. I don't care if every single medical study says, no, it's good. It's a moral good. Not only is it a moral good, this person will go on to increase the birthing rate by 80 points or whatever. And they'll be the happiest person on the planet. I will say forever that the statistical analysis on trans people is wrong. It's wrong. And here's the beauty of free speech in America. I can look at a thing, go, okay, I determine this to be empirically correct or accurate or whatever. And you know what I can do at the end of the day? I can say, it's wrong, because I believe, and I do, that if you delay puberty from 14 to 16, that you, who facilitated the delay of puberty from 14 to 16, is a monster. You're a monster who should never in your life be around children ever. And here's what else I can say. Show me all the science in the world that says that puberty blockers are great, wonderful, or whatever. I won't believe it. And more importantly, no one can force me to believe the proposition. And if you think that your force is bigger than my saying, nah, fam, I'm good, then you are the tyrant, because you're the one using force. Whereas I am the humble speech merchant saying, I'm not selling this speech. I'm actually okay with it. And you come and you want to fuck me. I don't want to fuck you. I want to fuck Duncan. Like, guys, there's no one on this earth that I've had less interest in understanding than Duncan MacLeod. I've never heard of him. Never knew he was. He never popped up in some other thing. I didn't see any of his tweets. I researched all that post hoc. Like, who is this guy? This guy wants to talk to me. He's got 22,000 Twitter followers. That's pretty good. who is he? I click on his profile. It takes me to Twitch. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's a legit Twitch streamer. 64,000 followers, way bigger than me. By the way, my follower count on Twitch is like 23,000. Very embarrassing. Some of these people have figured out Twitch. I haven't. I do me, but I haven't. Great. I'm proud of him. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then I find out that his Twitch position is just a populist position. Anti-groomer, anti-coomer, or whatever. And like, fine. But that's not like a position. That's something someone gave you. I didn't see anything come out of him that suggested that his position was particularly well thought or nuanced. And I certainly didn't see him address the position that I have. So anyway, back to this. Kalinka says, koalas are of no benefit to their ecosystem. Time to get rid of them. Duncan MacLeod, probably. That's true. Butcher.cs, those same scientific studies lie, just like how they said fats are bad. At any point you interfere with development process, whether it's be blockers or tests, has a permanent effect on the body. I agree. Wrestler Town, hey, guest, is molestation reversible? Nicholas Dow, there's no nobility in debating with these people. I agree. Not here to be noble. I'm here to make money. And you guys have contributed a lot of money tonight. Thank you so much for that. That's why I'm here. I'm here to grift. By the way, grifties.com. Make sure I beat Sticks, Hex, and Hammer's gay fucking cat. What is this? This is a competition? Anyway, I'm here to grift. Nicholas Dow. Wait, Dandy. Wow, this guy's the same level of cringe as a Groiper, Guntard, or Troon. I bet he wishes he could be super glued to Lucas's funk thing. Alex Scott Thompson, I just wanted to be part of this. Lol, heart, brother. Sour Kraus. Oxford's definition on Google does not say immutable. It simply says against a particular group. Yeah, look, this guy's in the business of adding lines, adding things to quotes to suit his agenda, of course. Sorry, Mario Carter. I never got to black belt, ran out of shoe polish. No, I ran out of time. Look, I did for like 12 years. I did various martial arts in various capacities. I didn't get to black belt in any of them because American martial arts have become a way to suck money out of people based on time, not on ability. They go, oh, well, have you been blue belt for X amount of months? Then you can test for purple belt. That's weird as fuck. I'm not a big fan. I think the taekwondo and karate grift in America is very real. I think it's Japanese, Korean, and Americans who have said, oh, I can extract money by artificially delaying this person's advancement. That's real. That's true. That's 100% true. If you disagree with that, go break a board and come at me. Scooter one. By the way, and I'm not diminishing the accomplishments of people. If you got a black belt in any of those things, like jiu-jitsu, Shotokan karate, taekwondo, props to you. You worked really hard. You got your thing. I'm not diminishing that. I'm saying that the system diminishes what you did. And they do it every day. When they admit some weird purple belt fucking blue hair, they go, oh, you're so oppressed, you automatically get a 5th dan black belt. Fuck these people. Fuck them interfering with your work, your pleasure. Anyway, Scooter says the FDA recently added a warning label to puberty blockers saying they may cause loss of vision or tinnitus. So after 6 girls on puberty blockers developed pseudo tumor cerebral, 1 girl was on them for gender dysphoria. Look, I don't know. Here's the thing. This is important. When I say I don't know, and I also disagree, that's enough. That's enough for me to have a question about my kids. This guy doesn't want questions from parents. He didn't want anything. For me, I go, that's enough. I disagree. Let's get a doctor. Let's get a specialist. Let's do this thing. Let's make it done right. And then I'll decide. Like, look, just because the doctor says your boy's a girl, I'm going to transition. No, fuck you. fuck you. First of all, you're a doctor. You don't know my kids. Second of all, you don't know me. Third of all, I get the final say. And fuck you for this and for everything. Maybe it's the right move for the kid. Maybe it's not. Most likely, statistically not. Zombie licorice. Puberty blockers being reversible is highly debated. Even in the medical community, you can find papers that say both. I know. Michelle, I freaking love you, Nick. He broke the mold after he made you. This is a masterclass in debating and showing these monsters how to be human. But Naked Gamer, the Taekwondo story would have been a lot better if the kick to the head ended up killing him. Catherine Martine 8 BKZ, thanks for the donation. Mr. Bentham, it is a fad. Remember all those kids that detransitioned during the lockdowns. Keep these weirdos away from your fucking kids. Crumbrion. Hey, resident trans woman here. 3+ years on HRT and started transitioning in my late 20s. I have to say, kids should not be given blockers. Let's kids be kids. Guys, check out Crumbrion on YouTube. I think it's I can't remember the name of the show. Anyways, Crumb's great. Been on the show before. Look, if you want to look to me discussing trans issues with trans people, go to Crumbrion, Iron Liz, and Joshua Connor Moon. Those are 3 beautiful, lovely trans women that I've had long discussions with, but trans and other issues. Go check them out. You can search them. Ricada Law, Crumbrion. Ricada Law, Iron Liz, Ricada Law, Joshua Connor Moon, Ricada Law, Troon. And you'll find all of them. It'll be perfect. Nick Matrix. Just take him to church, Nick. Bullet Tooth Tony. Propagandist work. No, this long-haired creep isn't a propagandist. He's just a dupe of the cathedral. Carrot Demos. This dude has some serious problems with his own parents. God forbid he ever has a child. Matt K. Instead of giving kids puberty blockers, why don't we focus on fixing the brain chemistry issues that cause kids to want to cut their junk off? Stephen Fouts, love you, Nick. This is precisely how to approach people who reject reality. Thank you, Duncan, for exposing yourself. I hope to see it again. Jacob McQuaid, because the role of the parent is to help the child to interrogate and learn from everything in life, including gender, just accepting is antithetical to teaching them about the world. Kent O'Rourke, guy belongs in a jungle hunting and killing a group of elite soldiers because he is a predator. Law and Lumber, big chat from Law and Lumber. What's up, Rob? Rob, please DM me. If you're still around or if you see this, please DM me. Let's schedule a show, buddy. Let's schedule a full-on show. Thank you both for this discussion. The marketplace of ideas needs more contributors, not less. Both of you are entitled to voice your thoughts against the most caustic backlash. Opinions need a place to be argued in the open. Never stop asking and arguing facts and law. Rob, respectfully, one of us did that, and the other one called for me to be canceled. That's the reality we're up against. Look, I'm 100% for an open marketplace of ideas. These people are not. This guy was never for a marketplace of ideas. He wants wrong think, according to him, removed. As he said, Kiwi Farms is trash to your website. Even if they didn't do the evil thing I think they did, they should be removed because it's trash. That's the person he is. It's scary. Snuggles Trouble, you think you are trans? Why is that? Kid repeats the indoctrination the teacher espoused, and the parent explains basic human biology, nature. Vienna waits for you. I wanted to be a dog when I was 6 years old and even lifted my right leg before pissing on the neighbor's lawn. Thank God they didn't have puberty blockers in the 70s. Is Astonic Dom. Is reverse puberty just the IRL version of 1,000-year-old Dragon Girls? Yes, Kalinka. Some EU country prevented a family from taking their child to the U.S. for treatment for a terminal illness. Kid died. Was that okay, Duncan? Yes. NIS is perfect. Big Rob says, milestone free chat. Stop freaking yawning. You shyster. Love the grift, Nick. Hey, thanks, buddy. All 5 red puberty blockers prevent proper bone density and growth. Shorter, weaker growth can permanently lower testosterone production. Swade's Lounge. Look, again, I'm not on the side that puberty blockers do nothing. I'm on the side that puberty blockers effects are irrelevant to the question. It's the idea. Puberty blockers do nothing. That's not true. I disagree, and fucking fight me on it. Well, facts and logic inside. I don't care about those. Guess what? This is the thing people don't understand. Well, flat earthers will think the same thing. Guess what? The earth is fucking flat. I promise you. Australia doesn't exist. And if you put 2 stakes down across the earth, you will measure everything you need to measure appropriately. The flat earth is still fucking fake. No, true. Flat earth is still true. The earth is flat. Greenland is flat. Greenland has sunk into the ocean, will raise water profiles 10 billion feet or whatever. The earth is flat. It's always been flat. It will never be curved. Because fuck these people. Fuck all of them. Mandy says, I'm a tomboy. Are we cool? Look, to the chat. This is to the chat. Here, I'm going to put a poll up. Would you fuck a tomboy if she's cute? No, that's man. That option. Yeah. Cute or ugly. Give me that boy. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, cute or ugly, give me that boy. Here's the thing. Here's the chat. You guys can decide. I think it's really fucking weird. Well, tomboy girls exist. I wouldn't fuck them. No, like, tomboy girls are fine. What kind of weird shit is this? Swade's Lounge. Large-scale studies have revealed 80% of subjects using blockers reported being impotent, and 267% increase in impotence was observed after 1 year of treatment. Greenie 83. Hey, Nick, do you allow the shilling of GoFundMes? Yeah, but I'm drunk. I've set up one to help my mother with some of her debt after the engine in her car blew up and she had to buy another one. I go further into details on the fundraiser page. Talk to me tomorrow. Don't super chat me, just DM me. Applicable. Puberty blockers cause massive physical disruption. That's obvious. Law and lumber. Chemical castration harkens back to Supreme Court opinion. 3 generations of imbeciles is enough. Not a good hill to die on. Just saying. Yeah, no kidding. Stephen Fount says, take notes, chat. This is a masterclass. From Duncan. Clearly, Duncan is giving the masterclass on how to discuss things. Mama to 2 Howries. You're against kids on internet, even if they want to be. If kids can decide on puberty blockers, then why can't they decide on the internet? Sounds hypocritical. There you go. AG Biochemist. Millions of money in funding for the lowest area of funding in the USA. If you can't get funding, you're either a terrible scientist or a bad grant writer. I would write this dude grants. I write this dude grants all day. Like, why is this so hard? So give me the fucking money, Lebowski. T2AV, what do you think of being number 1 in the Grifties? Not number 1 enough. Everybody go to grifties.com and vote for Ricada Law. We need to make this solidify. Sticks, Hex, and Hammers. Cat, his Sticks' his fucking pussy is going to beat me? No. Nick Ricada on the Grifties, number 1. Matthew Vicari, this is why biology is a joke. An entire field devoted to regurgitating your textbooks instead of utilizing critical thinking. Not applicable. I did the science. Gonads exist. There you go. K to the Swiss. Duncan, John. Money isn't science guy. Bird Bath Bash. Duncan just baiting, not debating. Amazing Wireless 2. Pine Tree Riots. We have our home again. Scrotes and Goats. The term troon originates from the something awful forms. They're gross slobs with moobs who always fantasize about being Katie Lang. Bobby says, I bet Duncan is okay with a woman terminating in the 3rd trimester, but says children don't belong to their parents. Crusader Joe. Docs love prescribing ADHD meds. Meth. Akikama, 18-year-olds getting student loans should be forgiven because they're too young to understand, but respect a 10-year-old's choice to castrate himself. Thank you, Akikama. Everyone was thinking KF, tip of the hat. Nicely done. Applicable. Hey, ask him if one bad government is even worse. Siumara, who is this? I don't know. So blindly smug, the passive aggressive is beyond annoying, and I only just got here. Way too engrossed in his own opinion. Borkadamus, do you lawyer better with or without a ward? I don't know what that means. And then the guy who's on your stream for a while is pretty girly hair. Such a cute girl. I want to pull it. I want to marry him and start a Kiwi farm. Ooh, woo. Super Iron Bob. This guy supports the Tuskegee syphilis doctors and those that did the experiments in concentration camps. After all, doctors know better. Tiumara. Shh, ignore the origin of opioid epidemic. Rob Pierce, are you sure he's not a Fed? Also, who is the guy on the right? Snuggle struggle. Wanted to be a dinosaur when I was 3 or 4. I'm very happy my parents did not placate my delusion. Not applicable. They changed DSM, so all previous documents were wrong. Yes, you bigot. Amazing Wireless 2. Sex is better when police report is involved. Sharon Young. Gender dysphoria is a DSM-5 term, replacing gender identity disorder from DSM-4. The disorder did not get taken out of the DSM. Thank you, Sharon, for sharing that. T2AV. Why would this guy decide to argue with a lawyer was a good idea? I don't know. But see, here's the thing. Going back to Sharon Young's comment. Look, I'll take that gender dysphoria is taken out of the DSM-5. So? Well, it's not in the DSM-5. I don't care. I think it's bad. How's that? I think it's bad in the DSM-4 and 5 and 6. That's not even out yet. I think it's bad all the way. Bad things. Like, why does this matter? Appeal to authority fallacy, right? 50027. Remove Brit Bong. What a stick in the mud. Lamau. Goji. I'm Trans Am. Stardust Crusader. $10 to go towards to buying that guy a sense of humor, or is it humor? Spoony Jank. Speech is kind of social. The J. Clark. Blown out in big coat. Very breaded. Plaz. RD2 the wall. This guy's a doctorate, but look at his domicile. Another intellectual without building anything of substance. Nothing but another leech. Heyoka. I pity the fool that argues with a drunken rackets. Many kung fu masters have attempted to master his style, but they were not of Polish descent. Why is this that while drunk, I can contend with these intellectual midgets? Like, why is that real? I should lose to all of them by definition. Yin Yang Dynasty, what's the splitting hairs joke? Now I'm curious. Pedophiles, because there's no hair down there. That's the joke. God damn it. Why couldn't you figure that out? How much autism do you have? Seaman 2PT0. This dude is a child pred guaranteed. The squid, Matt Walsh called. He's asking what a woman is because you're wrong with your definition. Brandon Lesko, what if your kid identifies as Joe from Family Guy? So this guy would take them to a doctor to make them paraplegic, and how many boosters? Mario Carter, what biological sex is up, up, down, down, left, right, BA select start? Yes, Jesse Bear. 2115 transsexual is a porn term. Why is it now transgender? Recovery Anonymous. John Money says, say his name. He is the cause of it all. MD says, can we get Duncan to join us for a daily unbreaded? I doubt it. Wait, what we got?
I doubt it.
Al 5 rep. By the way, ask him about all the European countries, including England, are starting to drop gender affirming care for children, saying they don't have enough information on the child's safety. No, again, doesn't matter what the facts are. You are allowed to disagree. That's why he said, well, the science points to this. I don't care what the science is. I disagree. Based on what? I have 5 kids. Fuck you. But doctors, I don't care what doctors say. Literally never care what doctors say. Fuck doctors. No. How about that? How about no? How about literally just fucking no? Go away. No. 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 Do you notice like how uncomfortable they are with that? Well, but why? Because no. Do you have a reason? No. I don't like it. But kids, no. Make kids kids again. Can we, maybe I should make that shirt. That's probably the best shirt I've ever made. I'm going to make one. Make kids kids again. That's all it's going to say. MKKA, motherfucker. Make kids kids again. These fucking groomer pedo weirdos want kids to be some sexual being. They want them to be sexual from age 9. They're like, oh, well, age of consent is this, but let's do this and this and this. Let's give them hormone replacements, all the, so they become a sex object 9 years from now. I got an idea. In 9 years, I want you at the bottom of a well, forgotten. Fuck you, you weirdo. No. How about just saying no? Stay away from my kids. If you come close to my kids, I've got a lead diet for you. Fuck these people. Luke says, holier than thou, Duncan, women are not female, and that folks in the left are a nutshell, contradictory nonsense, just ingenuous. Duncan MacLeod is fluent and effluent. Christina Wade, thank you. Wade, thank you. Plast, RD to the wall, says doctors know better than a parent 99% of the time. Has this guy not read any of the first half of the 20th century eugenics or Lysenkoism? Of course, science is vaunted as if it were God. Science is the God of atheism. Science is the God of the new left. Is deification of a concept to make it into a sentient entity that is benevolent. It's very scary. Look it up. Snuggle Struggle, let's be honest here. Trans only become big when big pharma had products sell, period. Just like California and making the knowing spread of HIV/AIDS not criminal when big pharma had a pill for that one. Not applicable. Maybe they're mad you lied about which sex you are. Cheryl Photo, getting old stinks. My sleep cycle is all fucked up. I need to be up in 3 hours. Me too. Came late to the stream. I'll watch the beginning after you finish. Love your extra long streams. Good. I love to bring extra long streams to every woman that's out there. Gigafwad, FDMs experience more sexual assault because they're women. Duh. Snuggle Struggle, big pharma manufactured products for market, but they needed to create a group to consume them. Hence how trans was created over all else. Ryan Lott, it shows that schools don't teach the Socratic method anymore. Can't answer basic questions using reason and logic. Good work. K to the Swiss. Wow, Duncan, 10 out of 10 in mental gymnastics. Hey, Oka, I love black people, especially when at their barbecue. Damn good pork and chicken wings. True. Fat and Baron says, I'm a woman, and Duncan grate me against the wall. Not applicable. Twice says the main thing is that all the science will eventually be found to be wrong. So maybe just socialize kids with normal parenting before any medicine system also has undue influence over kids. I agree. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater. This guy's all about following the science and believing all doctors over patients. How does he answer Dr. Jordan B. Peterson? Every doctor he can cite, there are other doctors who disagree. Longreach Jones. We are now in Victoria, Australia. It is illegal here for a parent to discourage their child from entering the transition pipeline. Peen Wienerstein. I was put on Adderall as a kid because I have ADHD, and the doctors and my parents thought it was best for me. I regret taking it to this day. Both doctors and parents can make compounding mistakes. Adderall is horrifying in several conditions. Works great for some kids. It's terrible for many others. Not applicable. Post osteoporosis, cancer, and psychological harm. Mystery guest says, you can hang up, Nick. He is just lying. No, let him lie. A says, trust the science, trust the plan. Just 2 more faces. Keffalsters. Ryoji Mata, there are clinics recently shut down in the UK that administered puberty blockers to children who then went on to suffer severe psychological problems. Lucky last, Duncan makes me dry as the Sahara Desert. Good thing his wife doesn't actually watch the shows. Wrestler Town. Weird, I never see these people who delayed puberty until 18 coming out publicly. Seems that would answer the harmfulness questions pretty quickly. Oh, how dare you, bigot? Ask for proof that anyone has taken puberty blockers for 6 years of their life. Fuck you. Thomas McKay, Galilei was wrong with the popular science at the time, and he was in prison and censored for it. The censors were following the science. Monty says, I'm a skinny person. Can I transition to a fat person? Yes. IWD, more trans people Minecraft themselves than inmates inside the Chow by something like 20%. Does this guy think cheese being dunked on have it worse than Holocaust victims? Yes. Luke Jarvis, he meant Dachau, but it says Dachau. Luke Jarvis, if science says having a pineapple up you was healthy, I bet Dodgy McClown would insert 3. Well, I can't wait for someone to nuke his fake facts from orbit. Mystery guest Nick is making such a cuck of this dude. Matt Stouffer, I'm so sorry. Lucas's history of convincing children to irreversibly disfigure themselves behind their parents' backs being made public is inconvenient to this narrative. Oh, wait, face the wall. That was amazing. He couldn't deny it because Keffals actually fucking said it, right? Keffals said HRT. Well, I took umbrage. I tried to correct Keffals. I tried to save them from their words. It's HRT. Fuck you. How about that? How about it's HRT? Fuck you. You said over and over, HRT was evil to give to children. Puberty blockers are different. Keffals said HRT. Well, Keffals meant puberty block. How do you know? How do you know? It's just you being fucking weird. Peter Vantriger. Question for the guest. My sis has endocrine issues. Could that be a reason for her being trans? Yes. Not applicable. Imagine getting clowned this hard at plus 120 IQ. What you claim is beautiful can ruin your credibility. Heyoka, gay frogs, not applicable. If I say I refer to sex, not gender, is that okay? Yes. Vienna waits for you. Grew up wanting to be the #1 grifter in the world, but Nick Ricada is now living my dream. Oh, well, at least I have a better nose. No, you don't. Not Alfarius. Ask him if he would do King Louis XIV. That was a man who knew how to wear his stockings. Heyoka, does paying for it count? Yes. Mystery guest. She froze up. What about your first time with a girl over 12? Not applicable. So fake facts about waxine ideology. First, Law and Order Clips. Has he been pegged or has he had his heels over his head? Yes, of course. I didn't ask because you know it's true, right? Base crocodile. So groypers can't be guests, but this subhuman can. Groypers could be guests if they can calm themselves. I'm not opposed. Not opposed. No groyper has ever said, I'm a groyper. I want to be a guest. Goober Gabber. If you're not stupidly drunk when you get to this chat, I am. But even if you are, have a drink on me. I'm not going to. I hit the age of 29 today before I even realized it. I swear time is flying by faster and faster. It is. Cheers to you. 29. You got 6 years to go until you're important as a man. But suffer through those 6 years because once you become important, it's great. Also, in those intervening 6 years, if you don't have one, find a wife and fuck the shit out of her. Bobby. How do your cells know to stop making the protein? Kidda, and hero rate does not drop with transitioning. HRT puberty blockers is a lie. I know it's a lie. I know. But let them lie. The Kitten Sami, thank you. Ace, suicide rates don't go down from being sent cat collars, groomers, and pedos get the wall. Isaac Bulls, downvote Nick for having an opening pedo on his stream. Look, I want people to know who these people are. That's all. Kitten Sami, when I was between 5 to 10, I was convinced I was a boy in a girl body. Not true at all today, and I'm thankful the internet was very different then. Geiga Wide, post-gender confirmation, 20x more likely to commit suicide than general population. Plo's journal. Denji et al. SAG 162. I don't think it's that they're less likely to kill themselves as much as they're unable to between not having a fully developed brain and having brittle bones due to aborted puberty. Random username. Says, and the suddenly and for no reason at all, ... Madstifer bleats on about beliefs, but runs for cover when it comes to strictly defined law. The last time I saw someone argue with so much bad faith in this stream was he was cooking footwear on his stovetop. Not applicable. People like Duncan are why we need people like Nick. Heyoka, let's all say a solemn prayer for Rackets' liver. May it properly detoxify. It'll be great tomorrow. Don't worry. May it forever function properly and may it never be considered fatty. Geiga Snake, the demand for PMCs is about to skyrocket. Slushy joke. Nick, your kids are trying to sleep. My kids are sleeping just fine. They can't hear me here. I have an actual big house, not a pretend you cuck big house. My house is about 5,000 square feet. I'm in a vault that is way fucking away from everybody. There's no way my kids hear my show. Of course. Zachary Nehumosen, don't you love internet debates? I hate them. They're garbage. Kidda, he's using a dishonest debate technique. It's called slowboating. Every claim you make requires citations. His never do. She's by Twitter trolls trying to distract and waste people's time. Yeah, no, that's why I called him out on it. Called him out on it. K to the Swiss, sticks and stones, children, not applicable. Here's the other thing. If these people are still unsafe from hearing the truth, then hormones and surgery aren't helping them truly cope with reality. Fair and balanced. Nick DM'd you the police statement. Thank you, Farron. Kidda, this guy's pulling a Shane the Shoe Eater. He's a Discord getting fed links and talking points. These people are weird. Just talk. Just talk. If they would just talk. I don't demand anything until they do, right? Oh, prove that Keffals wasn't pointing a gun at. Well, like everybody says they didn't. Keffals is the only person that said they did. I don't know. There's no proof. Like Keffals should be able to produce a video or a still image of a gun at their head, but they can't, can they? Why not? Why? Sheriff doesn't have it. You can request the public records of the sheriff video. You don't have it. You know video going on. Why? I've never claimed to have cops point a gun at my. I've claimed to have other people point a gun at my head years and years ago. Loaded gun. Horrifying. Horrifying. Person told me they were going to end me. Pointed a gun at my head. It was a rifle. It was loaded. What do? You grift. That's what you do. This motherfucker. Why? I've been in danger. I've been in Taekwondo. Have you had real danger? I don't know. Seem kind of like really preoccupied with some real first world shit here. Kalinka says, who begged who to go on whose stream? I can tell you I never asked to go on this guy's stream. I never would. I don't know who they are. I don't want to go on there. Jared Frost, please get back to the fact that he was trying to take away your source of income and take away your license to practice law and provide for a wife and 5 kids. I think that was pretty clear. Cody says, Nick, clearly you've lost this argument because he is smarmy and nitpicking your phrasing, which means the merits of his arguments are clearly stronger. Kalinka says, Lucas lied, Lucas lied, Lucas lied, Lucas lied, Lucas lied. Russell Hall, Keffals lied, Harambe died. Anonymity says, Duncan argues like an SJW-based crocodile. I take it back. Dump his tea in the harbor, Nick, USA. Thank you. Thank you, base crocodile. Fair and balanced. Kate Law, check your Twitter DMs. 2 articles where police say she never had a gun to her head, and they never did use her dead name ever. Look, it doesn't. Like, thank you, Farron. I appreciate it. You beautiful lady. But it doesn't matter because this guy wouldn't accept them. Well, they lied. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. But Keffals said this. Where's the evidence? Well, other people lied. What do you do? See, goody. Shane the Shoe Gremlin 2.0. Drink some more soy and get cucked, Duncan MacLeod. Herder, let's fight. I'm going to beat you up, herder. Fucking embarrassing and breaded as fuck. Absolutely pathetic. American legend Nick. Boot this intellectually dishonest anti-free speech bitch. Now it's enough. Mr. Smurf. Not since an odd spring day in Glencoe have I seen Scott get wiped out this hard before. Why were you in Glencoe? Salinas, hashtag believe all minors. Stephen Fouts, I have a beautiful map of Kentucky's historic railroads on my wall right now. I look forward to adding a lot more maps to my wall in the future. Rogers, he muted you. Ha, what an absolute coward. Enjoy the absolute bank you have made off this joker. Jacob McQuaid, his own chat turned on him. He's toast. Did they really? Like, I have no idea what his own chat said. That'd be fucking embarrassing. Like if you come on the show and you get BTFO'd by your own chat, should have not multi-streamed. Did that really happen? Glencoe Massacre, you dunce? Look, I know. Well, most of his chat was us. Oh, that's very, very embarrassing. Better than break. Can we talk about furries, more specifically the fur-Reich furries? All furries deserve the fucking wall. AG Biochemist, I see who Lady Rackets loves. Why Lady Rackets loves drunk Nick? Dude, we look. Lady Rackets got a little bit hammered tonight. She was having a bad day. And then Lady Rackets decided to get hammered, and it was great. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. I'll say it again. Women, to your men, compliment them, enjoy them, and fuck the living shit out of them. Because someday, when they put their dick in you, your hip will break. Someday it's going to happen. Fuck the shit out of them now. Why are you waiting? Why'd you quit a single day? Fuck them. Let them fuck you. It's great. Enjoy it. Dasco draws every other adjective, all except for some previously mentioned set. D.D. Thomas, I've never said shut the fuck up as much as I did tonight. You have the patience of a saint. The Marshalists. Homoeroticism is a word. Mario Carter. Duncan, why is she an Audi? Oh, well, slurp. Amir Mueller. Duncan is very hetero-flexible. And the Fed. Hope Putin nukes the UK. Tired of their noise. Cool Frog. Duncan getting chewed up and spit out. Secret Seeker. This NPC literally cannot comprehend data that goes against his programming. Snuggle Struggle Rackets. I Minecrafted myself 10 minutes ago because of the farms. I'm super serial, bruh. Duncan, use my untimely past tense mishap as an evidence to rub it in Racket's face to help you reaching your laughable speculation. Ammo's currency says 666 upvotes. Make sure to like the stream, y'all. Make sure to like the stream if you liked it. If you didn't like it, don't like it. But if you liked it, like it. Click that like. It helps me out a ton. Ryan says, Angry Nick is the best. Ammo's currency, battle of wits with an unarmed opponent. Rachel, thanks for the donation. Not applicable. It means trial and execution, not murder. Trevor R. Can I get a toast to my hero, Nick Ricada? He roasts pigs like Michelin chef and spotlights maps on the wall like landscape architect. Nick Ricada is based and bread pilled. He is fully breaded. He loves you all. And that's really fucking gay. But love him back. Bork Adamas. I personally am a fan of Hot Pockets Baby Oven. God, I'm so fucking hungry. Rachel says, boxing match when? With this weirdo? Never. My father was a gamer, says Duncan's sisters. The escape phone call ain't coming. I'm not feeling so good. Aaron Behringer, Bew, June 27, 2021, Tokyo. Travel.state.gov, death abroad section. Only person in Japan, June 25th, 2021, that month. Had to check. Thank you, Base Crocodile. Just own it, Nick. They belong on the wall anyway. Slushy joke. I guess it's fair to be this belligerent with a dude who refuses to argue in good faith and seems to know absolutely nothing. I never in my life, like in any interaction. Do you know what I said to this motherfucker before the stream, by the way? I said, look, I don't know who you are. What I would love, he can deny this all he wants. This is what I said. It's true. I don't know you, man. I want to ask you questions about who you are. Figure out who you are, and then we can get to the discussion. Simple thing. I want you to go back to the beginning of the stream. That's all I said to him. I want to know who you are. No offense, I don't know who you are. I don't watch anybody's political content at all. Let me know who you are. I just want to ask you. You can tell me. And then we'll get to the discussion. We'll lay out basic principles. Did he do that? Or did he instead decide to go right into the conversation? What did he do? Because this is the number one thing I don't like. I don't want someone to come onto my show and go, well, he in the chat bullied me. We didn't bully fucking shit. Ever. gave you an open platform to say what you want. You decided to go down this specific topic. Would never have invited this guy on. I don't know who he is. Never heard of his content. We'll never hear of his content again. It's great. Whatever. If you're going to come on here, you're going to try and control the conversation, be mad when it doesn't go the way you like. Like, what was your plan? All I wanted was to find out who this guy, I still don't know. Pokemon streamer turned political commentator. That's all I got. Why? Why did you stop playing Pokemon? Why did you start playing politics? These are the things I want to know. I want to know who this person is. Didn't get there. Jackson Kai, this is 90% of cancel arguments. Quote, I personally changed the definition of a word you said long after you said it, and you must be held to account to my new definition, end quote. Like clockwork every time. Most dishonest people on earth. That's true. Fair and balanced. Swedish origin. Atastalia Nagan Mot Vagen. To put someone against the wall means to hold someone accountable. WA said by Greta Thunberg at Davos. No, again, I don't care what the origin. I don't care if the origin was to shoot people in the head. I don't mean it that way. I don't call for violence. I don't call for violence. I think people in general should have a generalized list of people who are a danger to children. To me, that's the wall. And you go, Keffals goes right fucking on it with all of the pedophiles and groomers and every other fucking weirdo on the planet. Get on the fucking wall. Decorate it. Live that shit. But most importantly, stay the fuck away from kids, you fucking groomer pedophile weirdos. Stay the fuck away. Stay away. If you go near kids, God, I hope a piano falls on you or a safe or a nuke like Japan. Fuck you, you weird. Go away. Why is it so goddamn hard? Stay the fuck away from kids. All right, anyway. You baggy. Oh, he got you being anti-pedos. True. Chris R, play the full clip for him. White Fox. This guy has 250 people watching on Twitch. This is the biggest moment in his career, and he fucking failed. He failed embarrassingly. White Fox. Oh, wait, no. Starfire Zeta. To all you who are the nickest of nicks, wubba lubba dub dub. Bald Eagle, a rage. Call him Mac Murphy. He's worse than Jack Murphy. Chambers of my heart. Anyone who messes with, prays, or grooms on kids needs to be put 6 feet under after kissing the brick. Period. Based. Gigafwad, I guess sub only Twitch chat and rage quit. Rorona was here. Rorona Zora was here. Dozen years of scientific research saying children can have their puberty blocked for years with no bad effect. Only apply to children suffering from abnormally early puberty. It's applied to regular kids going on blockers. Of course, like, stop. Like, just stop. Anyone who says, oh, yeah, kids can go on puberty blockers forever and never have a negative medical side effect. Stop. Stop it. Notice what he said when I asked him, well, if my kid wanted to go on puberty, well, I guess I'd get a doctor involved. Oh, you get a doctor involved. Wow, that's weird. That's nice. Very first world of you. But he wouldn't, though. Here's the reality. This motherfucking weirdo has never, like, maybe as a kid who's 2. Maybe as a kid who's 2. Tell you what, a 12-year-old will come up to your ass and say something fucking weird. You go, it's odd. Where'd you hear that? And you find out and you go, oh, it's ridiculous. It's not true. This is the reality of kids. Well, Dad, you know, I'm skinnier than the other kids. I'm probably a girl. Oh, really? You're a girl? Okay. Well, do you like sucking dick? No? Get the fuck back into your trousers and be a man. There you go. I solved all the pedo issues and all the fucking weird tranny issues in your life. Do you like sucking penises? No. Well, then fucking you're a man. Go stop fucking crying. Weirdos out there. Kidda, he's literally trying to go, you mad, bro, and Brit. Yeah, he was. He was. Was I mad? Absolutely. Absolutely. This fucking weirdo. 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Oh, Rekieta Law should be off of the internet forever. Today. Can I come on your stream? Can I come on your stream? Can I talk to your audience? Seems like a hypocrisy to me. Seems like a pussy move. I don't know. What is it? What's that called? Penultima. To be fair, being a strip mall lawyer is more respectable than a YouTuber. Slushy Joe. Joke. What a surprise. Another leftoid with a mansion. D. Rekieta had to get lit to get to this level of Aspie. Fitness trainer. He thinks putting people against the wall means shooting them because he is a communist. I know. Soleil, lol, dudes chat wants to do what all the haters try and go after you. Go ahead. Go after. What are you going to go after? Hallucinosis, I'm only sending this money to you, Nick, regretfully, because I feel your pain for having to have survived the sheer idiocy. How could a single person be so wrong at every single turn? Happens all the time. A Cybertaz, Jim should be covering Lucas Robert tomorrow. Chris H, remember when they all played semantics when Greta said put them against the wall? Left aren't hypocrites. They're just gaslighting assholes. Mario Carter. Jewel had better intuition ending her career. Bozzy. He's saying he's got a $425 a month mortgage for a £500,000, £500,000 6-bedroom, 6-bath house, which smells BS. To do with good credit, only helps with likeness, and everything with deposit and remaining on a mortgage. Yes. Well, he admitted, I refinanced. Of course you did. Of course you refinance. There's no way you get a $500,000 mortgage for $500 a month. That doesn't exist in the United States. It'd be a less than 1%. It'd be a less than 0.5% interest rate. Addie White, $500K at $400 a month is a 104-year mortgage. Shocker, Addie. Thank you, Addie, but shocker. He fucking lied because he was trying to big time. This is what they all do. They try to big time. Oh, I don't need your $250 donation. Oh, give it to me. I love it, but it's not even, it's half my mortgage. It's half your mortgage? Oh, really? Half your mortgage is probably more like $900. That's probably half of your mortgage. Anyway. Ricky Spiral. To be fair, Nick, Duncan is the same loser that thinks fictional characters make you a pedo. He didn't have much up there to begin with. No, he doesn't. He's a dummy. Matt R. He's clearly a communist, and we know how they feel about walls. Wrestler Town. If Keffals thought the wall was a call to violence on its own, wouldn't they have needed to append the shooting in the head part? Yeah, they didn't need that because they had to add the shooting in the head part because everybody else goes, I don't get it. Crusader Joe, it was his chat telling him to go to bed, not his wife. Embarrassing. Poorly redacted. Return this to your coffers after that Chadley display of dominance. Got to keep those grift bucks on the upward. Shyster on you, disloyal lawyer. Karadimos, absurd. He muted you when he couldn't take the heat. Can you imagine muting? Can you imagine muting someone? Tinternet TP, $2,000 a month for $50,000 for $500,000 mortgage. I'm in the UK. Yeah. Trouble Lord. Start clipping yourself to prove them wrong. No. I don't need to. Twilight Dragon. I never thought I'd live to see the day that someone would irritate me more than the shoe eater. To be fair to Duncan, at least he didn't puss out like Shane. He did, though. In the end, he did. Tom Grawl. Nick, a huge super chat. Nick, I appreciate your principles and your integrity. Your lack of filter and brutal honesty, saying what most people say in their heads and wish they could speak. Brother, fuck them all. You do you. We will be here. Thanks, brother. Butcher Bailey, great stream, Nick. That dude doesn't do any real research, nor admit to being wrong. Must be an only child with that kind of behavior. Not applicable. I don't think I've ever, even grown people need to do this. Joshua Vidrine, the leftoid is only able to function by misrepresenting and purposefully misunderstanding their chosen target and unquestionably obeying their ideological leadership, drop them into an endless pit. Cargis, the wall is 700 feet tall, 100 leagues long, and made of ice, and criminals belong on it. Yeah, buddy. Not applicable. Funny how doctor-child power gradient doesn't count. Calhoun, for doubling down and repeating your Keffals on the wall statement based in Sam Hyde versus Hassan Pill, the gig of Fouad. Left needs to purge the ideology, else perish. Archiver, 37. It should be 25. There's a reason that's why insurance rates drop by then. Your brain doesn't really solidify until that age. Also, first super chat ever. Thank you for the first super chat. Doug Murray, WWG1WGA. Minor Zircon, there's a child in England with osteoporosis because she went through this BS, and now she's paying her doctors and stupid parents' ideology. IT Weeb, within the next 24 hours, the wall will be added to lists of fascist dog whistles. I'll bet money on that. Bobby says, Dumcum MacLeod lost a debate. I love Scotch. Google UW declined correct misleading info. Puberty blockers study fawning media coverage. I don't want to read it. I know that it's false. I said, I don't believe it. He didn't know what to do. He's like, whoa, do you have a study? No, I don't buy it. Because changing your puberty from 12 to 18 is fucking broken. It's broken. It's wrong. And you cannot tell me that there's a difference because you have no control to measure against. If that kid went through puberty at 12, would their dick be bigger? Their legs be longer? Would they be heavier? Would their bones be denser? Would they be more cool? Would their jokes be funnier? I don't know. Their voice be deeper? We'll literally never know. Well, but they went through puberty at 18 and they function, I guess. That's not evidence that they're not worse off at all. Like, what is this? It's evidence of something you can't know. Well, no, fuck you. Stop it. Stop giving kids a bunch of fucking meds. Weirdos. I love Scotch. Wait, read that one. Zombie Spike Lee. Regarding the Against the Wall comment, Greta Thunberg said the same thing, and everyone played it off as a turn of phrase. Brakir, thank you for the sticker. Look, I don't care what Greta Thunberg did. Like, I'm not here to grift off of Greta's grift. We're almost done. God, I'm so fucking tossed. I need to go to bed. Here we go. ARG0509. Nick, your Kiwi Farms thread has been singing your praises all night. Lamau, great show, by the way. Look, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And they get to do either one. Of course they do. This is what I was trying to get to him. If Kiwi Farms doesn't exist, someone's going to make fun of you somewhere else. Don't look. If you're such a fucking baby that you can't take someone else's criticism, just don't go there. The critical aspect of harassment in the United States, and this is true for fucking everything, you have to do something to bring the offensive commentary to the person specifically. You can go all day on anonymous forum. I can go on an anonymous forum every day and say, Josh Moon is a giant pedophile cock weirdo who likes to rape Jews because he is Jewish, but he's self-hating. And also he's trans. Like, I can do that all day, right? Like, all day long, I could go do these things about Joshua Moon. And realistically, Josh will never in their life see those things. It's just a forum. It's a post. I said something. Who cares? What this guy is proposing is that my ridiculous statements about Josh need to be removed. Of course, no statements about Josh ever need to be removed, but in consistency, my statements about someone else should be removed because that's proper, but it's never been proper. It's never been the law that we remove statements that cast someone in an unfavorable light. It has always been the law. You get to say whatever you want, and you may suffer consequences. You hate Josh Moon, Kiwi Farms, sue him. Why won't Keffals sue him? Because Keffals will lose embarrassingly against the Kiwi Farms and against Josh Moon. It won't even be close. In fact, I am so hoping if Keffals sues Kiwi Farms, I will personally donate $5,000 to Kiwi Farms. Personally. On God, bank it. Hold me to it. because I might miss it. If Keffals ever sues Kiwi Farms, I will personally give Kiwi Farms $5,000. I don't care if they fight the lawsuit or not. I'll just do it. How's that? So let me know, because I probably going to fade off of my memory or whatever on Keffals, on them, what they do. If they ever sue the farms, tell Josh, tell whoever. Josh knows me. Josh can get a hold of me tomorrow. He can get a hold of me right now. I will prove it that I've given $5,000 to Kiwi Farms if Keffals ever sues them. Challenge me. I dare you, you fucking weirdo. You'll lose. They'll lose dramatically. It'll be great. E Honda, hope you still want to have new people on your show. I promise to be based and let you finish your points. Lamont, 500,000-pound house. Dumcum McClown was talking about her lesbian girlfriend. Dr. Brew, Duncan deserves to be put against the wall. Heyoka, unbreaded beads. Emily, Nick, mate, TF. That recap just then made me rewind him quoting Webster's dictionary for bigotry and choose to have the colonic instead. Dagon, Lincoln, Ziggy. Nick, thank you for standing up to this madness. I wish to apologize for my fellow countrymen. I'm sure he's in a cult. Sir, you are a warrior. God bless you and your loved ones. Matthew Vicari, get that. But Chambers says, hashtag save James hearing September 1st. Anne is trying to leave the state with James and Jude. She's trying to get Jess remaining rights terminated. Spread the word. Oh, very cool, Chambers. Chambers, can you DM me on Discord if you're still here? I didn't know Save James is still going on. I've talked to the dad there, Jeff. Please DM me on what's going on. Love to look into it. Joseph Long, this is engaging and hilarious. Vaush and Charlie Kirk on Timcast is a tightly held shard that eked and sealed forever. Papa Nick delivers, of course. Hioka, hide your mom. Chris Chan is on the loose. Clumsy clairvoyance. I feel like a dumbbell, but who's Keffals? Trust me, you're better off not knowing. Linux Faye, did you get a chance to see the Candyman? The movie Candyman? I don't know. Slushy joke. 500K property paid off, 75% finance, 0% for 30 years to be $500 a month. No bank has 0% APR. This is why everyone hates champagne socialists. Because he's just lying. Like, that's the answer. He's just fucking lying, of course. Or he doesn't know because his wife pays for everything. Ironox CLD3. I hope you're not charged with murder after that killing tonight. Kind of feel sorry for him, but not really. Hands plays. As a kid, we had people on the wall. They were released chomos and told us to stay away from them. Mr. Bentham, the most important thing we learned today, hormone blockers could explain why attorney time is so short. I think we can all get behind this. Turd. Ferguson, the greatest trolls are the trolls that don't try so damn hard. Much respect for the educational legal beatdowns. Thank you. Red Fox Moon. Pim Tool is a balding fence sitter. Bring on Newell Moore. The retarded dog is funny. Look, I love bringing on Null. I love having conversations with him. He challenges me on things I don't believe or agree with. Null, I've been hesitant to bring on, though, because of the multiple lawsuits. I don't want to compromise what Null is doing and what Null is fighting. That's the main holdup. I also, he's got his own thing to do. I don't want to take his time. But I'm happy to have Null on. Literally, like, I would have Null on once a week if Null would come on once a week. But Null's got a website to run and their own grift to do, and I don't want to fuck with that ever. Ever, ever, ever. I like to respect my guest time. Kyle Bogue, I'm 2.5 hours behind, and I'm right at the point where it got super heated. And you absolutely wrecked the soy boy. Holy mother of God, love you, Nick. You were right. He and Keffals are wrong. I know. Joseph Long, funny you mentioned misrepresentation because in the beginning he actually complained he was often accused of misrepresentation. Wonder why. Kidda, study in the UK by trans charity. Puberty blockers given at 13 result in permanent loss of sexual function. There's no puberty at 19. It's a map fantasy. Big Rob with a huge chat. Hi, Nick. It's Rob. Never met a beta like Duncan in real life. Hope I never will. 23-year retired military guy here, really trying to understand the world I came back to. Drunk on 4 Roses Limited. I have some of that upstairs. It's really fucking good. Awesome stream. Grift away and Rangers lead the way. Big Rob. Like, I don't deserve to salute you or whatever. I didn't do my military service, but cheers, brother. Thank you for your service. And more importantly, thank you for your words and your money and your sentiment, and enjoy your Four Roses Limited. Like I said, I bought a Four Roses Limited for Lady Rackets because she liked the bottle. It's really good though. It's upstairs. Joseph Long, lolicon argument. She's 18. Don't care. Looks 12. I don't care about lolicon. Like I'm not. Well, I fought against lollies. Good. Janelle Diane H. The guy was lazy and a liar, and you destroyed him. Thank you. Sue, I'm just catching on stream. Please know that we're not all morons in the UK. I know. Us up in Scotland are a little more sane. Love you, Nick. Love you too. Turd Ferguson. Pretty sure P blockers and HRTs for kids violates the Nuremberg Code. Sounds like a Second Amendment defense, in my opinion. Redley wall cost of helo fuel is too damn high. Patrick was up early to go run and kill my inner fat, and you are still live from one Polish proboscis to another. Go to bed soon. Guys, I have to be up so early tomorrow. This is not supposed to be a 6-hour stream. Holy fuck. You guys are crazy. Magician Savar, great show, Nick. Do you know about this guy? Do know much about this guy, but he sounds like a complete freaking fool. I don't know why these people think it's okay to use drugs to disrupt the natural development of kids. I agree. Some guy just ask these people what role they believe parents should have in their children's lives and hear the insanity bring on the bar complaint streams. They're coming. Kalashnikov, children cannot even responsibly curate the food they eat every night. Their choice would be candy and Kool-Aid, but I guess they can't say no. The Last King Norway, tomboy, greater than a boy named Tom. Barikadamas says, I love lesbians. Battle Elf, no implies an ought from no scientific set of facts. Can you dictate or justify behavior? Winter Sparks, my daughter started way early. She's been on blockers for 5 years. She just had to have knee surgery at 10 after a fall off the couch. It destroys bone density. F. The squid, this guy needs to understand that children are stupid and don't understand long-term permanent consequences of their choices. It's scary that he thinks a doctor should be able to override a parent's authority. No fucking kidding. Janelle says he'd do a trans, but no Johnson allowed. Hypocrisy. Correct. Cornelius Buttknuckle, you skipped my chat earlier. You read my name and went off on a tangent. That's probably true. Sorry. Battle of Nick, check yourself for monkeypox after fucking that dude. Cateness Barbarian, thanks for the past few hours of entertainment while I was at work. Really made the tedium pass. Great fire, great rants. One thing, could I get a drunk fat shaming? No, need to shear weight off for a friend's wedding. Oh, you're a Brit fat? You're a you. I would call you a you cuck, but there's not enough letters to describe how fucking big you are. You giant fat piece of shit. Engorging on tea and the tears of colonialists and Africans and Indians that you've dominated throughout the years. You fucking disgusting parasite. Why don't you try putting down the fork, mate, and stop eating your microwave faggots or whatever you eat? You Brit bong. Stop eating beans, bangers and mash, beans on toast. Stop it. Stop eating beans. Beans are disgusting for you. Potatoes are disgusting. In fact, everything that Brits have ever made, just stop eating. You know what you should eat? I don't know, grass, spinach, something else, you fat motherfucker. Something less than whatever you're eating. Calculate the calories you're eating now, cut them in a fourth, and then shoot those and cut those in half. Oh my God, you disgusting fat piece of shit. Try not. Just try not. When you wake up in the morning, if you could avoid sticking an entire stick of butter in your fucking gullet, you weirdo, like costing NIH and or whatever, every cent you own and every cent everyone around you owns, stop it. Get up, eat a salad, eat some eggs, maybe have some yogurt or something, and literally nothing else, you fat motherfucker. And then go for a walk like a normal human. I don't know, walk to your garbage can and throw up. And then after you throw up in the garbage can, walk to the end of your driveway. I don't know what they call it. And I don't know what they call driveways in Britain, like a motopath, whatever it is. Go throw up at the end of that, then walk down the road and throw up in your neighbor's wife's vagina. Throw up more. Stop eating and stop consuming calories. Dear God. Okay, here we go. Cancerous Cockatoo, 10 for your bad British accent. Thank you. They don't deserve a good one. Big Raj, thumbs up. Nova, I'm an atheist. Science is not God to me. Science is to be questioned and doubted. Thank you. It's just a method of understanding. I don't know what the fuck is going on with leftists. Some people need faith, but replace it with cults. No, the whole science is, well, I believe in science. What do you believe in? The critical questioning of a proposition? Because that's what science actually is. They don't think that. They don't think the critical questioning of a proposition is science anymore. They think the critical acceptance of a proposition is science. And that is what they should believe in. And questioning of the critical proposition is somehow wrong. This is incorrect. This is fallacy, and this has never been the scientific method. But they never paid attention in school. Kiwi Leanne, thank you for the donation. The Law Patrol says, for fuck's sake, he started by saying you were a fan of using trans slurs, that Josh Moon is a Nazi, and that he'd dump your streams, etc. Bad faith, of course. He got a total of 488 views in the 6 hours. He totally wasted his 5 seconds of fame. He had all the chance in the world. All the chance in the world to win. And he couldn't. That's a fucking shame. Atticus. Hey, Nick, love the amount of unbreaded. Hope you have a good night. Chambers says, Discord friend request sent. We'll check it out, Chambers. Ryu Gunpla, this guy also loves and supports all the drag junk. Xander's Rants, 3:17 a.m. Pacific. Let's see what time you read this. Right after. Ricky Spiral. Duncan, defender of fiction, monsters to children. Jason Kalpanen. Potatoes are disgusting. Ricada hates Ireland. That's true. No one to you. Madonna screwed dog. She wrote about it in a book she published. Sorry, Nick. Get some sleep, sir. I'm going to sleep very soon. Rumble username sucks. Wait, this idiot lost a debate to Destiny. He doesn't even qualify for midwit status. And by the way, Nick, did you get my email? I wanted to ask your friend has a Grand Wizard card in their game. I'll check. I have no idea. I'll probably forget this. And then Odyssey. Holy shit. We're almost done with Odyssey. And then we're done. Yeah. Aprendicon Flowers says, anyone defending those who harm children do not deserve any amount of respect. Zalcor, Rita, Matt Harris, Malik, bro, this loser muted your peeing song in the stream. That's why his chat can't hear you. For some reason was literally his doing. I don't care. He muted it, but don't fucking lie about it. Yeah. Shanks to tell them they don't get it. Maps go on the wall like employee of the month so they can be recognized and publicly acknowledged. Malik says, yo, watching Liars and Snakes get wrecked is my favorite pastime. This is a fun stream. Getting banned from his chat was the funniest thing that's happened to me all year. Herman Armenia's science followers always argue for a dictatorship by the enlightened few. Your sovereignty as a parent comes second to an expert. Laymen have no say. Clergy control truth. The power of the science is supreme even when doctrine changes. New clergy, new dogma, theocracy under new management. Says Price 92. What's worse about this guy? He tries to force you to admit to a crime like what happened to Vic without any evidence backing his claim. Of course he wants me to admit to a thing I didn't do. Chang says late because he was streaming his Poison the Well intro to his own chat talking about how you have your token black friend, which is weird when you're also friends with literal Nazis, and he couldn't add 2 and 2 and then realize his brain is broken. I didn't see his pre-stream. I know we were late. We were late trying to fix his issues with the camera. He had never used StreamYard before. Whatever he said other than that, I don't know. And that's fine. He gets to say whatever he wants. I don't care. Celtic Slav, he's a bitch. He just wanted to stay a lawyer who was scared to talk to him. Lol didn't work out. Shanks, I'll tell him PSA, a registered offender wall is actually a thing in many kindergarten and elementary schools, or it used to be. It was so everyone knew the faces of people who shouldn't be near the school. As a former teacher, that's always been my interpretation. Tons of interpretations for walls that don't involve people getting shot in the head. Serious girlfriend L used to babysit kids around the age of Keffals, thinks he should be changing their gender. One thought he was a half demon because he saw an anime with a half demon character. Cried when I asked which of his parents is demon, similar to another chat, probably from the same person. Herman says wants to carve out Nikki's primary income source over bad faith assumptions and bad information. Nick gets pissed. Lol, why you mad, bro? Aren't you friends with Sargon of Akkad? Stop crying, you're boring. Sorry, Nick, but this guy could beat Einstein and hawking with those arguments. Hashtag red face Polak rage. Herman Armenius, he thinks it's so funny that he mutes you and watches you rant. You'd expect someone that you want to be disbarred and taken off YouTube would be angry. He's so aloof because it doesn't matter to him. He can mute his enemies out of sight, out of mind. He needs real power like a pit bull needs a cat. Again, why would you mute? Why would you mute this person? Bag faces. Fuck sticks. Vote Nick. Both Jeremy's, Mauler, Nina, Infinity, Ripa, and unironically Hassan and Keffals. There you go. That's the end. Ladies and gentlemen, show's over. I'm done. Oh my God. I can't do anymore. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. This is the real ending song. See you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Sargon and Az. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.